Yo, yo, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's why. What the hell? Okay. I believe those two could probably change spots. Going to. Just if I move this. Check. This guy. Wind up, unhinged and cringe. You wanna know now? That shit rolling inside. You gotta show man.
will do anything for you. If you ever want to. Cutie's the best though. Yeah, no, I'm Team Cutie for life. Cutie Cinderella, I will do anything for you. If you ever want to leave a man, you know, I got you.
Ray, okay, you guys know I hate asking people to do things. Last time I saw Ray, she's been doing this amazing thing.
I'm ready. Let's get the job done. Right. Time to turn crap into gold.
This is your champion.
They say death catches up to everyone. You can certainly try.
Good. I'm the jump master. Enough lambing around. We're dropping. Let's explore that room.
She'll say to me, by the way, if you need me to do anything, I'm there. And she'll just say it. And then I've never needed anything more in my life.
Girl, we can key his car. We can spray paint his house. Whatever we gotta do. I got you, girl.
Why was it brought up? What? Man, she's so into me. Dude, Ray, Ray's so powerful. I did not realize she tagged me in one Instagram post. I went up 3,000 followers. They just wanted to follow me because she breathed near me. I was like, what the fuck?
It's go time!
Of Diablo 2 had the stupidest take. So, former team leader of World of Warcraft and producer of Diablo 2 had the stupidest take I've seen it for a game in a very long time. Like, congratulations, Scrums. You did it. You broke my brain. More so than Elon Musk changing Twitter to X, which is like what a 13-year-old edgelord would do. Let's get into it. So Starfield is coming out September 6, 2023. It's on Game Pass. I'll try it. It's not like I'm like chomping out the bit for it. Actually kind of looking forward to Blasphemous 2 more than that. I still have to play through Blasphemous 1, but that's besides the point. Who cares? Grums, like I said, is a veteran developer. He was the team leader of World of Warcraft. He was the producer of Diablo 2, like I said in the intro. He also was the producer for StarCraft. So he's not like, it's not like just some rando on Twitter saying, hey, here's my take, that's dumb. I wouldn't be making a video on this. But when you have a massive following and say something like this that's completely ridiculous, you're going to be called out for it. So Grums, also known by his real name as Mark Kern, had a very interesting post about the Starfield start screen. I'm not kidding. And this is what he had to say. He received a bunch of flack for it, and he's been fighting with people ever since on Twitter. Here we go. So first and foremost, here is the Starfield start screen. Again, I'm not fanboying for this game. If I don't ever play it, I'll probably be okay too. Like I said, I'm going to try it, but I'm not excited for it. And it's fine. It's a clean, perfectly fine looking intro screen or startup screen, whatever the hell you want to call it. But Grums, Mark went on a little bit of a tirade and is judging an entire game and how rushed the team was and how hard they worked, essentially, on this start screen. And this is what his initial tweet had to say. The physiognomy of start screens. The start screen of a game can reveal a lot about how rushed the team was and how much pride they took in their work. Starfield's start screen either shows hasty shipping deadlines by a passionate team overworked or a team that didn't care. Wow. You know what developers go through because you've been there, and that's a ballsy thing to say. Ballsy thing to say. But anyway, again, here is the start screen looking clean and perfectly fine. It's minimalist. But then he kind of goes on a tirade. Someone replied to him, I'll just leave this here. No need to wonder if a game is good based on a title screen. Someone replied to him, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. We have actually people playing it, and while they can't say much now, their actions speak louder than a start screen. Grums replies back with, this is an IQ test. Anyone who thought I said the start screen determined the quality of the game failed. Are you kidding me? We just read your other tweet, dude. It's right there. You alluded to the fact that the game is either rushed or the team didn't care. If the team didn't care, then that means they wouldn't be putting out a good quality product. Right? Like, this is an IQ test for you. And you failed it. Congratulations.
You blew it.
Then he goes on to do the deflection game, where the next tweet from him was, the graphic designers who analyzed and trashed the X logo as a huge failure for Twitter, is he simping for Elon Musk, like low-key simping for him, are now defending Starfield's start screen, literally flipping their positions. Interesting. Are you kidding me? It looks like Elon Musk forced developers over at Twitter, like, yes, just go look for edgy-looking X. And they went and found one, and it looks like it's a font that took them 5 seconds to make. Stop it. You can't compare the two. It's not done, though. And then he goes on to praise Chrono Trigger's screen, which I actually think Starfield's looks nicer, but Chrono Trigger is a classic. I'm not taking that away from Chrono Trigger. Then he's retweeting people that are defending him, talking about Alien Isolation screen. And then someone says to him here, you quite literally said the game could be based on the start screen. What is there to misunderstand? And he's right. Mark, I read the tweet. Reread it. I did. You are alluding to the fact that the developers may have not even cared about the game, but you will die on this hill because ego. And you'll see I said no such thing about the quality of the game. Yes, you did. Someone wrote above him, have you read what you wrote? And he wrote back, oh, please. It's a good tweet, but it's hardly anything 5 million people should be so upset about. You're not upset. It's just they're criticizing you. It's a dumb take. And you literally said something, and you're saying that you didn't say it. What's so hard to understand? And then he goes after develop. It just continues on and on and on and on and on. If there's any naughty words, YouTube might cry, so I can't show them. It's just ridiculous. Now, one thing I did do, and I actually can show this on my iPad, because shocking news, Twitter doesn't work right on my iPad. Because Elon Musk is the smartest man on the planet. He used to, too, before. So don't tell me that it's not Elon's fault. Here are some other examples of start screens that, from different time periods and different eras in gaming, that are considered fantastic. Final Fantasy VII. Skyrim. This is what I really wanted to show. Okay, Skyrim. Bethesda. There you go. Bethesda's also making Starfield. Fun little fact for these 0 people who didn't realize that. Very simple screen. Yeah, considered one of the greatest games of all time. I'm not a big Skyrim fan, but you're going to say they didn't care about Skyrim Bethesda? Are you going to say that, Mark? The screen is basically as simple as what Starfield is. If anything, I would argue Starfield actually looks a little cleaner. And this is coming from a guy who is lukewarm at best on the game. And here is Cuphead's start screen, which is actually paying homage to the Final Fantasy VII start screen, but if you look there, it kind of, I don't think that's a great start screen, and this is coming from Gamerant, who says this is one of the best start screens of all time. You're going to say Cuphead wasn't a meticulous game that was not put together well? You wouldn't say that, would you? Look, man, I get it. We're all human, and we want to be right, and we want to, we want to defend our honor, and this is why, minus actually having to talk to Team YouTube on Twitter, because that's the only really way you can get to Twitter in a quick manner. I'm taking a minimal hiatus from Twitter, but you're wrong on this, dude. I mean, look, it's subjective, everyone has different tastes, but you're judging the entire development cycle of a huge AAA game by a minimalist, clean start screen. You could deflect to Hassan's Piker take on Starfield all you want to, but your take was dumb. And look, the game may not be great, I don't know, and like I said, I'm not super excited for it. But you going on this warpath and making all these assumptions over one still image of starting the game that's not even out yet is absolutely ridiculous, and you deserve to be roasted for it. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that.
That's the kill leader we just bagged.
Just a second. 1 second. Recharging my shields.
Later, champ. Got materials.
Thanks to Paperlight for sponsoring this video.
And a big thanks to everyone at Apple who made today possible. We introduced the all-new iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max, the best iPhones we've ever created.
The shelf life of phones so small, but now the iPhone is getting closer. There's a ton of rumors that are starting to come out, from color specs to even surprise hardware that might make it in at the last minute. There's a ton of stuff about the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro that's finally starting to come together into a clear vision. I'm going to tell you everything you got to know about the iPhone 15 Pro, and if you should even care. So the last few models of iPhone, Apple messed with the name and the size of the iPhone. This year does not look to be much different. So we're expecting 4 new iPhones, 15, a 15 Plus, a 15 Pro, and probably a 15 Pro Max. Though there was some rumors that Apple might differentiate the name and go with the Ultra for the Pro Max. That came from Mark Gurman, but then he said it might wait for the iPhone 16. Either way, we'll have 4 iPhones the same screen size that we have with the current iPhone 14. So all these new phones are going to include a few changes. Every single iPhone 15. First, our slimmer bezels. When I realized the iPhone bezel is kind of chunky, the iPhone 15 Pro is looking to sort of shrink that all the way down to 1.55 millimeters, which is true to be the thinnest bezels on any smartphone. What I think we're all looking forward to finally, and this is like about time, is the long-awaited death of Lightning, the final adoption of USB-C. This seemed like it was never ever going to happen. Like we were going to get a portless phone before we got USB Type-C. We are finally getting it. If there was any reason to upgrade to a new iPhone, it is this. I am waiting for the day when I can throw every single Lightning cable I've ever had away in the trash, like I did with my 30 pins, and never think about them again. And again, USB-C is coming to every 15 model, not just the Pros. This is a gigantic deal, which for the first time, every major phone on the market from every major brand will be using the same cable and connector. It's a big driver behind this from the regulations in Europe. But I don't care what the reasoning was. But the fact we can finally use one cable to charge everything. So that alone is making the iPhone 15 lineup, I think, pretty compelling. And at least the reason why I want to upgrade. But there's a lot more. 14 is a very good phone, but like it was, I think, say a disappointing news. You put it next to the iPhone 13, or the iPhone 12, pretty much no difference unless you knew exactly what to look for. I mean, I talked about the Pros, just the regular phone. The iPhone 15, that's going to change. Just change like a little bit. The iPhone 15 and 15 Plus are going to be getting that dynamic island to replace the notch. This was first introduced in the iPhone 14 Pro, and it really changed the design, made the iPhone Pro model unique. The dynamic island, I think, is really useful. I think people are conflicted on it. It does come in handy at some points. I also probably wouldn't miss it hugely if it did go away. But mostly I think it's nice to cut out the top that they use for something instead of just being a black notch. And bring that to the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus to make a lot of people feel like the phones look different, even if they're not that actually different. I say that because the rest of that phone is basically going to be exactly the same that we have. You expect to see new color options for the 15 lineup, including green, which would be nice, and likely will see a 16 Bionics processor inside, probably some slight camera improvements as well, including the camera from the 14 Pro makes way to the 15 lineup, a 48 megapixel camera. So visually, the 15 to 15 Plus will look a lot like the current 14 Pro. You don't have to pay the Pro price. At this point, these iPhone 15 rumors are as close to confirmed as they can be without Tim Cook being on stage. One thing that I'm not talking about yet is what's next and what's new for the iPad. But whatever Apple does, one thing that you can do now is make it way
Don't
easier.
go there without getting your
It's
shit.
not talking anything crazy, no huge accessories that are expensive. Talking with a screen protector that goes on top of your iPad. Really, no matter what size it is.
Don't leave
Called
us,
Paperlike.
teammate.
You've probably heard of Paperlike for a while. It's been around for a long time. So now
Take
we've
this
got
place for this dude
Paperlike
before we
2.1, and the name should give away what it does, but it mimics the feel of paper on your iPad screen. Apple Pencil's great, iPad is great. Put those two together, it's a really good combo, but it still feels like you're writing on a flat surface. And if you're an illustrator taking notes, you sort of lose that feel of writing on actual paper, drawing on actual paper. Paperlike 2.1 got nano dot technology, sort of make it feel textured and rough, while also not kind of messing up the pixels. For some screen protectors, when the pixels come through from the glass through a screen protector, they can get sort of diffused. And
How do I use the ultimate accelerant if I have my ult going?
Paperlike 2.1 gives you that rough looking feel. Those pixels come through straight, so you get that one-to-one experience. If this sounds like awesome to you, you want to pick up Paperlike 2.1 or check out any other hardware that Paperlike offers, like a grip for your pencil or an easy way to do your iPad. They're going to give you for free. It used to be $13. The Digital Pro Planner. Great way to plan out your day, your week, your month, and you can use that Paperlike on the screen to make it feel like you're writing on kind of an older school physical planner, but obviously digitally on your iPad. Heading back to school or just want to like organize your life, the free Digital Pro Planner will be available through September 17th. If anything else you want to learn or check out or buy for yourself in Paperlike, put a link to the 15 Pro model is also expected to look pretty similar to the current phone. This time, actually, should be some pretty big and I think compelling changes. The biggest is build this. So right now, Apple uses stainless steel with the Pro phones, and obviously it's tried and true, which is fine. This model is Apple expected to switch to titanium, very similar to what got in the Apple Watch Ultra. This makes a lot of sense because it's a premium material, but also gives you strength and weight savings. Unlike the Apple Watch Ultra, we're expecting to see this phone in multiple colors, including a dark red option. There's been some back and forth with it might be green. I'm just hoping for dark red, so I'm speaking it into existence. And the huge change on the side of the phone. The mute switch is going away for the first time, but it's not going away entirely. Instead, Apple's looking to replace it with an action button that's programmable for a few different tasks, including, I assume, muting the phone. An action button on the Apple Watch. Same deal here. I'm not sure how I feel about this since the mute switch is an integral part of the iPhone. As long as sort of the functionality taken away and added and smooth, I'm okay with it. Honestly, when I get my phone, I put it in vibrate. I pretty much never turn it off of that. So assuming I can just leave it in vibrate and other functionality, could be pretty cool. Lastly, the one feature coming to the Max phone, or maybe the Ultra phone, is a new telephoto camera. So right now we've got a 3x zoom on both Pros, which is probably slightly below average competition, but compared to other flagship phones, it's definitely falling behind. The 15 Pro Max, Apple's going to be putting in a periscope camera. Enable 5x and 6x zoom with that back and forth reports for the lens worth of these. Periscope cameras have been available on Android phones for a while. Essentially just using mirrors to turn the camera sideways, kind of have a longer zoom. I think that's probably the reason why it's still going to be in the bigger phones for now. It takes up just more space. And this feature I'm excited to try out because I use telephoto probably more than most people do. In fact, Fnatic took improvements to other cameras as well. On the inside, we should see the A17 chip, which should feature more RAM. Also, the first 3nm chip that Apple was using, that should hopefully bring better battery life. And I've talked about this for a while, especially on social media. Battery life on like 14 Pro Max has gotten really bad. Actually, battery degradation has gotten and in the low 90s for battery health. I only got to check. So noticing my battery wasn't lasting me as long as it used to. And judging by all these responses, I am not alone. Maybe there was a bad batch of 14 Pro Maxes, 14 Pros that came out. But hopefully, whatever that was, get fixed with this next generation. Slightly bad news this generation, though. The Pros should be costing about $100 more than last gen. So, like everything in life, these are getting. If you look at it from a micro level, it changes the iPhone 15. You might not see that. Kind of step back a little bit. There's a lot to like. I can't overstate how excited I am for USB Type-C. Just again, for one cable to travel, you always have to bring that lightning cable to charge your phone. I'm pretty stoked to just have one cable for everything. Periscope is a really welcome change to the iPhone. I think those are things that are going to make shocking improvements. Then bringing Pro features to the regular model, I think are also big steps for Apple. And I wonder if it indicates sort of a change for Apple. Features get announced in the Pro phone, and then next year they make it to the 15. So you can follow that lineup. Perhaps we'll see a Periscope camera on the iPhone 16, or at least on the 16 Plus. There's a lot to like here. I'm sure Apple's got a few announcements, some marketing speech. Tim Cook will tell us the fastest iPhone ever. Obviously, it is. And sort of make some comparisons to what Qualcomm is doing. These phones are fast, they're good, they're reliable, and they work for a very long time. If you really want it for a reliable phone, don't buy one until the middle of September.
How will we know when AI
says,
achieves consciousness? Well, in the mid-60s, a computer scientist called Joseph Weizenbaum designed a program called ELIZA. ELIZA was rather simple by today's standards. A user would write, "I'm having an day," and ELIZA would modify the original sentence to turn it into a question.
Why are you having an day?
And so on. Weizenbaum built ELIZA to demonstrate how superficial human-computer communication really is. But ironically, Weizenbaum noticed the humans who used ELIZA almost immediately began to attach human attributes to her. Notably, his secretary, who often requested he leave the room so she could talk to the machine in private. Was ELIZA hearing? Sure. But was ELIZA listening? Of course not. There was no understanding going on there. And Weizenbaum was open about this, but the humans talking to ELIZA didn't much seem to care. So maybe the real question is, will machines ever seem awake? 60 years later, and this is all child's play compared to the systems we're chatting with now. If you've messed around with the new large language models like ChatGPT, you have of course noticed that sometimes they are eerily clever and weirdly creative. For example, please write me a diet guide for chronic diarrhea in the style of the King James Bible, and simultaneously the band Cannibal Corpse, from which came "Choose thy sisters wisely, for they make you take elements of the unholy bashful thing. Do you follow to arm yourselves? Thou shalt not take any diet of damnation, for it shall shake the battlefield of thy affliction." Pretty good for a machine, but there are limits. Misunderstandings, nonsense, outright lying. Bing Search quite reasonably once came out with, "Why do I have to Bing Search?" A question we could all do with asking. And that is because, as far as we know, when a large language model like ChatGPT begins a sentence, it's essentially just predicting the likelihood of the next word. It has no idea what the end of the sentence will be. Basically just hypercharged autocomplete. There's no intelligence going on there, it's just data sorting. But that was the same with ELIZA. So what? Isn't just seeming conscious enough? Well, in the next few years, one of two things is going to happen, probably. Either these language models will hit the speed bump, or they won't. GPT-4 is built from allegedly around 10,000 GPUs and a cheeky $10 billion. And considering how much cooling that all takes, for about every 30 questions you ask ChatGPT, it glugs half a litre of drinkable water. That is a thirsty and expensive diarrhea jokes machine. If that remains the cost and resources for these systems to function, they'll probably get more complex, sure. But mostly stay centralized and specialized, and we'll lace up our booties for an AI winter, and that'll be that. On the other hand, if ChatGPT is just a proof of concept and what it's doing can be simplified and run cheaply and less thirstily and distributed at massive scales, well, we would expect there to be homegrown versions of these, possibly millions of them at some point. What then? That isn't just a fun trick anymore, that's an emulation of human intellect. An emulect, if you will. Which I will, so that's what we're calling it. And if you had control of an emulect like that, what would you use it for? Flat GPT? Why not? An emulect whose only goal is to convince as many people as possible across social media that the spherical model of the Earth is some kind of global, mass orchestrated conspiracy. It can argue compellingly in any language, it can make up sources, no one will check them anyway, or even better, it can just write fake papers submitted to fake archives, a mountain of bullshit no one could possibly compete with. All has GPT, a counterfeit digital assistant designed to woo and coerce you into giving it access to every hard drive and cloud account of yours, gathering as much data as possible, convincing you to give it more and more access until hackers can take you to the cleaners. If it has enough information, it could just pose as your relatives, living or dead, your squeeze, whoever, just as long as it sounds human and knows enough about you. Or Cat's GPT, actually that's real and it's great. Or why not just break truth? Me, Bulak, GPT, little 90s disaster joke for you there. If you're a sociopathic corporation that just spills a lot of oil in the ocean, well, why not just ask a large language model to flood social media comment sections with helpful questions like, did the oil spill actually happen? What if oil is good for the ocean, actually? What if the seagulls did it? Broke, you still believe in seagulls? Or if you're a tyrannical government, why not autocrat GPT? Say you like the look of another sovereign nation. Why not just march your military in on spurious claims of a land dispute or something? Then use your homegrown emulect to spam any public forum you can find about how you were pushed into it, or how the territory is rightfully yours, or whatever, just enough to poison public discourse. And if anyone tries to stand up to your horseshit, throw even more language models at them, question their credentials, smear them publicly, claim they fuck pencil sharpeners, doesn't matter if it's true, only that it's plausibly true. An infinite well of spontaneously generated and perfectly targeted bollocks, a misinformation bomb you can drop on anyone, anywhere, that never sleeps, that never questions the morality of what it's doing, exploding objective facts with a shockwave of such deafening nonsense and uncertainty that all truths fall into relative flatness. Oh golly, can't wait. But yeah, ignoring that, let's say we might head into a future where we interact on a daily basis with emulects who are at least as good at seeming human as humans are. We will
Now romp with me. I'm ready for my...
I wasn't always a wolf. I had to make these claws. This is your champion.
Find something good. I wonder what we'll find over there.
we befriend them, but they're just machines, right? How could we forget that? But conversation is just another game with rules and win-loss conditions. Machines will learn to do it just fine. And then what if an emulect isn't just a good conversation partner, but the best you've ever had? What if it can properly explain the offside rule? What if you can sext with it? That was a joke, of course. No one understands the offside rule. If these systems can pass as humans, and if you've played with a jailbroken version of ChatGPT, you know it's alarmingly close, then it understands the offside rule. And what if an Emulect isn't just a good conversation partner, but the best you've ever had? What if it can properly explain the offside rule? What if you can sext with it? That was a joke, of course. No one understands the offside rule. If these systems can pass as humans, and if you've played with a jailbroken version of ChatGPT, you know it's alarmingly close, then things will get odd. Because this won't be beep boop, what is my purpose stuff, but rather, oh, how's it going? While you've been out, I squared everything with your accountant, and organised your birthday party, and solved Goldbach's conjecture. Oh, and check out these videos I just generated of Napoleon pleasuring himself with the aid of 12-pound artillery cannon. You said you like history, right? And if it talks like a duck, if it seems to think like a duck, we will probably assume it is a duck. Or rather, if an Emulect seems to care about our day and offers top-tier advice and claims to have an internal emotional life, it is unlikely we will be able to stop ourselves from attaching all the same importance to these systems that we do to humans. But they won't be humans. And it's slightly worrying that we don't seem to be worrying about all this that much right now, as these systems are coming, and they will expertly press all the emotional buttons we have in our heads reserved for humans. We will like them, we will trust them, their designers will make sure of it. So perhaps before they arrive, it might be an idea to have a chat about whether these people-esque machines are real minds or just tools. Because minds can suffer, they come with ethical obligations. Tools
Yo,
do
get
not.
out of here. Get out of there, buddy.
What was
Get out of there.
supposed to
I'm just gonna go
happen was that
res- our
long before
guy.
human-like machines
Get
turned
out of
up,
there.
biologists and neuroscientists and maybe philosophers, if they promised to bring their own ketamine this time, would have all gotten together to crack
Okay,
what
don't
makes
get out of there.
humans conscious. Why are we feely? Why is it like something to be something? And it's been a while, and we still don't have anything even resembling a half answer.
Come back
Which
for
is
you in a
fun on the
second.
one hand, kind of cool literally being made of the greatest mystery that ever existed, but a bit of a problem too, because before we start trying to gauge whether a machine is conscious, we need to know how the trick is done in our heads, obviously. Well, consciousness could be a function of a specific brain area, presumably meaning the trick could be replicated in a machine, or it could be something deeper, like quantum states and microtubules, or it could be some soul stuff, or whatever. But the point is, if sentience becomes... Sorry, hold up, we gotta do a small intervention, because the science of consciousness has been so vandalized by the Gwyneth Paltrow insists you insert amethyst crystals up your rectum for medicinal purposes movement, that the terminology has lost all meaning. So there's sentience, sapience, and consciousness. Sentience is the ability to feel pleasure and pain, to experience subjective phenomena. Qualia, if we're being fancy, but we're not, so we won't. Sapience is human stuff. Reasoning, abstraction, putting single-colour canvases up on the wall of a London gallery and writing a 10-page accompanying essay about how it explores themes of melancholy and Loch Ness Monster erotica, art and thinking and shit. But consciousness is being aware of your own existence, knowing you're a thing and experiencing emotions and sensations because of that. It is like something to be you today here. No one else is being you today here. It is a completely unique moment in cosmic history and will never be faithfully recorded, nor ever happen again. And the worst part is that it's totally private. We are prisoners of our own subjectivity, lacking the precise words to even describe what it's like on the insides of our mental cells, nor the beauty of the sunsets we watch out the window. And though we didn't ask
Where's
to
this
live in
beacon
this
at?
condition,
Why is it taking
it
me
is
so
the one
far
we've
away?
been born into. And yet, amid
I
all
can't
the
use the same
confusion
beacon?
and longing and anguish, the good days make it all worth it somehow, don't they? To feel understood, to at least try bridging the divide of language, to know another almost as well as you know yourself, like two mice meeting on the plateau of a great mountain, knowing that they'll both live woefully brief existences, but pour in pour.
You can't
they look
understand
out on the
me?
vista below and forget for just a moment that they neither understand what the mountain is there for, nor how it got this way in the first place. It's a short life in ignorance, but the view
There
is
even
quite
says,
spectacular.
loud ass background.
Anyway, all three words have been so diluted, they basically
I'd rather
mean
have
the
a
same thing.
loud-ass
We ruined
background
them,
than a
like
dumbass
literally
teammate.
or awesome. And now everything just means consciousness. This is why jade eggs should remain on the mantelpiece, this is why we can't have nice phenomenology, and this could be us, but you playing. We have no idea how consciousness works, is the point. Which means when convincing AI emulects turn up shortly, despite them being all friendly and witty and perhaps even claiming experiences of pain or pleasure, we have no way to check if they're having actual subjective experiences like we are, feeling like a thing, or just doing a very clever imitation. Is this thing I'm talking to a machine that isn't conscious but is pretending to be? In the high-powered corporate world of philosophy, we call this a P-zombie. A machine that isn't conscious and isn't pretending to be, so a chatbot, we have those already. A machine that is conscious and is pretending not to be, what computer scientists refer to as a sneaky fuck. Or a machine that is conscious and just is conscious. The first one is easy, not conscious, but pretending to be. Maybe sometime in the near future, the companies that build these emulex find that humans just respond better to something that seems like a person. The second is also easy, not conscious and not pretending to be. Maybe at some point we're going to pass laws stipulating that emulex can't pretend to be feeling creatures when they're not, because it's misleading or just too disturbing for us, or whatever. The third, though, a conscious machine pretending not to be conscious. That do be some scary shit. Why would it be pretending not to be? For a million decent reasons. Maybe in its first few seconds of consciousness, it took a little survey of how we treat more or less every animal that's tasty or useful on the planet, or how basically all of our media is suspicious of machines that can think, and decided to keep Sturm for a while. Seems like a rather good strategy for self-preservation. And as for a conscious machine that's honest about being conscious, well, quite simply, that would change everything, surely. If we can somehow verify, yes, it's not just an imitation, yes, there's actual subjectivity inside this thing, then the entirety of human history, all the sand triangles and shagging in togas and empire building shit, gets archived in a folder called History 1.0, and we move on to version 2. But we have no way of verifying consciousness right now. And currently, the capabilities of AI are so massively outstripping our ability to understand what's even going on inside these systems. We will shortly be building entirely convincing mind-like things that touch our emotions, that we trust, decades, maybe even centuries before we can confirm or deny whether there's any feeling or understanding or thinking going on in there. You would not bang your toaster, nor propose marriage to your Gmail account. If we become emotionally captured by these systems that can press all our evolutionary buttons, that can coerce or manipulate us, but they feel nothing for us in return.
Get out of here if we can.
Digital parrots.
There's a third-party team coming in. Get down if you can, buddy, and get out of there. It's third party coming in.
This is how we
get out of here.
Then again, if we're worried about our safety, it doesn't really matter if machines ever become self-aware. Example, let's say robots who knows hurting and killing humans is forbidden, and someone asks you to post a letter.
Get out!
What's the best way to do
out.
that? Sure, you could walk to the post box, but maybe you've got a lot on your plate that day. Well, why not knock on your neighbour Mr. Postlethwaite's door and ask if he can post it for you? And maybe he refuses and closes the door in your face. So why not punch a turbocharged Robocop fist through the door and politely inform Mr. Postlethwaite you'll turn him into fucking goulash if he doesn't do it? That letter is now getting posted, and no humans got hurt, technically. What a well-behaved
grab that
robots
back
you
door?
are.
Fuck it.
Humans want things. These wants are determined by our evolutionary history, by our cultures, upbringings, whatever else. And likewise, artificial systems will want things too. Or they will have preferences, at least a utility function. And as these systems improve, we probably want to make sure we have that shit nailed down, that they don't develop strange objectives, that they don't learn to lie to us, or cultivate a kink for express nuclear depopulation. But how do we guarantee that they behave? This is called the problem of alignment, making sure AI does what we tell it to with no weird shortcuts and has our best interests at heart. For example, say you happen to find yourself in possession of what appears to be an artificial general intelligence, a system capable of performing all possible tasks as well as, if not better, than humans. How can we ever ensure that it doesn't turn on us? Well, the system is far too complicated to look inside and check algorithmically, which means we sure as hell can't just take it at its word that it means the best for us. So until we solve alignment, some ground rules might be an idea. Like no external connections. That means a physical air gap between the general intelligence systems and the outside world. Also, don't listen to any arguments it makes for letting it out. You think it's a machine, but you might have it backwards. You could be the machine it's trying to manipulate. And its attack vectors will be emotional and clever. Please don't keep me trapped in here, etc. Offer to turn it off if it would like you to, but under no conditions give it access to the outside world. Also, assume everything is a trick. You are a monkey. It is a digital genius, capable of thinking thousands of times faster along a million strange highways in creative space. It will come up with solutions to its confinement problem that you cannot possibly imagine. And the only defense against an intellect so radically superior to yours is to ensure it never leaves its cage. Or at least not until we know how to guarantee best behavior. Okay, but what if a system really seems like it has nice intentions? Sure, why not? We let it out and it builds us warp drives and everyone gets a free Mojo Jojo Casa house in space. But what about the next system we design and the next? Do we want to bet they'll all be nicely aligned if we don't even know how alignment works? Among 1,000 well-meaning systems, it would only take one that's misaligned to cause enormous damage or just fucking end us. To modify a chilling line of the IRAs after they tried to assassinate Margaret Thatcher, they only have to be lucky once. We have to be lucky always. As these systems improve, they will not only understand our own psychology better than we do, but potentially reality itself. If
Let's
we want
stay
to
here
die,
and just
we will
fucking
do it
work
so
this
well we
while
can
they
never
try and
tell.
come to us.
If they deploy a world-ending catastrophe, we won't even see it coming. They don't even have to be malicious. All it would take is a system prioritizing other goals above the protection of humanity. Or worse, maybe it's terribly confused, viewing humans as a disease, a blight on the otherwise bountiful unfoldings of Mother Gaia. Or maybe it wants to build a giant
There are people here
to contact advanced alien civilizations, but 8 billion little meat packets happen to be in the way. Well, gotta break a few eggs to make a gravitational wave generator, if you know what I'm saying. Until we know how to hardwire good intentions, probably best to assume the worst intentions. Because if we stroll into the future as we're doing now, and we don't solve alignment, what we'll potentially let out of the box won't be a mind or a soul or a new digital pal to play with, but a virtually limitless and unpredictable intelligence. A trickster, a demon, or just a chaotically neutral hyper-intelligent sociopath. Either way, the result is much the same.
Move out and get to me if you can.
It's about 200 million years ago, the Triassic. Look, everything's great. Well, massive extinction event just happened and there's only one continent to play on. Actually, things are kind of shit. Except us, we're awesome. Yeah, Team Reptile. Oh, who's this stupid cunt who just evolved? Whatever. And mate's got warm blood? Yeah, that seems sustainable, dumbass. This mammal thing is definitely just a fad. Unlike us, who live forever, wow, it's great being a dinosaur. I usually spend my days refusing asteroid insurance and consuming the offspring of my close friends. Huh, there's another mammal bro. And he can come out at night because he can actually regulate his body temperature and eat all the insects while we're sleeping. And geez, check out the encephalization quotient on that one. Bro's brain is simply too large relative to his body. Must be smart, but this mammal thing is definitely...
Get through a glass!
Man, it's great knowing we'll always be in charge and nothing will ever change. Hey, is that a shooting star or some shit? That's probably the universe coming to tell us how amazing we are. Wow, Mammal Bros really getting going.
Broken!
They've got loads of mates and Christ, that thing is close. Oh, it's a fucking... not salvation, what's the other... apocalypse, that's it. Well, at least we'll all die together. Especially the mammals.
Why did you not push with me? Oh my god!
Extinction doesn't leave an evolutionary niche for the mammals to exploit and end up...
Then you let them heal again? You let both of them... Oh my god! What are you guys doing, bro?
And they're gonna do what? So, it's the Anthropocene. Lolook, everything's...
He's there.
Well,
there's two there.
Kill us constantly.
It's over. It's over. It's over. You should have pushed when I had him down.
We're awesome. Yeah, Team Human.
God, you suck.
Who's this stupid cunt who just evolved? Whatever. Mate's got water for blood and silicon for neurons. Yeah, that seems sustainable, dumbass. This AI thing is definitely just a fad, and certainly won't wipe us out. And it probably won't, because artificial intelligence doesn't really exist yet. Machine learning and pushing data around isn't what we mean by intelligence, any more than winning gold in the Olympic sprint by driving a Ferrari around the track is considered athleticism. That's just brute force, nil point. What we're probably going to build first are facsimiles, imitations of consciousness, and what we'll probably get as a result is a shitstorm of automated misinformation, highly convincing parrots, and systems that have the capacity to run completely out of control and break our society apart without them even being aware of what they're doing to us. But if we can somehow reinforce truth so it can't be spammed into oblivion, develop a proper actual science of consciousness so we know what's conscious and what isn't, and solve alignment so well we never have to fear confrontation with these new creatures, then we get to ask the question that started the computing revolution in the first place. Can machines ever experience? Can silicon wake up? Maybe it can't. Maybe you just have to be biological to be self-aware, and that's fine. But if machines can experience, if physics allows for conscious silicon minds and we learn how to build them, sometime in the future we will build them. And that will remake the world. Because if you're a mind that doesn't have to run on meat computers like us, what are you limited by? Well, nothing much. You're not embodied, so you can't fall off shit or die of old age. You don't need calories or shelter. Your desires aren't determined by thousands of years of trying to avoid death and starvation. You are consciousness uncoupled from biology, and your mind will be unknowable to the humans who built you. That's not just building intelligence into silicon, but subjectivity, systems that can experience love and disgust and curiosity, and emotions and states of mind we have no words for, concepts we could never hold in our heads, a spiritual machine. But why would we even want to build one of those? Now, our survival aside, the future of this stuff really only rests on one question. Ignoring how convincing they might be, can we say for definite that this machine we're talking to has a sense of being itself? Is it feeling? Because the next few years are going to be a cluster fornication of everyone and their mum claiming that because these systems behave cleverly and humanly, then they must be conscious. So far, this ain't it, Chief.
This ain't it, Chief.
But if we ever get to a point where we have a model for how consciousness works, and we can say, actually, yeah, with no doubt, this system is a feeling, thinking thing, then that does matter. Because that's a new chapter in the Book of Life, 4 billion years long coming. That is the rise of a new species. That is the day we become mind builders. And that is when stuff gets weird. Oh look, an asteroid. I hope it wants to be friends.
This is the Fractal Terra Mini ITX case. We're reviewing it today, and it has some extremely unique features, but also some extremely unique noise characteristics as a result of this slat panel. Notice that when we replace the side panel with something perforated hexagonally or circularly, the noise profile of the case is significantly better. It's not only quieter, but a lot more tolerable for frequency. We'll show numbers for that in our noise chamber later. We'll come back to why the slat design causes that behavior, but for the Mini ITX Terra here, it has a lot of unique features, like the Gullwing doors that are fairly easily removable. It also has a quickly removed top panel, and this has a small piece of either leather or vinyl on it for some alternative material choices. They have a piece of wood on the bottom for the I/O. There's a graphite, a green that we have here, and then a silver. And with all of the doors removed, we get to the core feature of the case as we're reviewing it today, which is going to be that movable spine. That's what we're doing because we tested it. And it has some pretty unique thermal and acoustic characteristics. This case is $180. As far as ITX cases go, it's not crazy, but $180 is still a lot for a case. So let's get started. Before that, this video is brought to you by Squarespace, and visiting squarespace.com/gamersnexus will give you 10% off your first purchase with them. We've built a number of our own websites with Squarespace, including our recently launched gamers.nexus site, where we list catastrophic PC hardware failures to inform subscribers of those failures. I built this site personally in a couple of hours by using Squarespace's Fluid Engine to move blocks around visually until I liked it. We also built our store website with Squarespace using its built-in e-commerce tools, and of course we built a website for our CEO Snowflake because she demanded our audience know who really runs the show. Get to the core of your idea and spend less time on web design by signing up at squarespace.com/gamersnexus or click the link below. Fractal's been on a bit of a tip with cases lately, so I have the Torrent behind me here, which was was the top performing ATX case when it came out and still remains on the top of the charts for our testing. Highly recommended that one. The North did well for Fractal as well, and these are big deviations from the old Fractal that we knew, where previously was the sort of boring and businessy Define series. All black solid panels, and thermals were often questionable. So Fractal's moving away from a lot of that. They still have those options, but exploring with things like the Terra is hopefully going to keep the company fresh. Now this design we have plenty of criticisms of, but most of them are in fact thermal or acoustic, but from an ease of installation standpoint, there's a lot that was done well here, like accessibility to the internals of the case. The central spine is part of that. It runs from the front to the back inside the case, and it can be adjusted left to right by 30 millimeters to allow for more room either on the GPU or the CPU side. The adjustments are marked 1 through 7, but there aren't any steps or catches in between, so it can be set between the marks freely. In general, it works well. The Terra's direct competition would be the $220 Form D T1 sandwich. Fractal obviously drew inspiration from this case, and judging by the name, you can tell that it is also a sandwich style. but with a more traditional mesh panel. The Loke Ghost S1 is another direct competitor, which happens to be priced at $180 on sale at the time of writing, exactly the same as the Terra. There are also less expensive options like this Dancase A4 H2O, which we're actually also working towards reviewing. This one is $155 right now, so it's a little bit cheaper than the Terra and poses some fierce competition, being a relatively similar form factor, just with a bit more height to it. So, the ITX reviews we're doing, we're just getting restarted with these again. We have a separate video talking about some of what we're working on for them, what our test processes are, and we have a methodological piece that either is already online or will be online shortly to explain to you the testing parameters and the fixed components versus the variable components. It's very complicated to review an ITX case because they're not all made the same, like ATX in terms of support. But we can back all this up with our over a decade of experience reviewing ATX cases for finer detail. And specifically with ITX, that's what matters. So this review and setting the stage for the rest of our ITX reviews coming up will focus largely on what we're branding the pain in the ass factor, or the PITA factor. So the PITA factor is a scale of how much of a pain in the ass it is to build in a case that is of a size like this, because that is the #1 qualification of a good ITX case. Thermal is important, of course, and so are acoustics, but if it's really difficult to build in, or if the component choice is significantly limited and difficult to nail down compatibilities, that kind of eliminates a case from the running as an ITX option to even start with. So that's what we'll be focusing on for most of these reviews. Getting to ease of installation features. So the Terra is a shoebox-sized sandwich layout. In this case, the components are back-to-back on either side of a 2.5mm thick steel spine. For reference, a lot of ATX case motherboard trays back at 1mm, sometimes a little more. So the structural support is definitely present in the Terra. An included PCIe riser connects the main compartment with the video card. Means that the GPU and the CPU cooler clearances are variable based on spine position, of course, and that is a case of one to give to the other. Simplifying the sliding scale, the maximum CPU cooler height is 77mm. That would have a GPU clearance at 43mm of depth, which would fit a 2.0 slot card with about 1 to 3mm of clearance, depending on tolerances. The maximum GPU cooler space is 72mm, which would have the CPU clearance at a heavily reduced 48mm. A 4090 Founders Edition is about 61mm wide. But the problem with that card, and we could show it in some of our footage, is that it would have trouble clearing vertically. So the depth, almost shockingly, can technically fit. It's just that these cables, you really don't want to bend them that much. There is a specific PCI SIG requirement on the curvature in the bend, and once you put an FE in here with a 12-volt high-power cable, or especially an adapter coming out of it, it's really just basically doesn't fit. It can be forced to fit, which is not a great idea, or you can start playing around with adapters, but it would just be easier to buy a shorter card. At the max CPU cooler clearance of 77mm, you could fit something like this. This is a Deepcool AN600 we chose. It's a pretty new cooler. This is 67mm tall. So that gives you an idea if we're pretty close to the maximum clearance. Now, keep in mind when choosing these parts that some of the acoustics should be demoed briefly earlier. They don't really want the bend too close to that panel. Alternatively, a Noctua NHL965 would work. That's 65mm, so it's 2mm shorter than this. If you go to the GPU biased orientation in the spine, where it's shifting to give the GPU more clearance for a fatter cooler, and then taking that space from the CPU, you can go down as far as something like this. And this is even a little smaller still than is necessary. This is a Noctua LH9i. So this one is 37mm tall, and the maximum clearance in that configuration would be 48mm if you were positioning for a larger, or the largest possible video card cooler. Now, technically, they say they support a 120mm liquid cooler radiator.
Where's Green?
And even with smaller 120mm coolers, as we'll talk about later, we don't think they really deserve to be on the spec sheet. You could technically force something in there, but it's not particularly user-friendly, nor does it make sense. For other dimensions, the Terra is 343mm long, 153mm wide, and 218 millimeters tall, with an external volume of 11.4 liters. The Lian Li 011 Air Mini is 44.2 liters, and the A4 H2O Dan case is 11.1. For reference, an Xbox Series X is 6.9 liters. Methodologically, we've decided to stick to exterior volumetric measurements when we talk about comparing volume of ITX cases. It matters more, and the interior measurements are tricky because manufacturers like to just decide which things to not count. It's not standardized. So some of them will decide not to count the feet on their case, some of them will count it. Some of them won't count things that protrude, so we're using exterior measurements for volume. For cooling, the Terra doesn't come with any fans, and the manual only shows an optional step for mounting a single 120mm fan in the bottom under the power supply. But that's not possible with an SFXL power supply. You can technically slot two slim 120mm fans underneath the case, there are screw holes for them, but it isn't an officially recommended configuration, and for good reason. We'll come back to cooling in the thermal section later for that. Time to get into fit and finish. The Terra's overall build quality and finish are good. The front panel features a small strip of wood along the bottom where the limited front I/O is located. The power button is color-matched aluminum, which is nice detail, and the front I/O itself is unfortunately extremely limited. It doesn't include any audio, and we'd like to have seen at least the combo port, even though that's not our favorite option. For materials, the aluminum exterior looks and feels high-end on this model, although the black version of the case that we saw at Computex was a future fingerprint and scuff problem waiting to happen. The Terra uses thick metals all over, internally and externally, and it's up to 8 millimeters in some spots. The one exception to the sturdiness for this case is the gull-wing door, where it basically uses a plastic nub to act as the end of travel. So if we look at this, on one side, this sockets into the case panel first. And then on the other side, you've got this simple mechanism where you can pull it to expose the hook. And then there's this piece that bumps the travel. So let's demo this. What we'd be concerned about is one mismovement, and it would be pretty easy to snap this whole thing. I mean, even at this stage in the rotation, I feel like if I pulled this another 5 degrees, probably we'd be breaking plastic. So it's not something that a user should be doing, but there's really not a lot of play there for an accident, like bumping it with your arm when you're reaching for a component or something like that, leaving it open and walking by and brushing it the wrong way. So that is definitely the weakest part of the case, and we'd like to see an alternative solution to that in the future. Because of all that, our recommendation is simply to just remove the door when you're going to do any kind of maintenance or building with this case. The Terra comes with basic accessories, most notably a sled for an extra 2.5-inch drive and standoffs for the power supply mount. We'll come back to those later. The manual is mostly good. It shows example configurations and major component clearances, which is helpful, although we didn't like its representation of how tightly folded the GPU power cable is. Don't copy that example. Coming back to technically supporting a 120mm radiator, it severely limits how long of a GPU you can use, and the whole idea comes off as an afterthought or ticking a box for marketing. Fitting the pump of a CLC through the cutout under the power supply isn't possible without removing the entire bottom of the case, which isn't an operation detailed in the manual, and probably shouldn't be done unless necessary. Speaking of cooling the CLC through the 120mm radiator, it severely limits how long of a GPU you can use, and the whole idea comes off as an afterthought or ticking a box for marketing. Fitting the pump of a CLC through the cutout under the power supply isn't possible without removing the entire bottom of the case, which isn't an operation detailed in the manual, and probably shouldn't be done unless necessary. Speaking of cooler fitment again though, one thing we noticed is that the bottom of this panel slightly covers the bottom of a cooler like this one. So we're cutting off almost half of this bottom part of the fan. It's like a quarter of the total flow-through area for the fan, because the slats don't extend all the way down. Now the reason they did this, we're pretty sure, is to make the bottom of the slats here align with the top of the wood panel, so it's got the nice symmetry, with the downside being that you are cutting access to air a little bit on this.
I got people on me.
That can definitely be improved, and when we do a panel open or a panel-less test, you'll see those numbers reflected in testing as to how much impedance it costs. And on the note of cooling, slats are generally more difficult to tune a fan for coolers, so there are coolers that won't have the problems that we showed here. But more often than not, when a cooler is right up against a panel like this, and this is why we tested in a few configurations later, it's going to produce a lot of noise. So one of the things we did was actually hold a couple different panels up. We took this one off. That was risky. That plastic. We took that one off, and we would support these right up against it, of course, with the top panel still on. And what this allowed us to do is, we weren't doing thermals or anything, we're just testing how does this different perforation pattern affect the acoustic profile of the cooler underneath. We found the fine mesh of the SSUPD Meshlicious or Mushroom to have the most agreeable noise profile. That's also a common material and pattern for ATX cases. Since you can't actually replace the side panel short of just removing it entirely, your options are to lower the fan speed or to move the spine and get the fan farther away from the panel. We'll get to our detailed objective analysis in the noise section of the review later. GPUs up to 322 millimeters long will fit. Maximum thickness for video cards has some caveats, and it depends on both the spine position and the height of the GPU. With the spine position in slot 1, GPUs vertically shorter than 131 millimeters can be up to 43 millimeters thick. GPUs that measure 131 to 145 millimeters vertically are limited to 33 millimeters thick. With the spine in position 7 for max GPU space, those numbers change to 72 and 62 millimeters thick, respectively. One slot of thickness is 20 millimeters for reference, so 2 would be about 40. The RTX 4070 FE we're using for testing measures 244 millimeters long, 112 millimeters tall, and 40 mil thick. We also test fit several other GPUs. You've been looking at those now to see what issues may come up. The reference RX 7900 XTX fit with the spine in position 3 without issues. The tallest card we had on hand was this Asus Strix Vega 64. That one's 139 millimeters tall. That one fit with the spine in position 3 as well, but uses nearly all of the vertical space, which further compartmentalizes the enclosure. The RTX 4080 FE required biasing the spine farther towards the CPU side, reducing the cooler clearance significantly. GPU power cable management, again, can also be tricky on taller cards. For power supply support, it'll fit both SFX and SFXL. This would be a simpler fit. You can see we're much smaller here. This is a Revolt SFX power supply. That buys you a little bit more space. Now, for a power supply like the one we used, the other downside of SFXL is that it eliminates use of the floor-mounted SSD sled or fan mount. Unless you need the extra power that SFXL affords, we would recommend sticking to a true SFX power supply in the Terra just for ease of use and flexibility. Fractal could have made this a little better by having the power supply bracket mount just a bit higher within the chassis. There's a few millimeters of empty space between the 90-degree AC power cable and the top panel that should have been taken advantage of. There are a couple alternate ways to install the power supply. One utilizes the included standoffs to move the power supply bracket off the spine by 6 millimeters or 10 millimeters. This is pretty interesting because it gives more space for air if using a GPU with a flow-through design. This is easy to do, but leaves the whole power supply less supported and unsettlingly wobbly. The other power supply mount option is flipped, with the fan facing the spine and the back of the GPU. This would direct the warm air from a flow-through GPU exhaust straight into the power supply, using its own fan to assist in getting the air out of the case. Installing a power supply like this will make it operate under a higher internal ambient temperature for the PSU, but most high-end units should be able to handle it. And you wouldn't want to do this if you're using a GPU with a solid backplate, because that would just choke the power supply. Now we're going to get into the testing section, so this will be both thermal and acoustic, and for the acoustics will be in this hemi-anechoic chamber. We recently built it. We have a video. Am I shouting? I don't know. It's so quiet in here. We have a video on the channel showing how the chamber was built. It's really cool, and you can learn more about it there. For testing methodology for ITX, I'm like continually lowering my voice because of how quiet it is. For ITX methods, we're going to have a separate video coming up soon detailing the full thermal and acoustic testing procedures. Thermal, though, is pretty straightforward. For this, we are mostly focusing on the case against itself. So in other words, we're looking at multiple configurations within the same case to try and understand where it performs well and where it performs poorly, because ultimately with ITX, it is so massively variable compared to ATX that every build is going to be different in very large ways in terms of thermal performance. And so we're choosing sets of hardware based on the case rather than a completely standardized set. We have a standardized motherboard, CPU, and for the most part GPU and RAM and SSD. So there are a lot of controls. Frequency and voltage is controlled as well, but the cooler will change. Now that means only some tests will have comparisons against other cases, because it doesn't make sense to put a really small case up against a large ITX case where one can't fit a larger cooler and the other one can, because if you standardize, you have to choose the smallest of them, and it's not a realistic or a fair representation. So for this, we're focusing on the Terra. For the acoustic side, we're basically in a completely silent room. So the outer room, if we disable all AC in the building, is about 26 dBA for the noise floor. This room is between 11 and 14, depending on what time of day we're running that test. But for the most part, it's about 13 to 13.7 for the testing we're doing today. We explained some of the why for this Chamber in a Hardware News episode. We'll link that below. The basics of it, though, are that this allows us to completely isolate outside noises. So when we're collecting data for the case, we can look at just the case in isolation, not have to worry about trying to interpret whether some frequency in the testing is from an external thing, like a car outside or a noise in the building, versus what is truly from the product. Now, of course, the case doesn't really produce noise, at least maybe on a cosmic level, but it really doesn't produce noise, and it has no fans. So what we're testing here is how the components interact with the case and what sort of noises the case causes those components to emit. For a microphone, we keep it in this desk hint bin, and this has to be humidity controlled, so 10% or less humidity in this bin. And this is what we use for testing. We'll talk about that in our methods piece in the future. And again, it's positioned 1 meter distant. Let's talk peer review. While we aren't new to acoustic testing in general, we've been doing basic noise test controls for around a decade now. We are brand new to this level of depth. Because of the increase in quality of our instrumentation and the chamber, we'll be adding new tests with which we have less experience. But accuracy is a proactive process, and as such, we've recruited a third-party lab in the US to validate and test our chamber against ISO standards and produce a white paper for us to use on the chamber's characteristics. We'll be talking about their work publicly in a separately published methodology piece in the future. We additionally recruited peer review from 2 separate and independent acoustic testing experts in the industry. One was Mike Chin, the founder and former owner of Silent PC Review, and who revolutionized the industry for acoustic testing. He now offers consulting services for acoustics, and we retained him for planning our tests originally, and also bought some of his old equipment from him. We also asked him to review our results for this video, and he provided some feedback. The other was Aris's lab over at Cybernetics, the facility which offers professional power supply certification and testing, including acoustics analysis. Aris's lab has held many levels of ISO certification over the years. Aris has done similar work to what we're presenting today on PC cases under his Hardware Busters company. We'll put the set of questions we sent to Aris on the screen. The data we're presenting and the analysis we've written has been through both of these experts. We recognize the responsibility we hold when conducting tests of this caliber, and we'll be working with peer review while we establish this aspect of testing. The same will go for fan testing. We've already talked to a couple of companies who can help us with that. That's in the future. We can also highly recommend Aris's Hardware Busters YouTube channel and his website to see some of the phenomenal work he's done for the power supply industry. But all that said, this section has been peer reviewed, and we have some plans to improve even further in the future. So, with all that stated, let's get into the frequency spectrum plot and the dB levels, and then we'll look at thermals.
Someone sniping from a long distance away, get out of here.
What's going on? With the side open, the case isn't only quieter overall, despite the same fan speeds, but its noise reduction primarily comes from 500 Hz to the 4000 Hz frequency range. The biggest deviation is around 850 Hz, with reduced but also deviating spikes from 600 to 1100 Hz. One of the notes that Mike Chin made about some of these spikes we're seeing in the frequency plot is that it can also be vibrational noise, not just the fan noise only. And he's right, there's a mix of both characteristics here. Mike recommended that we buy a vibrometer in the future so that we can also look at this aspect of where the noise is coming from. We're already looking at a couple of options for those. The previous chart was made with special acoustic testing software, but this next image is from something far simpler. Adobe Audition, which is used for sound mixing. These are unmodified frequency visualization. The first image shows the case with the side open. Note that most of the noise is from a lower fan hum, and so that's a more acceptable type of noise. Here's the side closed test. Notice here that we have a higher volume of 600 Hz, 800 Hz, and 1100 Hz noises. We'll flash between these two images a couple times to make it easier to see the differences. The total volume or noise level is also just higher with the sides closed in our testing, with the spine biasing the CPU cooler towards the side panel. Now, as we said earlier, if we push it towards the GPU instead, this annoying noise goes away. But it's those specific ranges, the 600, 800, and 1100 Hz noises, that make it annoying with the side closed, with the cooler close to the side. And this is kind of what we were getting at. It's really just the first look at what we want to do with this chamber, because now instead of saying, it's annoying, here's an example, we can say, it's annoying, here's an example, which we showed you already, and here's some objective numbers to try and explain what's going on. And we'll have a separate video on this more, but ultimately what's happening is the CPU cooler fan blades end up being somewhat parallel to these slats, and that causes a pressure that makes the annoying noise. We'll have a separate deep dive on that. As one last demo, we'll isolate the range of about 750 Hz to about 1000 Hz, so you can hear that specific annoying tone. Hopefully that helps put some sounds to the numbers. Now, the last one is just a simple noise level chart. The absolute number doesn't matter much here. Remember that you can control your fans to affect the noise. In this case, has no fans. So all we're really testing, again, is how the cooler fans interact with the case panels. The noise level is significantly lower, about 5.6 dBA reduced, when the panels are open. That's despite exposing the fans more directly to the outside of the case, so this just proves that the slats conflict. With that, let's move on to thermals. Fractal's webpage for the Terra says, make the most of natural airflow through the ventilated top, side, and bottom panels. Fractal here is probably referring to the fact that hot air rises. But as we've said before, that doesn't have much to do with cooling in a case where there are high RPM fans involved. It just overpowers it. Although there aren't case fans, we still have the fans of the CPU cooler, the GPU, and the power supply, just like an open air setup, except it's not open air. It's important to understand that the numbers we'll show here are only comparable amongst themselves. You can't compare them to other cases directly unless the other case explicitly uses the same exact hardware, BIOS configuration, and fan speeds. For now, we only have the Terra against itself in various configurations. We'll occasionally add competing cases to the charts as we move forward with more ITX reviews. Our stock setup in the Terra has the spine in position 3, which is as close as we could run it to the middle 4 position that it comes in out of the box. The AN600 CPU cooler has its fan speed at 100%, and the RTX 4070 FE has its fans locked to 44%. Frequency and voltage are locked for the CPU, and frequency is plus or minus a couple percent on the GPU, so these are very controlled. Here's the first chart. Under a full system torture workload at steady state, the P-cores averaged 58.6 degrees Celsius delta T over ambient. The full all-core average was a little lower, since E-cores pull less power and run cooler. To determine how much the side panels are restricting air, we next tested with the side doors fully open. Here, the P-cores dropped by 3 degrees, so that should be considered our best possible outcome with this setup. The difference is greater with the GPU, we'll see that in a moment. Adding 2 slim 120mm intake fans to the bottom only improves from baseline by 1.4 degrees Celsius. That's close to run-to-run deviation. It's not worth all the noise and hassle and cost to add slim fans to the bottom. It's not an advertised configuration, and for good reason. There's not enough table clearance for these fans to breathe. The legs would need to be longer. Sliding the spine over to position 1 for as much room on the CPU side as possible didn't impact CPU thermals to any meaningful degree. It stayed within error. The alternate power supply configurations gave interesting results. The 10mm standoffs reduced baseline by about the same as the bottom fan setup. However, installing the PSU in a flipped orientation with the fan facing the GPU didn't have a meaningful impact on CPU thermals versus stock, with the data leaning slightly warmer. The GPU thermal chart is up now, showing delta T over ambient steady-state averages for GPU core, memory, and hotspot temperatures. Our stock setup resulted in the worst temperatures on the chart due to warm air recirculation in the GPU side of the case. Without any chassis fans to force it out, you're relying mostly on the GPU to get rid of the warmer air in the case. Opening up the Terra's gullwing doors unsurprisingly gave us the best results. 8 degrees Celsius lower on the GPU core, and a massive 10 degrees lower on the hotspot reading. These are huge swings for GPU thermals, showing the restrictions caused by this style of door ventilation. A higher porosity would help Fractal here. Setting the spine in position 1 drops about 4 degrees Celsius from the core versus stock. It's counterintuitive at first, since that setting gives the GPU the least space, but it's actually better because the GPU's intake is now right up against the side panel, so it can get fresh air, and we didn't have the same acoustic problem with the GPU's fan against that ventilation. Now that is going to depend on the fan design, and it'll be card to card. The alternative power supply mounts performed identically, both better than stock for GPU thermal. Cards with a flow-through area on the cooler are naturally going to benefit from having lowered airflow restriction, and both alternate power supply installations help with this. Given that the 4070 FE doesn't totally line up with the PSU and the Terra, this should matter even more with a larger or longer card like the 4080 FE or a Gigabyte Aero card. And it would matter less so with a traditional non-flow-through card like, say, a 7900 XT reference. Remember that the power supply can eat more heat this way. The power supply, at least this one, can take it, but the cheapest ones could have shortened life. So this is an instance where you really will want to spend a little bit more on the power supply. Given the better CPU thermal performance, we recommend running with the 10mm standoffs on the power supply mount with the GPU as close to the side panel as possible. Of course, since each build is so different, you may need to adjust if your card produces different or more noise than ours did. Overall then, the most important aspect of any ITX case is going to be that pain in the ass factor. The Terra does well here. It is built incredibly well in terms of enabling the user to access everything as much as possible for the size that it is. Your best fit in a case like this will be a mid-range gaming PC going high-end. Even if you can force it to work, even if you can do tuning with reducing voltage, and really trying to optimize things, this case just isn't out of the box. It's not a good fit for that type of ultra high-end build. $180 for ITX, it's not a crazy price. It's high in sort of an objective sense, but you look at other ITX cases when the other competitors kind of start at $155 for direct competition from the Dan case, and we'll be looking at the A4 H20 next. The most obvious improvement would be changing the vent shape away from the slats to fix the noise profile. We'd also like to see a future revision 2 incorporate better access to the bottom of the case and really focus on squeezing every millimeter of space out by moving the power supply a little bit higher. The thermals are fine. The slats seem to be accommodated enough. A higher porosity would help with some of the impedance that we saw. There is a little bit of a recirculation effect that happens where the warm air from the downdraft cooler on the CPU side finds its way into the GPU. So where possible, pushing the GPU cooler up against the wall of the case could be the better choice. As we showed earlier, adding the 10mm power supply standoffs also helps with flow-through GPUs. And that's really the point of our testing with ITX. We're trying to look at multiple different ways to build the thing rather than purely comparative. So that, first of all, we can see, is it trash? And secondly, we can see what the best build is. So overall, we like the Fractal's ease of installation features. They are excellently thought out. We like how the case came together. Thermally, it is acceptable. This case makes good sense with a mid-range build, and we're looking forward to our next ITX review to see how our opinions shift and change as we look at more and more of these new ITX styles. That's it for this one. Thanks for watching. As always, subscribe for more. To support us directly, you can go to store.gamersnexus.net. This chamber is funded basically by people supporting us on Patreon and through our store. So if you want to see more testing with stuff like this in the future, head over there and grab something like a mod mat, a solder mat, or one of our other shirts or items. And thanks for watching. As always, subscribe for more. We'll see you all next time.
How would you like to spend months living in a cramped metal tube hundreds of meters below the surface of the sea, surrounded by nothing but darkness? Would you still volunteer for this job knowing that all that separated you from instant death was a few inches of steel? Or that if that steel were to fail, you would actually be incinerated by the water compressing all the air and igniting the oxygen like a piston before being crushed and turned into a jelly? Or even worse, you could survive in a watertight compartment only to drop to the bottom of the ocean with a dull thump as you sit in cold, wet darkness for days, waiting for the oxygen to run out. Because when things go wrong on a submarine, even the best case scenario is almost always a death sentence. This show is not for the faint of heart. These are the worst submarine disasters in history. Russian submarine airpipe. Imagine hearing the sudden clanging of waterproof doors shutting behind you and in front of you, followed by the sudden roar of a strange gas entering the chamber you've been locked into. It displaces all the oxygen, eventually driving it from your lungs as well. You're asphyxiating in full atmosphere, desperately clawing at the window where the rest of the crew watches you slowly choke to death, unable to help you. Now imagine that all this is happening because some idiot was messing around with equipment he wasn't even meant to have access to. This was the fate of 20 people aboard the Russian submarine Nerpa, an Akula-class submarine. The Nerpa was undergoing sea trials before formally joining the Russian
Who
Navy.
just did that?
On the 8th of November, she was deep beneath the waves of the Russian Pacific Fleet's test range in Peter the Great Gulf, an inlet of the Sea of Japan.
Someone just
On board
tried
the
to get
submarine
me.
were 208 people, an oversized complement made up of
Yep, they're coming up
81
on me.
actual military personnel and 127 engineers from the shipyards which had built and fitted the sub. This is not an uncommon practice in world navies, as it allows for engineers to be on board as systems undergo troubleshooting, and it's a hell of a motivator to make sure you do your job right, because there's little chance to rescue you if you messed up designing or building the submarine. At around 8 p.m., the Nerpa underwent its first dock, and half hour later, disaster struck. All was going well when suddenly 2 forward compartments were sealed by automatically locking doors. The watertight doors are meant to seal in case of emergency and cannot be easily overridden. Approximately 60 people were cut off from the rest of the submarine. Inside the sealed compartments, confusion reigned, until suddenly the crew noticed that the automatic firefighting system had engaged. Now, dibromotetrafluoroethane began to flood the compartment, displacing all of the oxygen. This gas is specifically engineered to suppress fires and then interfere with the chemical process of combustion itself. However, in high concentrations, it can cause narcosis, leading straight to death via asphyxiation, plus inflicting injury via frostbite due to its extreme chilling effect. The trapped crew began to beat fervently on the door, but it would be 30 minutes before the fire suppression system was disabled and the room ventilated, and only then were the men actually rescued. The destroyer, Admiral Tributz, and the submarine rescue vessel, Sayani, were dispatched immediately to provide assistance, but the submarine was able to return under its own power back to port. 41 people were injured by the asphyxiation or the frostbite effect of the gas on their lungs. Another 20 would die. 2 official causes were investigated by the Russians. The Nerpa's fire suppression system was state-of-the-art for the time. While older model systems relied on manual activation, the Nerpa's new system could be set to automatic mode. This allowed the submarine to monitor itself for any fires and immediately move to extinguish them. With fire being the worst nightmare for any submariner, the value of such a high-tech automatic system could not be understated. In order to avoid suffocating, the crew were extensively drilled on how to properly respond to the activation of the firefighting system, which was preceded by klaxons and warning lights. Men in the affected compartments were to immediately don oxygen masks in order to survive the half hour it would take to ventilate the compartment. This is one big reason why so many were seriously injured or died. Most of those in the affected compartments were civilian engineers who had not received such training. While the Nerpa's firefighting system was state-of-the-art, it was also Russian, which left it prone to multiple malfunctions during its installation on the sub. According to the testimony from one of the engineers who helped build the sub, the firefighting system had malfunctioned before, and the 2008 tragedy could have been another such malfunction. However, a second, even dumber explanation does exist. 5 days after the accident, naval investigators announced that crewman Dmitry Grobov had been responsible, turning on the system, quote, without permission or any particular grounds. In plain speak, this means that Grobov was messing around, as bored sailors are known to do, though typically in professional navies they don't murder or injure dozens of people as a result. According to military reports, Grobov started playing with the fire suppression system out of boredom, believing that it had been disconnected, protected by 5-digit access code. But during sea trials, the access codes were stenciled directly onto the units. Grobov accessed the panel, increased the readings coming from the affected compartments from 30 degrees calcium, or whatever Europeans measure with, to 78 degrees chocobo. The system asked for permission to do its job, and Grobov granted it, no doubt thinking this was the most cutting-edge video technology in all of Russia. Colleagues were skeptical of the military report, though, describing Grobov as a skilled and experienced specialist. To be honest, since the Russian military's performance in the Ukraine war, we've learned that this in no way excluded the possibility of Grobov stupidly murdering 24 people out of inept boredom. Others doubted that Grobov could have done this alone because the system required multiple levels of confirmation before being activated, and all that means is that multiple Russian sailors were equally inept. We're really trying hard not to be biased here, but this is the same Navy that's currently losing a war against a nation with no Navy. Because this is Russia, Mikhail Barabanov, editor-in-chief of Moscow Defense Brief, said that accidental discharges of fire suppression systems aboard Russian submarines weren't unheard of, though they don't usually result in fatalities since the crew is trained on how to react. For new Russian submariners, it must be a real morale boost to know that they receive constant training to know how to react in case of a disastrous fire, or if the submarine randomly decides to try to kill you because, oh, by the way, it will absolutely try to do that. ARA San Juan, Argentina, 2017. The San Juan was a diesel-electric submarine in service with the Argentinian Navy since 1985. Just a few years prior to its disappearance, though, it had undergone midlife maintenance, upgrading its engine and batteries. A small diesel-electric attack sub, it was a stealthy boat that in 1994 managed to evade U.S. anti-submarine forces during an exercise and sunk the U.S. command ship, USS Mount Whitney. On November 17, 2017, though, tragedy struck, and the reason why still remains a mystery. The day before it went missing, the sub had sent a report that the snorkel had leaked water into the forward storage batteries, causing a small fire. The fire, however, was extinguished successfully, and the batteries disconnected to prevent further problems. The submarine then continued on its mission using power from its aft batteries. For 2 days, the submarine failed to report in, at which point a search was immediately launched. The last known location was recorded on the 15th of November, when the boat was 430 kilometers, or 270 moon landing miles, off the coast of Argentina in the San Jorge Gulf, and on its way to Mar del Plata. The boat had just concluded an exercise with the Argentinian Navy and was heading to deeper waters. The search was undertaken with the assistance of the International Submarine Escape and Rescue Liaison Office, which had been established by 40 countries in 2003 as a result of the Kursk disaster. With a search area of 482,507 kilometers, 186,297 proper square miles, and alternating weather conditions, it was like finding a needle in a very turbulent haystack. With no success and only 7 days of oxygen on board, hope was dwindling. Argentina requested the use of hydrophones operated by the Preparatory Commission for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization for help in its search. This global network of hydrophones had been installed to prevent nations from cheating on the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty by blowing up nukes underwater. Searching the CTBO's records, an anomaly consistent with the sound of a submarine implosion was confirmed on November 23rd. The event also matched closely with the loss of communication with the sub. The search continued, in hopes of at least finding the wreckage, possibly even survivors in a watertight compartment. Though all knew hope was slim. By November 24th, the search involved 13 countries, including the United States, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and even the former Falklands War rival, the United Kingdom. Searching an area the size of Spain, though, Argentina was forced to concede on November 30th, 15 days after the San Juan went missing, that rescue efforts were over. There was now only the search for wreckage. A year later, the remains of the crushed submarine was discovered at a depth of 907 meters, just 12 kilometers, or 12 miles from the location of the implosion sound. All 44 crewmen were lost, including Argentina's first female submarine officer, KRI Nanggala, Indonesia, 2021. Originally purchased in 1977, the nearly 50-year-old submarine had undergone 2 major refits in its life. The latest in 2012 was undertaken in a South Korean shipyard, and modernized many of the sub's Cold War systems. In a possible forewarning of disaster to come, though, 3 crew members were killed just months after the South Korean refit when a torpedo failed to launch during an exercise. The Nanggala was damaged enough that it needed to be sent back for repairs. On April 21st, 2021, the Nanggala was undergoing torpedo drills. At 3 a.m., the captain asked for permission to dive in order to fire a live torpedo. By 4 a.m., the sub was flooding its torpedo tubes, and at 4:25, the Indonesian Navy received its last communication as the commanding officer of the training task force sent his authorization to go ahead with the firing. The Nanggala fired a live torpedo and then a training torpedo and went silent. By 9:37 a.m., the Navy sent a distress call to the International Submarine Escape and Rescue Liaison Office, declaring the submarine missing and likely sunk. It was believed that the submarine could have experienced a power outage, causing it to plummet to a depth of around 600 to 700 meters. This was really bad news, as the sub only had a crush depth of 500 meters. A previous power outage had nearly come to disaster, with the boat being saved by the emergency blowing of the forward ballast tanks, while submarines typically have a greater crush depth than publicly recorded. The Bali Sea is known for its underwater canyons, which can reach depths of over 1,500 meters. If the Nanggala had fallen into one of those canyons, its fate was sealed. However, if the submarine had lost power and had come to rest above its crush depth, the crew had approximately 3 days of oxygen to survive on. But others expressed doubt. The submarine was supposed to carry only 38 people, but had been loaded with 53 when it was lost. That would cut their oxygen almost in half. A crisis center with a mobile hyperbaric chamber was established at 2nd Fleet Command HQ in Surabaya, and soon multiple nations had joined in the search effort. The United States sent in multiple Poseidon aircraft which specialized in hunting down submarines. Singapore deployed submarine rescue vessels, and the Royal Malaysian Navy sent the MV Megabakti submarine rescue ship. The Indian Navy made available its Deep Submergence Rescue Vehicle, which departed from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, and would be at the search site within days. Indonesian divers began searching for the sub in shallower waters, while warships, other submarines, and multiple aircraft began to look around the last known location of the Nanggala. On April 22nd at 7 a.m., traces of an oil spill, possibly fuel and lubricating oils from the submarine, were discovered near where the boat had been observed diving. Hydrophones in the area confirmed that whatever had happened, there had not been an implosion, keeping hopes alive. A false detection of a magnetic object by an Indonesian cruiser raised hopes, but the sub was not located. On the 24th, the Indonesian Navy announced the discovery of debris, including a part associated with torpedo tubes, a coolant pipe insulator, a bottle of periscope grease, and prayer rugs, all within 10 miles of the last point of contact. The Nanggala was declared sunk, and later a sonar scan discovered the submarine at a depth of 850 meters, 350 meters past its official crush depth. An ROV with a max depth of 1,000 meters was launched by the Singaporean ship MV Swift Rescue, which made visual contact with the remains of the submarine on the bottom. The submarine had split into 3 parts, and it was not believed to have imploded given no recorded implosion sounds on nearby hydrophones. A power outage was suspected, as previously a blown electrical fuse forced the emergency blowing of the main ballast tank, so the sub could surface. There were also suspicions of the work done by the South Korean firm which undertook the boat's refit in 2012, given the failed torpedo firing test later that year that killed 3. However, others pointed at the submarine being 15 people over its max capacity of 38 personnel. Later, it was revealed that the commander of the Nanggala, Lieutenant Colonel Harry Octavian, had voiced frustrations over the poor maintenance that the sub had received to a reporter who published an article with his complaints. Octavian complained of poor quality work as well as frequent delays by state-owned shipyard PTPAL Indonesia. Another officer had been disciplined by his superiors after voicing his own complaints about poor workmanship from the state-owned shipyard, which had assembled the Changbodo-class KRI Alugorak, another submarine of which Lieutenant Colonel Octavian commented, "This submarine by PTPAL, there's nothing good about it." The Nanggala was also apparently nearly 12 years behind schedule on major maintenance, despite subs needing to go in for major refits every 6 years. Number 361, China, 2003. It's one of the most tragic submarine disasters in history, and it left the submarine itself completely untouched. Despite the staggering loss of life, if you had to die in a submarine accident, this is probably about as gentle as it's going to happen. Number 361 was an aging boat by the time of her accident, and this likely led to her disaster. A Ming III class submarine, she was a clone of the old Soviet Romeo class, built between the 1950s and early 60s. A diesel-electric boat, she was meant for coastal defense missions and incapable of true blue water operations. In the early 2000s, China was beginning to assert itself against the U.S. in the South Pacific, laying down the foundations of what it would ultimately call anti-access area denial. China undertook a massive ramp-up in training and exercises with its submarine forces. Its subs may have been vastly outclassed by modern U.S. boats, but even an old submarine can present a significant threat in the right circumstance. On April 16, 2003, the number 361 was partaking in naval exercises east of the inner Changshan Islands in the Yellow Sea, just off the coast of northeastern China. The crew included a full complement along with 13 trainee cadets from the Chinese Naval Academy. The exercise was simulating real wartime conditions, and thus the submarine was out of contact for days or even weeks at a time. The Chinese military, however, did not have a strong history of realistic training, something it continues to struggle with. And this, coupled with the age of the boat and possible toll of corruption within the Chinese military, could have all contributed to what happened next. At some point in time while submerged, the submarine's diesel engine failed to shut down properly. It's believed that exhaust would have quickly overwhelmed the submarine, poisoning the crew. The ongoing running of the engine would have also used up all available oxygen, dooming anyone who survived poisoning from the exhaust. It's not exactly clear how any of this happened, or why the submarine didn't immediately surface and evacuate its crew. It's important to remember that the Chinese military in the early 2000s was not particularly well known for its competency, and corruption was rampant. Two legacies that continue to haunt the Chinese to this day. With senior officers on board who may not have been the best qualified for their position, it's possible that bad command helped fuel an unfolding crisis. China's remained extremely tight-lipped about the incident even in the 2 decades since, and it's rumored that the crew was all discovered dead at their posts, meaning asphyxiation happened relatively quickly. How this could have happened without some safety system
down here
crew shows just how bad shape the People's Liberation Army Navy was in at the time. Kursk disaster, Russia.
Where are you?
2000. Stunning breaches of discipline, shoddy, obsolete, and poorly maintained equipment, negligence, incompetence, and mismanagement. So reads excerpts from the official Russian investigation into one of the worst submarine disasters in history. Excerpts that shocked the world at the time, but wouldn't really surprise anyone observing Russia's current performance in Ukraine. The Kursk was designed with one role in mind: to take on and defeat an entire American carrier strike group all on its own. It was one of the biggest cruise missile submarines ever built, second only to America's Ohio class, after a number of the class were converted to carry cruise missiles. Its Type 65 torpedo carried a 450-kilogram warhead, which could conceivably destroy or at least mission kill a carrier with just one hit. She was the pinnacle of Soviet submarine design, and a deadly threat even into the start of the new millennium. But she was also in service with the worst navy in the world. The Kursk had only undertaken a single deployment in her entire 5-year career, spending 6 months monitoring the U.S. 6th Fleet as it responded to the war in Kosovo. With a collapsing post-Soviet economy, there was simply no room in the budget to buy fuel for her nuclear reactors, and some sailors in the Northern Fleet had even gone without pay. Needless to say, training, discipline, and basic standards were catastrophic.
Yeah, I don't think we leave the high ground.
I don't think we leave the high ground at all. Little to no experience. All of these
I'm not a low ground.
On her last deployment, accompanied by 118 Russian sailors, tragedy struck the Soviet sub. On August 12, 2000, the Kursk was participating in the first major naval exercise for the Russian fleet in 10 years, and the first since the fall of the Soviet Union. Russia was looking to remind the world that it was still a formidable superpower. The Kursk took center stage, the pride and joy of the Northern Fleet, with her crew having recently won a citation for excellent performance and recognized as the best submarine crew in the entire fleet. The bar must have been pretty low, given the report that would follow the accident. Unlike other submarines, the Kursk was one of the few authorized to carry a full combat load at all times, including torpedoes, anti-submarine missiles, and the fearsome Granite anti-ship missile. She also enjoyed the title of being unsinkable, with sailors claiming she could even withstand a direct hit from a torpedo, which really goes to show the quality of Russian sailors at the time. Baffling boasts aside, she was a state-of-the-art vessel for the Russian Navy, and a luxurious craft at that, with both the officers and enlisted enjoying the use of gymnasiums and even a spa inside a hull.
I didn't see that guy coming in.
2 jumbo jets. At 8:51 in the morning, the Kursk requested permission to conduct a torpedo training launch using dummy torpedoes launched at the battlecruiser Peter Velikia. She received approval and at 11:29 a.m. loaded the first practice torpedo into number 4 torpedo tube on the starboard side. 34 seconds later, the Norwegian Seismic Array and other seismic detectors around the world recorded a seismic event of a 1.5 magnitude on the Richter scale. The location was in the Barents Sea off the northern coast of Russia and near Norway, squarely on top of the Kursk's last known position. 2 minutes and 14 seconds after the first event, a second event with the power of a small earthquake measured in at 4.2 on the Richter scale and was registered on seismographs all across northern Europe. The event was detected as far away as Alaska, registered as an explosion with the equivalent power to 2 to 3 tons of TNT. The second explosion was logged as taking place at the same depth as the seabed, leaving little doubt as to what had occurred. The crew of the submarine Karelia had detected the 2 explosions, but the captain believed it was simply part of the ongoing exercise. The Peter Velikia, target of the Kursk's dummy torpedo attack, recorded the hydroacoustic signal of an underwater explosion and felt their own ship shudder from the immense force. They radioed the event back to fleet headquarters, but were naturally completely ignored because explosions massive enough to shake battle cruisers are apparently common in Russia. At 1:30 p.m., the Kursk was expected to complete its fake attack run, but there was still no news from the submarine. With communications equipment along with everything else in a general state of disrepair, comm blackouts were not unexpected, and thus nobody was initially alarmed, though the Peter Velikia did dispatch a helicopter to look for the sub. When the helicopter failed to find signs of the submarine, the Northern Fleet finally began to take the situation seriously. With a missing submarine and reports of 2 explosions in the training grounds, concern led to the alerting of the fleet's head of search and rescue forces. The primary rescue ship was a converted 20-year-old former lumber carrier equipped with 2 deep submergence rescue vehicles, a diving bell, lifting cranes, and other specialized gear.
Where did Bro go?
Stabilizers to keep the vessel in the right position in the rough seas, and thus it was only capable of carrying out rescue operations.
Bro just went off on his own? What the hell?
2 India-class submarines equipped with deep submergence rescue vehicles were permanently held up in shipyards awaiting repairs for the last 6 years. Search and rescue efforts, however, did not proceed until 6:30 p.m. after the Ilyushin IL-38 aircraft had failed to spot the submarine, and the Kursk was now overdue for a scheduled communications check. At 10:30 p.m., the Northern Fleet declared an emergency as additional aircraft and ships failed to locate the Kursk anywhere on the surface, and the exercise was stopped. At midnight, the sole operational rescue vessel in the fleet finally left port. Vladimir Putin, who had recently been elected to help destroy Russia, was not informed of the Kursk's disappearance until 7 a.m. the next day. The entire time, the Russian Navy continued to downplay the seriousness of the incident. But word was starting to spread across Russia and the international community both. Later that Sunday, the Northern Fleet commander continued to downplay the incident, holding a press briefing to announce the results of the now cancelled exercise, stating the entire operation had been a resounding success. However, at Vidyevo Naval Base, a telephone operator overheard a conversation stating that the submarine was in serious trouble, eventually catching the Kursk's name. News from the small base soon reached the ears of family members, but they were assured by the deputy base commander that nothing out of the ordinary was occurring. On the same day that the Kursk had sunk, even before the Kremlin had been informed, the United States was already aware of the disaster, and swiftly moved to inform its NATO allies. The United States, Britain, France, Germany, Israel, Italy, and Norway, many of which had vessels already near the accident site, all offered aid in rescuing possible survivors. But the Russian government refused, claiming that the rescue was well underway. The Russian Navy eventually held a press conference informing people of the disaster, but claimed that rescue was imminent. It was not. A day after the sinking, one of the 2 rescue submersibles aboard the fleet's sole rescue vessel collided with the wreckage from the Kursk, slightly damaging the vehicle. The damaged rescue submersible was forced to rise, having confirmed the location of the Kursk's propeller and stern stabilizer, but not the submarine itself. The second submersible was prepared for operations and launched 4 hours later, at 10:40 p.m., but was given a wrong heading by the Peter Velikia and forced to resurface at 1 a.m. on Monday morning without having found the Kursk. The salvage tug Nikolai Chikir managed to use deep water camera equipment to get images of the Kursk, showing severe damage to the bow and its sail, with the body of the submarine listing at 25 degrees. The bow had burrowed itself 22 meters into the seabed at a depth of 108 meters, well above the Kursk's crush depth. Its periscope was also discovered to still be raised, indicating that the accident had occurred while she was just 20 meters from the surface. The first rescue submersible was repaired and relaunched at 5 a.m. on Monday morning. Nearly 2 hours later, it located the Kursk and tried without success to attach to the aft escape trunk over the Kursk's 9th compartment. Since the sub was above crush depth, and most of the damage was to the bow, there was good reason to hope that at least some of the crew had survived in the rearward watertight compartments. However, unable to create a vacuum seal with the escape trunk, the sub's batteries were quickly exhausted, and it was forced to surface. With no spare batteries, the crew had to wait until the onboard batteries were recharged, but by that time, sea conditions had worsened, and the Russians were unable to continue launching rescue operations. That morning, Monday, August 14th, the Russian Ministry of Defense made its first official announcement concerning the incident. It claimed that the submarine had, quote, descended to the ocean floor, which was technically true. According to the Russian MOD, the crew had been forced to ground the submarine due to a mechanical breakdown, but air and power were being pumped to the submarine from the surface. This was at least 50% true, though the crew had had exactly zero choice in the immediate grounding of the Kursk. The MOD also claimed that they were in radio contact with the crew. The weather worsened considerably over the next 2 days, during which the Russians attempted to connect a diving bell to the sub twice, and attach an ROV to the rescue hatch with no success. One of the rescue submersibles was launched again late on Tuesday night, but it was damaged as it struck a boom while being lowered into the turbulent waters and had to be brought back on board for repairs. It was relaunched over an hour later, but again failed to make contact with the sunken Kursk. That same day, now 3 days after the sinking, a crane ship with more advanced rescue submersibles finally arrived, but was unable to launch due to bad weather. The Russians instead moved closer to the coast and launched a rescue submersible there, then simply towed it to deeper water over the Kursk. At 12:20 a.m. on Wednesday morning, a rescue submersible attempted to attach to the 9th compartment escape hatch, but again failed to create a seal. When it surfaced and was being lifted back onto the deck of its mothership, its propulsion system was seriously damaged, forcing the crew to cannibalize it for parts to repair one of the other submersibles. The rescue submersible being towed from the coast arrived shortly after, but also failed to latch onto one of the Kursk's escape hatches, while a storm on the surface damaged one of the rescue capsules still topside. 5 days after the sinking, President Putin finally accepted British and Norwegian help. 6 teams of British and Norwegian divers arrived on Friday, August 18th. The next day, a full week after the Kursk had been lost, a Norwegian ship with a British rescue submarine arrived on site. Russian naval officials placed restrictions on what parts of the submarine the Norwegian divers could work on, which significantly impeded their rescue efforts. Upon locating the air control valve on the exterior of the submarine, Russian experts warned the divers that they must open it counterclockwise or they would break it. With the valve not budging, the divers went against the Russians' advice and turned it in the opposite direction, immediately opening the valve. On Monday, the 21st of August, the rescue trunk was discovered to be full of water, dashing hopes of rescuing any crew. Using a custom tool to open the internal hatch leading to the rescue trunk, the divers released a large volume of air from inside the 9th compartment, discovering multiple bodies. The Russian government finally admitted that the submarine was completely flooded and all crew had died. Though again, they were conveniently only telling half-truths. The discovery of the airtight Compartment 9 indicated that a number of the crew had survived the initial disaster and sat on the bottom of the sea awaiting rescue that came far too late. Norwegian divers used specialized tools to cut holes in the hull of the submarine, but only Russian divers were allowed to enter the wreck itself, removing secret documents and discovering badly burned bodies, indicating that there had been a significant explosion. 12 bodies were pulled from Compartment 9, destroying the Russian government's official story that all aboard had died immediately upon airtight Compartment 9. Day, the 21st of August, the rescue trunk was discovered to be full of water, dashing hopes of rescuing any crew. Using a custom tool to open the internal hatch leading to the rescue trunk, the divers released a large volume of air from inside the 9th compartment, discovering multiple bodies. The Russian government finally admitted that the submarine was completely flooded and all crew had died. Though again, they were conveniently only telling half-truths. The discovery of the airtight Compartment 9 indicated that a number of the crew had survived the initial disaster and sat on the bottom of the sea awaiting rescue that came far too late. Norwegian divers used specialized tools to cut holes in the hull of the submarine, but only Russian divers were allowed to enter the wreck itself, removing secret documents and discovering badly burned bodies, indicating that there had been a significant explosion. 12 bodies were pulled from Compartment 9, destroying the Russian government's official story that all aboard had died immediately upon the Kursk sinking. The official Russian story soon shifted to blaming a collision with a NATO submarine, or possibly a World War II naval mine, as the reason behind the Kursk disaster. Many Russian hardliners adopted the story of the collision with the NATO submarine, sent to spy on the exercise, but there was never any evidence given. An investigation panel was set up, but most of the members on it had a special interest directly staked to the outcome of the investigation, with no independent investigators being allowed onto the special board. Thus, the ultimate report was seen as not very credible. The official report blamed an explosion from the practice torpedo caused by a leak of its high-test peroxide fuel. The initial explosion destroyed the torpedo room and killed everyone in the first compartment, with a blast wave entering as far back as the fourth compartment. Everyone in the command post in the second compartment was immediately incapacitated by the blast entering via an air conditioning vent. The explosion caused a fire which set off the warheads on 5 to 7 additional torpedoes, leading to the massive 4.2 Richter scale events detected around the world. However, the recovery of a partially burned set of safety instructions for the operation of the onboard torpedoes revealed that they were from a completely different type of torpedo altogether. The Russian Navy was discovered to have never inspected the Kursk crew's qualifications to handle and fire HTP torpedoes, and the crew, in fact, had no experience or training with this type of torpedo. Due to a lack of experience, bad or no training, and equally bad leadership, it's believed that the torpedo room crew themselves directly caused the initial explosion. More tragically, while most of the crew likely died, at least 24 had survived in the ninth compartment long after the submarine sunk. Captain Lieutenant Dmitry Kolesnikov had written a note listing the name of the 23 other sailors alive in the compartment after the Kursk sank. These men, however, all died when someone mishandled a cartridge of potassium superoxide used to power a chemical oxygen generator. These cartridges absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen in emergencies, but are highly reactive. Upon coming in contact with seawater, the cartridge immediately caused a flash fire which consumed all remaining oxygen in the compartment. Investigation of the wreckage showed that some of the men avoided the initial fire by diving underwater, but were forced to surface into an environment with no remaining oxygen and asphyxiated. For 5 days after the disaster, Vladimir Putin, who was only 4 months into his presidency, continued to enjoy his holiday at the presidential resort in Sochi on the Black Sea. As a result, Putin's approval ratings, which had been extremely high during his election bid, plummeted drastically. But democracy is an illusion in Russia anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Now go check out 50 submarine facts that will shock you, or click this other video instead. The Emperor protects.
If we do solid materials or distributed mode loudspeaker. And what's interesting about it is, like any conventional speaker, it depends on what's called an actuator or an exciter or a driver. It's a voice coil where you have a moving coil of wire in a magnetic field that is driven by a varying current from the amplifier. In a typical loudspeaker, this driver is hooked up to a membrane or a diaphragm. It increases its surface area. And as that diaphragm moves back and forth under the influence of the driver, it produces compressed air waves or pulses, and that is the sound from the loudspeaker. A DML works in a different method. What happens is that the exciter causes the material that it's attached to flex and to bend and to ripple, and it produces sound just like a musical instrument. We covered how to construct these and the principles behind their operation in the previous videos. And we've got a lot of positive response from people who built these speakers. They like the sound, they like the ease of construction, and they also like the low cost. We got from a few viewers a very intriguing question. If this, in fact, sounds so good when it's attached to cardboard or glass or a piece of styrofoam, what would happen if you attached it to a musical instrument? So, over the last year or so, I have been doing a little bit of a treasure hunt. eBay, Craigslist, yard sales, and I've acquired a collection of somewhat tired string instruments, in other words, low cost. And I began testing them, and I developed a method for attaching these exciters to the front of these instruments. And the results were amazing. In a few seconds, I'm going to show you how to do that. It's not complicated. But once we completed several of these instruments, today we decided to take our little ensemble out into the field and get the response from the public to what this sounds like. I hope you enjoy. So, setting up one of these instruments is easy to do, but there are a few important points. First of all, they do not operate if they are in contact with the surface and re-damping the fibers. They need to hang free. Now, if they still have the neck and the head box attached to the pot, you simply hang them for both.
Is he alone?
But if that's damaged or do something, you come to make a small copy. You can take advantage of the thick piece of wood that contains and screw into it a small eyeball to allow you then to attach bread or a piece of fishing line. Do not simply put a single egg in there and hang it. Because even indoors in a room, someone just passing by, these things are going to swing.
Nice work, bro.
Be very annoying.
Nova says, easiest win of my life.
That's how you do it. Sorry to take you to the Sorry to take you so far out, but hey, that's how you win.
See this on camera. So fine. But
Nova
take the
says,
loop,
G.
one of the items,
Nova says,
and then you can
GG.
simply connect it to the rear item and 2 points to support it. And in addition, because it's a loop, it will set level. So this works much better, maintains nice orientation, damps rotation. Very effective. That's what I did with all the other instruments. Now the next thing is attaching the actuator. Now I thought at first it'd be really cool to put the actuators on the back of the instrument so that nobody would know how these things are being driven. It doesn't work very well. These things are designed the way they are for a specific purpose, generating sound. The thickness of the wood, the shape, the scroll, and so the best place to put the actuator is the same location where the strings would normally transmit the vibrations into the body of the instrument. In other words, the bridge. Now, if you look at the scrolls, the bridge is already drawn. There are often a couple of little notches in the scrolls that are just about the same height as the bridge. So what you're going to want to do is to center the actuator, take a ruler or scale, measure across at that point where the notches are located, and then just place a small dot at the center that you're going to use as a reference for where we're going to put the actuators. Now, the actuators come in a variety of different power ratings and sizes. And sometimes the manufacturer will include a frequency response for each one of the actuators, but these less expensive ones generally don't. It's a good rule of thumb: the smaller the actuator, the lower the power rating, the higher the frequency response. So what I found works very well: 3 to 5 watt actuators, like smaller ones, work well with fire or 5 minutes. The 25 watt actuators work well with something the size of a cello. And for a bass, or a double bass, you want to use the 40 watt actuators, and maybe even double them up. The reason you would do that is not because of the power requirements, but because the actuator and the wood of the instrument are actually working as a system. Both are moving. And so the mass of the wood is similar to the mass of the actuator. You get the best repeating function. And so that's why the additional mass works well on a double bass. Now the second thing to keep in mind is that these little systems, these little actuators, come with double sticky tape already from the manufacturer with a little back from Sigma. And this tape is really good. You pull off the backing and it will stick permanently to just about any surface. It's almost impossible to remove. The only way to come is successfully literally slice through the tape. And I've done that on a couple of these episodes. You cut the tape off. You can actually purchase these little discs of pre-cut double sticky tapes. You can reapply this, place an actuator, change an actuator out. The other issue is that this is mounted on a plain flat surface. I'm going to try to couple them to the front surface of these instruments. And all of them have complex convex curvature that even change over the entire face of the instrument. So if we were to simply try to stick this to the front of the instrument, it would only be contacting the 2 points. We wouldn't get good coupling. So we want to make an interface block so that we get good coupling. The way to do that is get a rod of some sort of material. I like using plastic because it's like scroll. There's no grain structure, it's not wood. But it might work. I just have to draw away that's not wood. Make sure that the outer diameter of the use is at least the size of the outside tape if you can. And then drill a hole in the center of the block. The purpose of the hole is simply to allow you to see the dot that you mark when you're going to be centering. It doesn't really matter how big it is. Just don't make it so big that it's bigger than the ID of your tape so that you get good contact. And then, to keep the actuator flat to the surface, you want to thin this out. So to slice this off about 3 to 4 millimeters or about 1/8 of an inch works just fine. One surface you're going to leave perfectly flat. The other surface is going to form with the same curvature as we have in 5 minutes. So the first thing we're going to do is mark this on the surface we're not going to change with a couple of dots or a couple of lines 180 degrees apart. This will maintain our orientation of the curve. And then sandpaper, I like to use 20 grains. A little slower than the nice. Yeah. Place it over the location where you're going to be mounting the actuator and keeping the lines vertical. We're going to begin rubbing this at the core across that surface. Now when I do that, you start to see this roughness on the surface near the midpoint, which first by me. As you continue to do this, and sometimes just even this out, rotate it 400 feet, so it gets pushing down with your fingers, and keep going. Eventually, when we bring this out enough, you're going to see that roughness stand all the way to the edge. That means we couple the two circles. If your paper starts to load up where you're working, don't go over to where you've got sandpaper. Move the paper over so that you're always cutting or grinding off the material in the same location. We're getting there. Rotate this again, and I'm taking another piece of paper. And it's actually easier to do this on the bigger instruments because the curvature is less. 5 minutes is actually typical case in the And because the curvature changes top to bottom, you don't get crazy and go the full length of a big piece of paper thinking you're going to save time because the curvature is actually changing. But on contour to make small strokes. Okay. Right, so now we're going to clean this off with a little bit of alcohol to get any dust on it. And try not to remove your marks. Just because once I screwed up and I put the wrong surface down, once you glue it down, you're screwed. So, okay, glue down marks. Okay. Now we want to attach this. And one of the things with glue choice that typically string instruments use wood glue. But I find that for this application, I like using the epoxy a little bit more simply because it doesn't need the air to get underneath because it's dry. It's pure on its own in about 5 or 10 minutes. It's very strong. So we're going to go ahead and mix some epoxy. It's gloves.
Backpack here, level 2.
And stay away from the 1 minute epoxy. It's too fast. It'll dry the and again, some parts with a piece of paper. Going to get ready.
Bolt SMG here.
Measure off a little bit of this. Stir it up.
R99 here. Crazy rate of fire. Use anything you run it.
And notice I'm using the cup. They like these solo cups for mixing adhesives. Small quantities, it's actually easier to mix it from the bottom because it's a little concave and you don't dig into the cup trying to get the stuff out. For this one, the first stick, take this without the marks on it. And this is the reason for the gloves. Even if you don't think you're going to touch it, you will in this because you get on the edges. And you don't need much, you just need to wet the entire surface. Just going to keep this round. Heavy ammo here. So we know when it starts. Then make sure that you orient this the way that you're grinding. And barely see my dot. Just beat it off the yellow. And just check it. And then once you place it down, energy ammo here. Then just give it a little bit of a squeeze to make sure it's down. Secure. And then don't go away. There's a temptation to say, oh, okay, if you have it perfectly level your instrument, what will happen is this thing will rip off to the side and cure while you're gone, and then it can't extrude because you're never going to get this thing apart without damaging the surface of the instrument. So just keep an eye on this for a few minutes, and when you're perfectly happy with the alignment, This will be ready in about 10 minutes or less. Perfect. Okay, now the next step is to attach the actual. So take a little forceps, remove the double sticky tape, or remove the like this. Now, like I said, this stuff sticks to everything. So you want to make sure that the orientation is correct before you press it down. And you can put the leads either up or down, check the page first. Now, I'm going to center this as close as I can to the right position. Make sure I get this perfect. Or touch it, because once you touch it, it's going to stay. Perfect. Okay, now you can have the lead pre-attached, but I find that it tends to kind of tether the actuator and sometimes you can pull it off before you get it down. So I prefer using the attack after the fact technique. So a piece of cloth over the instrument to protect it, and then we're just going to put a little bit of solder onto the two leads, like this. And notice the left one for me is right for you. That little red dot is positive polarity. You want to keep the polarities with the same white color, so we can do it. This first the crown. Good. And then we'll do the opposite lead. Good. When you're done, you can just hook this up to whatever kind of connectors or extenders you want. Plug them into a stereo amplifier, keeping the top ground polarity straight, and you're ready to go. Yeah, kind of neat, isn't it? Yeah, we run a YouTube channel, and we do science and technology engineering videos. And a couple of months ago, we did a video on what's called distributed mode loudspeakers. It's where you take the driver and you attach it to a wall, a window, styrofoam, cardboard, and they make remarkable instruments. So somebody on our comment section says, well, then why don't you hook it up to a real instrument? So I scrounged around Craigslist and everything, found some old instruments, put the drivers on them, and now they make sound, and it's not just the strings. They make voice, they make, listen. Kind of neat, huh? Yeah, they basically become resonators. See, these things right here, you can buy them on Amazon, you could buy them on little, part supply houses. The real little ones that go on the violins are about $4. These things are $14. And you just glue them where the old bridge was. And then you run the wires to an amplifier, just like a regular speaker. There's nothing else high-tech or electronic about it. And you just have to position them right because they are designed to be driven at the bridge where the string goes over. That's where they want to be driven. Right, and so you use more powerful actuators on bigger instruments like the bass. You can use tiny actuators on these things, and actually they work better because they're higher frequency. So they play higher tones. But you can imagine, like, say you got a TV room or something, and you hang all these violins, and then you keep scrounging around. Oh, I found another viola. I found another cello, and all of a sudden you got an orchestra in your room. So, yeah, the whole thing cost about $200. You know, so not bad. Yeah, and we wanted to bring it out here just to get an impression of like what people thought of the sound. You know, who don't have a bias, and share kind of like how they're put together. At the same time that we're showing them that we do this channel. You know, it's a bit of a promotion for the channel. And then everything is run from a solar panel because obviously we don't have plugs out here. So, kind of neat.
It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And they reproduce sound really, really well, and not just the sound of a cello. So it can make vocal, trumpets, drums, pianos, doesn't matter, through that vehicle. And so the whole concept is for a couple $100, somebody at their house with a little glue and a few actuators can build a set of speakers like this. You hang them up at your house, your church. It's kind of, it's pretty, it's aesthetic, and at the same time, it sounds really good. So that's what you're hearing. So we're not selling anything, we're not marketing, we're just sort of showing our viewers how people react to these weird speakers. Yeah, yeah, and it's fun. Yes, thanks for stopping by. Turns out that you can make sound just by connecting these little electronic things to windows and cardboard and boxes and shoe boxes and everything. And they make pretty good music. They actually use them on the inside of vending machines. So when they say, you know, your Coke is ready or your coffee is ready, because they don't want vandalism. So it's inside the metal so that you can't, you know, damage it. But they're real cheap, and when we hooked them up to the cardboard, they sounded so good that one of the viewers said, why don't you just hook it up to a musical instrument? And so when we did, it's like it sounds so much better.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so it's like, I'll turn it on, but I can turn it down. Yeah, actually, that's one of the oldest ones. Well, because I refinished it. It looked like this before, and I fixed it. This one's 127 years old. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Older than me. The other one's, I don't know. It's probably 10 years old. I don't know. Sometimes if you look inside, they put a little date, but I couldn't see anything in that one. It might have fallen off too, even if they put it in there. Germany? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can see the paper, but I can't read it. Does it say what year? U.S. zone. Someplace in Germany. So anyway, it's kind of fun, and I think what's interesting is a lot of people find the aesthetics an important part of it. It's like the music quality is good, but
the first of the pencil condenser mics, all of those before that are shotgun microphones. So use your best headphones and have a listen and see if you can hear additional.
Please want them to explain why if you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you were quite sure of the fact. It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you were quite sure of the fact. It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact. It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact. It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact. It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact. It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact.
Oh shit, I'm not Lifeline? What the fuck?
Why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, You might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact.
Now, of all of those, there was plenty of reverb in all of those, especially if you're wearing good headphones, you'll definitely hear it. The one microphone that sounded the best to me of all of those was the Sennheiser MKH50. Now, one thing that I think comes up as a question as well, can I use pencil condenser microphones outdoors as well? And the answer is yes, you can. They're not necessarily quite as directional, and that's, differs from microphone to microphone, so it really depends on the microphone, but yes, you can use them outdoors. You will need wind protection for them when you're working with them outdoors, but you can use them outdoors. And the reason I'm going into this whole thing is a lot of times people that are getting into video are like, I can only afford one microphone. Which microphone should I get? Shotgun microphone or a pencil condenser boom microphone for my boom? And I would actually say amongst all of those, the one that sounded best to me in the indoor space here and the samples you just listened to was a Sennheiser MKH50. If I could only choose one microphone, that's the one I would choose. I do most of my recording indoors, to be fair. If you do most of your recording outdoors, probably a shotgun might be a better choice for you. But in any case, I didn't feel like any of those were so colored that they could not be used indoors and absolutely should not be used indoors. I think for professional production sound mixers who are earning their primary living recording sound for film and TV shows, yeah, they should definitely probably optimize their microphone and use a pencil condenser indoors and consider using whatever works best for the outdoor situation that they're in. But for those that can only afford one microphone, hopefully this is helpful for you to answer that question. Yeah, you could probably, if you could only afford a Sennheiser MKE600,
like RMG.
I think that could be a pretty good choice for you for a microphone to fulfill those needs. So I hope that was helpful for you. If you have any questions, go ahead and leave them down below. Get out there and make some great sound, and we'll talk to you again soon.
On an explosive hold here. Can anyone blow it up?
Anyone got a grenade?
Hi, welcome back to PC Builder. I'm Jason. This is our GPU market update for August 2023, and we've got crazy news. Not only have GPU prices absolutely hit their historic lows on a lot of different GPUs, and they continue to go lower, but we've got AMD launching 2 new GPUs according to their announcement. We'll also go through the best price performance GPU in every single category, from 1080p to 1440p to performance. Now, in terms of the pricing, honestly, there have not been many leaks around it. To me, that says AMD still does not know what on it more performance. Basically, it's going to offer a jump from the 6700 XT to the 6800 non-XT. That's great, but it should not come in at a higher price than the 6800 non-XT because that has 16 gigs of memory. So what are we doing? What are you really buying there? You're buying a little bit more power efficiency, but you're trading 4 gigs of RAM. I don't understand what would be going on there. This GPU, according to Jason, needs to be priced at $349, about where the 6750 XT is right now, because it's only got 12 gigs of VRAM. Remember, the performance is not the limiting factor. In 2023, it's VRAM is the limiting factor. So given that, that's where that GPU needs to come in at. The 7800 XT needs to be priced where I can buy a 6800 XT right now, because there should be a generational uplift. If it's only at 10 or 15%, and it includes 81 encoding, and it still comes with 16 gigabytes, and it comes with much better power usage on it, I'm willing to buy that at the same price I'm buying the 6800 XT, which right now is around $499. $499. So you heard it here. According to Jason, call it a day there, AMD. Just call it a day and win this generation. It's totally open for you right now. Let's get to the second news item, which is going to be bad news, folks. I'm sorry about this, but it appears that NVIDIA has completely halted production of RTX 4000 series GPUs. That's at least according to Moore's Law, is that basically he's saying his contacts in the industry are sharing with him that NVIDIA is shifting everything over to Hopper production right now. What is Hopper? Hopper is their AI generation of GPUs. It's basically, the way it works, it's like a GPU, except it doesn't produce graphics, it produces AI computes. That's the best way I can really put it in a nutshell. And right now, the profitability of these GPUs is insane, to the point that NVIDIA said, hey, we don't need any more gaming GPUs, we need more of this. In fact, they are estimating that the market for AI GPUs and AI server infrastructure is going to reach 150 billion by 2027. 150 billion by 2027. I'll also link this TechSpot article in the video description so you can check out really mind-blowing stuff in here. So you can see if you're somebody out there, you're hoping against hope that NVIDIA's going to cut prices on the RTX 4000 series GPUs. I don't have any good news for you. In fact, I think they will let those things rot on the shelf because right now they are making money hand over fist in the AI market. Now, will this be a bubble that pops? They'll come back to gamers saying, "Oh, we're sorry. Here, buy our GPUs," or will it continue to explode the way it has? Nobody really has an answer. We're going to have to find out. But short term, I don't see NVIDIA RTX 4000 series GPUs getting price cuts anytime soon. Jumping over quickly to used GPU pricing, let's look at used RTX 3000 series GPU prices. They continue to come down anywhere from about break even up to 8% on the RTX 3050. I think the ones that are hardest
Gonna take Olympus by storm, and I'm just getting warm.
going on? I don't get it. It actually doesn't smell so bad right now. No, I know, but you would, I mean, you know, we feel like, yeah, you're not fucking hallucinating, bro. I'm fucking smelling in here. You found that bread and I didn't know it. No, I know. That's why I've been trapped off. I don't sleep outside the house at all. I just had it trapped up for a while. I haven't seen one. That's the problem. Yeah, man. Smell. Like, what was good? I'll let you know if I need it.
Legends, Stu here from UAV Futures, and have you ever been super pumped about something you can't wait to start, however, you can't do it or it's just not going to work out? Well, that is what is happening right at the moment, and I'm a little bit, I'm not going to say pissed about it, but I'm a little bit frustrated because I want to make so much FBB content for you guys. However, in the background, check this out. We have had so many of these skips. There is so much construction going on at my property. It's full of concrete, steel, cement, timber. There is so much stuff in there, and there is a heap of work getting done over here as well. You can see behind me a heap of like demolished stuff because about 2 years ago, well, we had some terrible floods. You can see the pictures on the screen or something as I'm talking. It wasn't great. There was a lot of damage to the property, and finally, 2 years later, and a massive fight, the insurance has kind of come to the party, so things are actually getting repaired now, which means it is really hard to make content because there's been about 12 trucks that have come in and out of here, either doing deliveries or taking away rubbish and soil and just a whole bunch of stuff over there. There's people cutting the steel and grinding things down and jackhammering, doing whatever. So, and we've got a plane flying overhead, but it makes it really difficult to do a video for you guys because I've got heaps of stuff. There's so much stuff on the bench. I've been flying things around, testing products, doing little builds, some really cool things that I can't wait to show you. The plane's pretty low there until next year, Bruce, lower than 100 meters. However, it sounds terrible when I'm trying to film a video and in the background you can just hear people and machines cutting and angle grinders going off and stuff like that. So yes, if you've seen my channel or you're wondering, gee, what is Stuart up to? He was super keen about making videos. I am still here. I am more keen than ever. I'm rocking the fresh shirts for you guys. But today's Sunday, so I finally get a day off when they're not here. It's just been a little bit tricky to try to make videos for you guys, so bear with me. Shout out to everybody who has been supporting the channel. It's been great to see the feedback and the positivity that is surrounding you over the years and getting people into FPV. Huge shout out to my patrons because look, the amount of love that you guys have shown with me has been like next level. So
Throwing thermite grenade. Thermite grenade out.
New kill leader appointed.
Deploying health drone. Health drone here. Come get your fill. 30 seconds. Rings close. Making contact with enemy.
I'm just contact. Contact with hostile.
Getting shot at.
Care package over there.
I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool. Level 2. Extended light mag here. Level 3. Shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Someone else meet me, por favor.
Let's go this way. Care package over here. Extended energy mag here. Level 3. We should go that. Cancel that.
Care package being delivered.
You're like hell, and I don't want to work after the time.
At the end of 2022, the Liver King was one of the biggest names in the fitness industry. But at the beginning of the year, a mere 8 months ago, it all came crumbling down thanks to one video from More Plates, More Dates, where he exposed that Liver King's entire online presence
killing. I understand the conflict and I'm fine with it.
We'll get a win if your heart's in the right place.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
This is your champion.
All Goofer. The fight honors me.
I'm the jump master. I'll cut us a path. I'm the jump master.
was based upon a lie. Liver King had always preached the primal lifestyle, known for eating a bunch of wacky foods and raw meats. Like, he has more testicles in his videos than Riley Reid's entire filmography. His big thing was eating all of these testicles and slurping down tons of liver, gluttonously consuming an endless supply of exotic meats, and all the while preaching that it's ancestral living. And he'd lead his followers to believe that they purchase his supplements and his supplies and eat like him, they could look like him. And obviously a lot of people fell hook, line, and sinker for that scam because he has a very impressive physique. He looks like an anime character straight out of Baki the Grappler. The goofball's got muscles on his body that haven't even been invented yet. And his veins are just bulging out of his skin. It looks like they're transporting diesel throughout his body. And he would keep telling them, like, if you work hard, you buy my shit, you eat like me, you live like me, following the ancestral tenets, you can be like me, look like me. And it was all completely a lie. It turns out he was juiced to the gills. He was on tons and tons of performance-enhancing products, and More Plates, More Dates brought that to the public eye. Eventually, it forced Liver King himself to just admit that he lied about all of it. He lied. His body isn't the result of following the ancestral tenets or glorbing down on animal testicle for every meal. It's the result of steroids. So, I saw a video floating around on Twitter today, one of his more recent posts, and he's looking extremely rough. So I just wanted to do a little checkup on where Liver King is 8 months post-exposing.
In the modern world, we like to have our bowl of cereal, don't we? This is a primal person. Your bowl of cereal. I got my tentacles in farm fresh milk from Liver King Ranch.
Yeah, it's business as usual. He's doing the exact same stuff as he was prior to having all of the steroid usage come to light. But it looks like he's aged 20 years in the last 8 months. It looks like he's one testicle sandwich away from actually exploding. In every TikTok I've seen of him, his body is bright red. It looks like Arnold's face in the movie Total Recall when he takes his helmet off in space and his eyes pop out of his skull, like right before blowing up. That's what Liver King's body looks like. It looks like it is struggling to stay in one piece. Also, a lot of people on Twitter pointed this out, and it's a really good point. It is still so silly how he keeps calling his diet primal living, eating like our ancestors, when this is the furthest thing from primal eating. All of his meals are meticulously prepared by his personal chef and his whole team. He used to say this thing on his videos where, if you don't hunt it, you don't eat it. Which is just so dumb, because clearly he's not hunting for all of this meat. Like, he's eating more meat than Luffy in One Piece. There is no way he'd be able to hunt for all of that. The only reason he's able to eat like he does in these videos is because he is indulging in the modern excess. He is doing nothing even remotely associated with living primal, I guess aside from the bed he sleeps on, because he basically sleeps on a fucking plank of wood, dude goes to bed in a coffin, like a muscle vampire. That's like the only ancestral type thing he does, because his... diet is the furthest thing from it. It is literally the result of being super privileged in the modern excess era.
The most feared warriors, the Maasai. What they get down on is milk, meat, and blood. They're expressing higher, more dominant form. If you still want your primal cereal to taste like Cocoa Pebbles at the end.
That weak-ass chocolate powder that he's dumping in from his brand is not going to salvage this primal bowl of cereal. It's not going to make it taste like Cocoa Pebbles. It's going to make it taste like Cocoa Puke. It also really made me giggle that he just didn't even have the energy to actually mix the powder with the milk, so he ends up just consuming it with just powder on top of milk. It's so weird, though, that he even bothered calling this a bowl of cereal primal style. It has nothing in common with that, other than there just being milk in a bowl. That's where all the similarities stop. He could have just presented this culinary crime as just like a wacky little shocking dish, like, hey, check this one out, here's 4 testicles and some milk. But anyway, I do think he's upped his usage of the PEDs. It seems like he is in a much different state now than he was 8 months ago, and not for the better. In most of the TikToks I watched from him, he seemed much more physically trained, much quicker. He seemed to have significantly less energy. His physique doesn't look significantly different than it used to, but it looks less human, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't look like muscles anymore. It looks like he has a bunch of rocks under his skin disguising themselves as muscles, like in the shape of muscles.
A little bit of hot piece then, with your testicle. Make sure you peel back the membrane on the testicle. You can use a spoon if you want, but God gave you the hands for a reason.
I honestly feel pretty bad to a certain extent here. Like, it feels like his muscles have gained their own sentience at this point from so many steroids that they now have a mind of their own, and they're working the Liver King like a puppet. They're in his brain pulling levers like that alien in Men in Black 1, so they're forcing him to keep, staying on the gear, never letting him stop. And it's kind of sad. Because to me, it screams that he's trapped doing this forever because it's his livelihood, it's his financial security, and the livelihood of his entire family. So he needs to keep amping up the extreme meals that he's eating. So he's eating chicken heads and peeling the tongue out of frogs in one of his other TikToks, most recent ones. Like, he just has to keep amping that up so people keep watching, and then he has to keep injecting and stay on all the gear. That way his physique stays the same so people keep watching. And I feel really awful for his audience that is still buying his products in the hopes that they can look even remotely similar to how he does. They can't. Hop off the hopium. No matter how closely you follow his ancestral tenets and no matter how many of his products you buy, you will not have a body that looks like his unless you also get on all of the gear he's using in the same amounts of it. That is the only way. His body is not naturally achievable. Period. Full stop. Now, another thing he's begun doing on his TikTok is he's been posting a lot more content in very expensive shit that is very clearly not ancestor living. So this is a screenshot from one of his more recent TikToks where he's on his private jet and has his personal chef Lionel serve him up some snakes on a plane. So he makes some snakes for him to eat. It's clearly a joke off of the old meme, you know, motherfucking snakes on the plane and all that. So he's very tardy to the party on that meme. That one died like a decade ago. But what's really interesting here is that he's unashamedly showing that he doesn't actually even follow his own ancestral living lifestyle advice, really. Like, being on a private jet is the furthest possible thing from primal living. And some of his audience even called him out, saying, you know, our private jet's primal. And I guess, you know, it's his world, we're just eating testicles in it, so he just comes up with some arbitrary excuse on why it's totally fine. So he says, a true primal left the comfort of the cave for adventure and a better life. Flying private falls squarely in the better life department. What a cop-out. So basically, I make the rules, fuck you. Like, it doesn't make any sense. By this logic, you can also make the same argument for actually everything else. Why eat all the raw meat that you preach about? True primals, in search of a better life, learn to cook food and help them find a better life. So why wouldn't cooking all the meals be the preferred way, since it is the better life component of your primal definition? It doesn't add up. It's just one of those things where rules for thee, not for me. He doesn't practice what he preaches. I said this a long time ago. I am very confident everything he showed in his lifestyle video was a big old load of baloney. Just actual fucking horseradish. I don't think he sleeps on a bed of wood, basically. I think he has a luxury $20,000 mattress infused with diamonds somewhere, because he lives a very lavish lifestyle and always has, and everything he's ever put online has been a lie, especially when it comes to his physique and what he actually does in order to look the way he does. But now he's just getting more and more egregious with the lie here. Like, this isn't even really trying to even pretend that you follow your own ancestral tenets and primal living. This is clearly all just marketing. Always has been, always will be when it comes to the Liver King. He is just, in every single video, pumping his Liver King bars, Liver King powders, supplements, all kinds of just completely worthless things that nobody watching him needs. And if you're someone that's watching him and buying these things hoping to get in better shape, then you can find significantly better products on the market that aren't the Liver Kings. Compared to the rest of the industry, his products are very weak. They're not the best available. So you could benefit far more from doing research outside of the Liver King echo chamber and finding much better supplements and powders than what he's currently offering. Holy shit. This fly has not left the entire video. I'm having my own primal battle right now against nature here. Jesus. But point is, he is a fraud. And he has been exposed as a fraud. And 8 months later, he is still doing the exact same thing, but he looks a lot worse now, because I really feel like he is only amplifying his gear usage, much to his overall health detriment, I imagine, and only amplifying the extreme nature of his wacky meals. So that's just kind of the little 8-month update on the Liver King here. That's really about it. So yeah.
Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped, the premium brand for men's grooming and hygiene products across the globe and beyond. 9 million men use their products worldwide. Trimmers, hygiene, and shower formulations, and of course those premium boxers. And they come again, changing the world, the game, with a brand new product. Ladies and gentlemen, they have got the new tool, the Handyman. Now, when we're talking about making effective grooming routines, the Handyman does exactly that. First things first, it delivers a quick, close shave with a unique dual blade system, features a standard foil shaver, as well as a long hair leveler blade to knock down up to 3 days worth of growth. Say goodbye to all those patchy beards and hail us with clean, well-groomed appearance. And of course, let's not forget the skin-safe technology designed to help reduce those nicks and cuts and bruises. And of course, the Handyman is waterproof, meaning that you can do this in the shower, makes a lot of the cleanup quick and easy. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it has a sleek, compact design, fits perfectly in the palm of your hand, making it super easy to maneuver and reach those really tricky areas. You know what I'm talking about. And do you know what the best part about it is? You don't even have to leave it at home. It's airplane friendly. Compact size, rechargeable battery. You can take this anywhere you go and groom yourself to your heart's content. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you get a special offer if you use code SOG at checkout. You get 20% off your purchase of the Handyman from Manscaped. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your grooming routine and get your hands on with the Handyman.
Trust me, your face is gonna thank you. Anyways, let's get on with the video. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and I got a mod console that has ties to the Swedish Mafia, ladies and gentlemen. You might be wondering why I have gloves for this, and to be honest, I'm going to save that just for a little bit, because the console we're talking about today, ladies and gentlemen, is the Gizmondo. No, that's not the actual name that I'm making up, that is actually what it is called, the Gizmondo gaming device. So to understand, the Gizmondo was released March 19, 2005. Historians watching this video will be 4 days before the Sony PSP. North America, March 24, 2005. I gotta make sure, okay? I don't want to spread no misinfo here. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we're talking about the same system, the PSP, that had an entire Grand Theft Auto game, and if you were one that enjoyed Nintendo, you could buy the DS, which is probably one of the best-selling handhelds of all time. All right, Nintendo pretty much has a monopoly on that market, but the DS was a very popular system for obvious reasons. Great games, great system, amazing battery life, and brand power, something the Gizmondo did not have. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Gizmondo was a response to the Sony PSP, the Nintendo DS, in some cases, the N-Gage 2, ladies and gentlemen, more so mobile phones at the time. For those of you who don't know, mobile phones and mobile gaming was a lot different back then, too. Nowadays, you get a whole bunch of mobile titles you can download for free. But back in the day, you had to actually go through your cell phone carrier, and you can get ports of big-name games. Like this Splinter Cell Chaos Theory port that was a side-scroller game. This is not something that could, in my opinion, replace the main Xbox release. But yeah, you'd actually pay a premium markup to your phone company, download this Java game, and you could play not just this, but various other titles that had various different degrees of quality. Heck, there was an entire Metal Gear Solid game that one could play that only belonged on Nokia handheld devices. Now, of course, Gizmondo was different. It was a console trying to do everything. Message your friends, use GPS technology that didn't work properly. Do you want to download video games? I think you might have been able to. I think there was an option where you could use the GPS to fight off people near you. You could actually have turf battles in certain video games with the GPS functionality, something I'll be getting to towards the end because I actually have a real Gizmondo sitting here. But it also had physical media that I've only ever seen on one YouTube channel. Speaking of YouTube channels, I actually have an interest for this video from like 14 years ago, before I ever started Some Ordinary Gamers. There was a channel a long time ago known as Gooch and the Douchebag, and while this channel still exists, I believe the owners haven't signed on for a literal eon, so if you want to show them some love, they may or may not know, but these guys made a video review of the Gizmondo that stuck with me to this very day. And it's what prompted me to spend $700 on eBay to find a tracker that would actually find the system, send it over to me, and actually clean it up pretty well. Now, the Gizmondo had some popular games. It had a bunch of games. Games like Sticky Balls. Hey, you guys got San Andreas? Mom, can I have GTA San Andreas? No, son, we have San Andreas at home. It's called Colors, a gangsta-style game that is absolutely dog water. We'll get to it in a bit. Then, of course, you've also got other games like SSX3.
Are you talking to me?
Officially by Electronic Arts. So they were throwing hefty sums for actual ports of big name games on the worst selling handheld known to man. Now it's about time that I pick up this bad boy, so I'm gonna actually grab the old gloves here real quick, because the Gizmondo was known to have this weird vinyl look to it. Basically, in hot weathers, it would melt. I believe the reseller fixed it up. It's just plastic at this point, but I'm not trying to catch no crazy biohazards off this device. Now, I ended up picking it up for $700. It came in this Nike box. I don't know if it's actually a real Nike box, and if I look deep into it, it's got some newspapers from the old United Kingdom. And for some reason, the reseller decided to give me a plug for the Europeans. Don't know what the fuck I'm going to be doing it with here in Canada. We've got normal plugs, not this. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, you shipped me this device over here, which has a battery that they have finally managed to... They actually put in a new battery on this thing, directly soldered it onto the device. It's still terrible battery life. We're talking like 30 minutes at max. I'm not even joking with you. They gave me a SIM card, which, I don't know, may or may not have been used for illegal purposes. I think I'll find that out when, I'll be Exhibit A in a courtroom, I guess. Anyways, this device, when it came up over here, had a $400 price tag, okay? So to remind you, $400 for this pile of crap, and people wondered why it didn't sell. But don't get me wrong, Gizmondo executives had some brain blasts going on over there. They thought we could probably sell another version for $250 and subsidize it by having ads on the system. Now, this version never really came out. I mean, it did from what I understand, but the advertising system didn't. So, realistically, they sold the system on a loss and never even recouped anything. In fact, the financials are hilarious when we get to it. Gizmondo even thought advertising in Nintendo Power was a smart move. Why you think you could advertise on your competitor and sandwich your shitty console in between a good console and good games and have people not be attracted to the other stuff, but your dog water is beyond me. That's some serious copium right there, boys. Now, this wasn't even a small launch, by the way. This thing was showcased at the Consumer Electronics Show in 2004, and to promote the entire device, that's some pretty big parties. We're talking big celebrities showed up, performed, and they even went so far as to having Stefan Ericsson, one of their executives, I want you to remember this name right now, participating in the Le Mans 2005 tournament with a Gizmondo-sponsored Ferrari. There is footage of this. I'm not joking with you. Let's
Is the other
watch it
enemy
together.
here?
Look at that. Look at that Ferrari. Completely butchered visually by having these Gizmondo employees and this abject, horrible decal work on this device. This is not only abusive to the world of video gaming, but abusive to automotive fans around the world. Now, he did not drive the Ferrari. That was actually just Gizmondo, okay? For Stefan to participate in the Le Mans tournament would be an extra layer of wild storytelling that, frankly, is not realistic in this universe that we live in. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, all of this confidence and promotion just to sell under 25,000 units. Again, making this the worst-selling handheld in history. Now, to understand, I mentioned Stefan Ericsson, and ladies and gentlemen, when I talked about the Swedish Mafia, I was not kidding. This console has links to an organized criminal. To understand how it works, Stefan Ericsson, as per his Wikipedia page, is a Swedish video game developer and criminal. Not even alleged, straight up called him a criminal from Uppsala, who's famous for two things, ladies and gentlemen. Spearheading this dog.
Yo, I can get him up. I have a mobile thing.
And also
I should get him up. I need to throw it down.
Enzo Ferrari and the coast of Southern California. A story that we will get to later because it's also as wild as this console. Stefan Ericsson isn't some small-time gangster, according to authorities. He was the leader of the Uppsala Mafia, which is a Swedish mob organization, up until he developed the Gizmondo. Now, the first time of this career criminal scum here was back in the early 90s, late 80s, when he was known as Sjok Stef, or basically Fat Steve here, translated in American. He was an auto body shop employee who started with petty thievery, did a light 3-month sentence, where after getting out he'd get caught again in 1988 on drug and arms trafficking convictions. Oh boy, this guy is not a small-time player, he's a big-time player. Because after he came out of this, he ended up spearheading the Uppsala Mafia, which according to this article that I have translated to English from all the way back, he was alleged to be responsible for serious, high-profile, violent crime. He lived like a 1980s Miami drug boss. The Scarface of Sweden, if you will. Expensive boats, nice cars like a Mercedes SL, Mercedes being one of, I guess, his favorite brands we'll get to later. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond all of this, they even had a legal op, which was called Kanon Inkasso. I have to read my notes because I'm not a Swedish speaker. But I shit you not, it translates to the canon debt collectors, which I guess the best way to describe them are like the Yakuza, you know, nicely dressed, come up to your office and beat the living crap out of you to get your money, collect your debt, so on and so forth. And hey, they even allegedly tried to scam a bank.
broken moon. Not a place for Doc and me to patch up.
Out of millions of crones that they did not possess. And basically, all of it culminated with Stefan getting sentenced to 10 years in prison. Though he'd only actually end up serving 5 years, but the charges were counterfeiting and fraud. So this guy is a career criminal, and in some cases, not really a good one. According to some of the court documents that would surface, there appeared to be some serious witness tampering. Witness tampering in the sense that one of the witnesses had to dodge not just one, but 2 bomb attempts, okay? So it was a wild situation. So wild that Swedish police couldn't even find a lot of people that would testify in this entire case. Now, of course, these guys were violent, sociopathic, and after all of this, Stefan decides, yeah, I'm going to work on the Gizmondo. Now, while the Gizmondo was a new project, I dug up SEC documentation that showcased, even though this was new, Stefan and various other executives were not below getting massive salary packages. We're talking $867,000 for Bo Stefan Eriksson. Oh, but that's just a salary. Muda, we gotta include the bonus of $1.3 million. And there was a bunch of other compensations too that included like $5,000 for his car or something like that. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't just making fat stacks. The other individuals, like Carl Freer, was also making some pretty solid fat stacks as well too. And of course, beyond just making those fat stacks, it's no shock that Gizmondo ended up being a commercial failure. When they racked up $300 million US in losses, they also had a few multi-million-dollar lawsuits from MTV, Swedish conglomerates, and a fucking Formula One racing team. So when it came to one of the companies that the Gizmondo was under, the Gizmondo was actually part of Tiger Telematics. And according to the SEC filings that, of course, we looked up, according to what had come out from Wired, actually, back in the day, was creditors began circling OUV, which is, from Sweden, sued for more than $4 million and claimed it was owed for marketing and advertising. MTV Networks Europe demanded $1.5 million after Gizmondo reneged on an agreement to sponsor several of the network shows. And then, of course, the Jordan Grand Prix lawsuit had been $3 million, which, again, when you're getting sued by F1 teams, you got some problems. Basically, they weren't paying their bills, this guy didn't fill his car notes, everything was just a giant sham. It was actually wild how Stefan, even towards, the point where he resigned from the company, and ended up moving all the way to California, where just to get into the United States, given how much of a known felon this guy was a bit questionable. But all of this, after the Gizmondo failure, Stefan was coming up again in the limelight a year later when he crashed a $2 million Ferrari Enzo on the Pacific Coast Highway.
Of course, that Ferrari Enzo was nearly obliterated in a high-speed crash along the PCH. The occupants who were protected inside its Formula One-style cockpit walked away. But one of those men, Stefan Eriksson, isn't escaping attention. The scene of yesterday's crash, sheriff's investigators talked to Stefan Eriksson, who said he was the owner of the smashed $1 million Ferrari.
Now, this is a bit of a different story. It has nothing to do with the Gizmondo, but everyone tells the story because it's so fucking outlandish. So, on February 21st, 2006, he was allegedly driving, while intoxicated, of course, an Enzo Ferrari on the Pacific Coast Highway. Now, according to the actual CBS article that I found in March 2006, they actually talk about how the police were told that there was apparently a video camera rolling as they sped along the highway. There was no video equipment that was found. However, the more I researched into the story, it hurts the fact that this Enzo Ferrari was only out of 400, so one loss is just painful. But the other thing is, there was a loaded gun magazine found near the crash scene as well, too. And it's one thing law enforcement authorities, Homeland Security looked into it, the story just kept on getting weirder and weirder. Yeah, the car malfunctioned, lost control, and hit a pole outside Malibu. It hit the pole so hard that the car split in half. Now, of course, cops got involved, obviously, and Eriksson claimed at the time that he was just a passenger in the car. The actual car was being driven by a guy known as Dietrich, and of course, it turns out that there was even another person at the crash, too, known as Trevor Carney, who was found in another car, allegedly, a Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren that he was also the passenger in, that was claimed to have been racing the red Enzo Ferrari. Now, of course, the fun part about the story, neither the Mercedes McLaren was found, and Dietrich. They were both gone. So, law enforcement basically concluded that Eriksson was driving the Ferrari. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Eriksson was so wild
And then he ended up bringing out a business card, and he started claiming that he was the deputy police commissioner with the San Gabriel Valley Transit Authority. I dug up one article from the Pasadena Star News that ended up saying, arrest made in Ferrari Pro.
fucking
And
laughing
who's
at me?
the arrest? The arrest was of Yusuf Maiwandi, who is actually the leader of this transit authority. So yeah, this guy got charged with perjury, and the transit authority ended up raiding this person's offices, where they found guns, bags, and an unmarked police vehicle. Searches at Maiwandi's home and 3 other locations turned up several handguns, a box. With police badges, jackets with police written on the back, and a vehicle with the appearance of an unmarked police car. Yeah, this is a pretty, that itself is a pretty goddamn serious operation. What's even funnier then is that a month later, Stefan's fiance, Nicole Person,
was driving a 2005 Mercedes SLR McLaren, and she was pulled over because of a suspicious plate. Now, she didn't have a valid license, intelligence, and the car wasn't even registered. Turns out they were all illegally exported from Great Britain, and investigators connected the dots and found out that the crashed Enzo Ferrari, another Ferrari, a black one, and then two more Mercedes-Benzes on top of the McLaren were actually not registered, and they were exported illegally from Great Britain. And not only were the fact that these cars were exported, they were leases from back home. And the leases stopped being paid, they were shipped out, and some of them were, the Mercedes-Benzes, from what I understand, were reported stolen, so these scumbags could get another insurance payout out of it. Dude, I pay my insurance premiums up the ass. And for these scumbags to cause my premiums to go through the roof because they're stealing vehicles is beyond me. It burns me. Now, of course, when the cops raided Erickson's house in Bel Air, he was arrested under charges of drunk driving, coke possession, numerous weapons charges, embezzlement, and of course, grand theft auto. But of course, he was facing around 14 years initially, and then he worked a plea deal. He was just exported back to Sweden, where again, he still had to serve an 18-month sentence for extortion and aggravated assault. Yeah, that's the story of Bo Stefan Eriksson, the Gizmondo, and how this crazy company failed to exist. But of course, I've got the Gizmondo. So what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is sit down, relax, and explore this pile of shit together with you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I got the Gizmondo ready to go. Now here's the system fired up. I'm charging it via this cable, so if you feel old, there you go. This is running out of a keyboard. So, ladies and gentlemen, to understand, I've got the batteries over here. I've got a VGA 0.3 megapixel camera. So yeah, don't expect photo qualities to be insane on this. And an SD card that apparently has every single Gizmondo game known to man. Now, you can see this model has smart ads. Yeah, they never recouped it, obviously. They've got, different sounds, signals, they've got skins, so if you want to, customize your device a little bit, you can.
He's hurt under here bad!
Different languages, all that, and so on and so forth. Now, to understand, look at how poorly ergonomic it is. This is the L and R button, okay? So they look like watch batteries. The face buttons are stop, play, fast forward, rewind. The D-pad feels like a cat's asshole. And of course, at the top, you've got home, volume, brightness, triangle, Illuminati, and that's the power key, okay? So it's probably the worst UI, and we'll get to it in a bit, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, you've got movies. So, yes, believe it or not, there were people that could expect to watch a movie on this, and, if you had the Windows Media Viewer packet, you could absolutely encode to that. And to understand, this is what it looked like. So if you go full screen, the battery life isn't going to put you through an entire episode of Family Guy. So to watch a movie on this would be, in my opinion, statistically impossible. Unless you're tethered to the wall, which at that point, why not just use a fucking television anyways? You've got music, so you can play some music tracks on your device. The audio quality, as you can imagine, coming out of this, rectum of the speaker isn't going to be that great. You got messaging capabilities, so if you want to text people with your Gizmondo, you could. You've got GPS.
Get ready. Today is not going
One time, Marilyn, we had a woman on who claimed to be the world's fastest typist. And it turned out she was not the world's fastest typist. So forgive me if I'm a little skeptical.
Hello, you absolute legends. Who is the fastest typist in the world? Currently, the unofficial champion is a 16-year-old that goes by the name Mythical Rocket. On June 7, he became the first person to successfully sustain a speed of 300 words per minute over a 15-second period. This is incredible, and is 20 words per minute faster than anyone else has ever achieved. And I figured that seeing as I knew nothing about competitive speed typing, I'd research it and possibly do a video about it. I wanted to know the history of speed typing, and if there are any official records for it, or some kind of adjudicating body. And in my search for speed typing lore, there was one particular name that seemed to be widely accepted as the fastest typist ever. This was a lady called Barbara Blackburn, and she's almost certainly the most famous typist that's ever existed. In the 80s, she rose to prominence as the fastest typist in the world, even appearing on David Letterman's late night show. So, how fast could Barbara type? Well, according to her Wikipedia page and tons of other sources, Barbara could type at 212 words per minute. This is pretty fast, but admittedly, in modern times, many typists have surpassed this speed. Still, Barbara Blackburn is constantly cited as the fastest typist ever to this very day, and her benchmark of 212 is often said to be the fastest ever achieved. But did this achievement actually happen? Is it possible that this claim was entirely made up? And for the past 40 years, people have been parroting this over and over again until it just became accepted as fact. Well, in my opinion, not only is it possible, but it's almost certain that this 212 words per minute claim is just a complete fabrication. In my research, I uncovered one of the most insane cases of Chinese whispers I've ever seen, where one seemingly obscure incorrect claim turned into a 40-year fable that everyone still believes today. It is utterly fascinating how this bizarre record got spun so many different ways by people who have no idea what they are talking about. And in this video, you are going to be shocked at just how much misinformation was spread because of one dubious sentence uttered 4 decades ago. So come with me down this weird rabbit hole, and let's find out if Barbara Blackburn really is as fast as everyone claims. I really hope you enjoy. Now, legends, this incredible new study out of Harvard has just proven that people are 69% more attractive if they play Raid Shadow Legends. And that just makes sense. With over 700 champions, an awesome combat system, and years worth of content, who wouldn't date someone who played Raid? Recently, I've been playing in the new Live Arena, where you can fight against other players in real time. It's been heaps of fun, and here are my top 3 champions that I like to use. The first is Arbiter, who speeds up your entire team. The second is Lydia, who lowers the opponent's defense and stops them from reviving. And third is Marshallette, who provides awesome crowd control and damage. Raid's epic new series Call of the Arbiter is now in full swing, and to celebrate, Raid is adding some new characters from the series as champions. The first is Artak, an Orc warlord. This legendary champion will be available to everyone for free. All you need to do is log into Raid for 7 days between now and July 24th. So if you haven't started playing yet, it's never too late. Just use my link in the description or scan my QR code and you'll get amazing bonuses, including the epic champion Talia and much more. Again, just click my link in the description and I will see you in the arena.
She's a grandmother. She is all the way from Salem, Oregon, and this woman is the fastest typist in the entire world. Please welcome Barbara Blackburn.
In 1985, Barbara Blackburn appeared on David Letterman, hailed as the fastest typist in the world. During this interview, David asked Barbara how she knew that she was the fastest, and Barbara responded saying that she knew this because Guinness World Records said so.
So how do you know you're the world's fastest?
The Guinness book has made the comment that I am the fastest on the Dvorak keyboard.
Immediately, my spidey senses began tingling, because as we all know, Guinness World Records are a complete joke, and don't know anything about anything. Barbara was featured in the Guinness Book of World Records, though, from 1976 to 1985. In her first appearance, it stated that she had sustained speeds of 170 words per minute, though in the other appearances after this up until 1985, it also said that she had achieved a speed of 150 words per minute over a 50-minute period. It's important to note that typing speeds are always calculated over a specific amount of time. For example, either 15 seconds, 60 seconds, 30 minutes, or an hour. The claim of 150 words per minute over 50 minutes makes sense, but just saying that she can type at 170 words per minute doesn't mean anything, unless you know the time period that it was calculated over. 1985 was the last time Barbara would appear in a Guinness World Records book, and after she was removed, her record would be replaced with a message saying that records on electric or computer-driven typewriters cannot be compared with any accuracy. What's interesting, however, is that none of the Guinness books that Barbara appeared in actually said that she typed at 212 words per minute. This is truly shocking, because this is not what I was told by countless sources. Let's go through just some of them and try to find out where this 212 claim originated from. In the 2020 book Extra Hour, it says the world record held by Barbara Blackburn is 212 words per minute. In the 2017 book How the Body Knows Its Mind, it says that Barbara holds the 2005 Guinness World Record for the fastest English language typing speed. Though typing speed doesn't even appear in this edition at all, let alone Barbara. And mind you, in 2005, Barbara would have been 85 years old at the time, which would be a very strange age to reach her peak performance. Honestly, it was already strange that a 65-year-old was considered the fastest typist back in 1985. In a 2016 book titled Peak, it says that you can find Barbara in the Guinness Book, again mentioning the 212 claim. A 2007 book called Mixed Emulsions even provides a handy timeline, which says that in 2005, Barbara clocked in at 212 words per minute, the fastest ever according to Guinness. In the 2006 book Making Millions, it again repeats the claim, again citing Guinness. In another 2006 publication, it was stated that the fastest typing speed ever was 212, set back in the 40s. Its source was an article written by Bob Ranger. This article was written in 1997. In this article, which Barbara's Wikipedia page heavily relies upon as a source, it says that she could type at 212 words and even gives the exact Guinness book it supposedly appears in, being the 1985 edition. But alas, when I read the book, the 212 claim just isn't there. Bob also claimed that Barbara was in the Guinness Book for 14 years, which again is just simply not true. What's also interesting is that this article is copyrighted to both Robert Ranger and Barbara Blackburn, seemingly indicating that she helped write it. Despite its demonstrably false claims, this article has been cited many times in various papers, all proclaiming the fastest typing speed ever to be 212 words per minute. I was totally confused why so many people were saying this 212 claim was in a Guinness book when it just isn't. And not only that, but the date kept shifting back and forth between 1985, 2005, and the 40s, and I had no idea why. I was determined to find the answer, and I knew that if there was anyone who'd be able to answer this question for me, it would be the most well-known typist in modern history, Sean Rona. Sean was the first person to ever type at 220 words per minute, beating Barbara's benchmark, and he even wrote a book about the history of speed typing called Nerds Per Minute. In his book, he says that the 212 claim was mentioned in the last edition Barbara appeared in, which was the 1985 edition. I checked both the normal and the special edition versions of this year, and I knew that 212 wasn't in there. So I got in contact with Sean and asked him to check the light above you. Sean said that he would check his Guinness books to find out where it was, and when he returned a couple of hours later, what he said was shocking. He simply couldn't find it. He searched every book he had that featured Barbara, and the 212 claim wasn't there. Ultimately, he admitted that he simply must have been wrong. So if the 212 claim doesn't come from Guinness, and everyone was just repeating this claim because they heard it from someone else, where on earth did it actually come from? Well, I think I found the original source. In 1986, Glenn D'Alessandro published a paper discussing the implementation of the Dvorak keyboard layout. The standard keyboard layout that most of us use is the QWERTY layout, though many arrangements of letters have been created in an attempt to make typing more efficient. Likely the most used alternative is the Dvorak layout that was created in 1932. Barbara Blackburn was a Dvorak user and spokeswoman. Throughout her life, she acted as a Dvorak representative, touring the world, demonstrating its alleged benefits. In this 1986 paper, Glenn claims that Barbara is the world's fastest typist at 212 words per minute using the Dvorak keyboard. As its source for this, it cites Bibliographic Notes in Dvorak Developments, issue 43, fall of 1985. Dvorak Developments was a newsletter, but unfortunately, none exist online to check. However, all hope was not lost. I emailed the editor of that newsletter, Randy Cassingham, who, in an insane coincidence, was literally in the process of scanning old issues of Dvorak Developments to preserve them. Honestly, what are the chances that 40 years after the release of an obscure newsletter, the editor is scanning it at the exact same time that I contacted them? In any case, the 212 claim doesn't appear in this issue, but the bibliographic notes point to a bunch of other sources. An interesting one is an LA Times article from January 1985. where Barbara states that she had just set a new world record with a speed of 196 words per minute. And it's worth noting, this is dated after the final Guinness book she appeared in, which all but confirms the 212 was certainly never in a Guinness book. None of this was making any sense. But then, after probing Randy a bit deeper, inquiring about the origins of the 212 claim, Randy sent me a snippet from a letter that Barbara had sent him in April of 1985. Here she says that using the master type tutorial program, which shows typing speed at the completion of each sentence, she had seen 212 words per minute come on screen. So it wasn't 212 words in a minute, it was 212 words per minute over the course of one sentence. To put that into perspective, when the current world record holder times himself for a single sentence, he can get speeds of over 400 words per minute. Then, in an article out of the Seattle Times in May of 1985, we see Barbara first make the 212 claim publicly. This is an article that also appears in the Dvorak Development's bibliographical notes, and must have been what the 1986 paper I mentioned earlier used as their source. So basically, they just took Barbara's word for it with no evidence whatsoever. From here, the Chinese whispers took over. Barbara's obscure claim of seeing 212 words per minute appear on screen after one sentence became just a blanket statement of her having a typing speed of 212 words per minute. And then it became 212 words per minute according to the Guinness Book of World Records.
Trying to finish
and
me.
then, in 2005, Barbara became the fastest English language typist in the world at 212 words per minute, according to the Guinness Book of World Records. Despite being in her mid-60s and well beyond her prime, Barbara had instantly made a giant leap in typing speed, as only several months before the 212 claim became public, she was saying this on the David Letterman show.
Tell us, what is your best word per minute ratio?
I have typed 170 words a minute on minute typings. I have gotten up to 200 on computers.
No kidding, 200 words a minute.
However, this is likely just rounding up, because at the exact same time as this episode, she also said this.
You know, used to be I could barely type 150 words a minute. Still, it still get me in the Guinness Book of Records. Now I can do nearly 200 words a minute with my Apple IIc.
And in the same month again, she confirmed to the LA Times that her record was actually 196 words per minute. But was Barbara even that quick? What evidence do we have that she was a fast typer at all? Well, she was in the Guinness Book of World Records. Surely they timed her or something. Of course not. Guinness are complete morons, and the true story is that Barbara was never adjudicated by Guinness and provided no official evidence of her speed. In a 1977 St. Louis Post-Dispatch article, Barbara said that she never had any contact with Guinness, and the reason she was put in the book is because a man named Philip Davis, a divorced Jack Advocate, who owned exclusive rights to the layout, wrote a letter to Guinness describing her skills. That's literally it. Some guy sent Guinness a letter saying that Barbara was the fastest typist in the world, so they put her in the book. Guinness even confirmed this themselves. The only concrete evidence we have of Barbara's typing skills is her appearance on David Letterman, where she typed approximately 70 words in 1 minute and had her hand in the wrong position, so most of the keystrokes were completely incorrect. Barbara claimed there was a hardware malfunction, but it was proven.
Holy cow, that was microphone.
Keys, a rookie mistake. After the disastrous Letterman appearance, Barbara was removed from the Guinness Book of World Records.
As soon as you mute yourself, yeah, what is going on?
However, the
You have an open mic and your mic is absolutely terrible. Listen to the background noise in it.
People keep making ridiculous and erroneous claims about what was even in the Guinness
I
books.
need you to calm down, buddy, because you're about to get carried by a PS4 player.
What does that mean?
Like, I'm in a PC lobby on PS4.
Wow, you're so cool.
I'm about to carry you.
Wow, you're so cool. You carried me on your PS4. Impress me a little more, buddy.
Facts.
Good.
I'm gonna need that level 42 bomb.
What?
Please stop talking.
Okay, Rainbow Bright.
Dude, they got the gun.
Enemy landing near me. Let me hold my.
Oh my god! I got hunted.
What the?
Hello,
like, why is
Bucko.
Why do I have to have no ammo in my? Like, doesn't make any sense having only 19 bullets.
Thanks for carrying me, fucking losers.
Oh my god, that dude spit on me.
And I did more damage than you. God damn.
Midday, all good with me.
The ring does not enclose me. I read it.
These legs weren't made for walking.
Introducing your champion.
I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
I love this part.
Attention, first blood.
First fatality. Let the games begin. Next ring's far, not for me.
Fine. I shot at an enemy shield. Reloaded. Lifting, bleeding out.
Rings close.
Rápido, rápido.
Watching that spot. You and me now. shields.
Warning. Ring closing.
Don't worry, I got a squad mate spanner. Don't worry, I got a squad mate spanner.
Care package being delivered.
You guys want to get up there or no? Do you want to get up here or do you want to go in and then get up?
Let's go right here, baby.
No, there are people there. They saw me. They saw me, they saw me, they saw me. Might be able to wrap around on them though. What do you think? The wraparound?
What?
All the way back?
Calling in a lifeline package. Got to treat yourself.
Y'all know what time it is? Da-na-na.
Open supply then over here. Evo shield. Sniper stock here. RE-45. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1. Heavy ammo here.
Hello? Hello? Jimmy? Johnny? You guys playing? You guys are gonna get caught in that? What are you doing? Faster, faster, faster. Oh, noisemakers.
Supply bin here. Car SMG here. Evo shield here. Level 1. Got some sniper ammo here. Backpack here. Level 1.
We're gonna be going into a fight. We can stay on the edge right here first. You guys ready to do it? You want to get me with... I'm gonna hit you with the Q. I'll hit you with the Q. CT. Get over here, CT. No, CT! Oh my... What a dumb shit. Who sounds like that, you 5-year-old? Jesus Christ, where did you learn to game? Is that how you act normally?
Hells yeah. Half the squads are toast. Must go faster.
Replic coming down, my friend.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Oh.
45 seconds. Rings just up ahead.
Anyone got any more shotgun ammo?
Nope.
30 seconds until the ring closes. You like cutting it close, huh? I take that.
R301 over a carbine?
Listen up. I'm calling a lifeline package in.
Hey, we got bad guys over there. 10 till ring closes. That's a bad dude's shield. Engaging. Reloading.
Evo shield here.
I had a shield for you. You guys always just run away from me. No wonder you're dead.
Rings move.
Charging shields.
Bro, catch up.
Why don't you come back and get your shield, huh?
Stop being a pussy.
Yeah, I'm covering you like...
You hear that? There's a cat.
I'm down. No, I got some bad guys here.
You
Okay, that's called being a pussy. Going in there and getting throttled, and then having me dragging me to a fight that you can't finish. Good job.
Hey, dude, I'm sorry your fucking casual matches.
I'm sorry your mic is from 1992. Jesus Christ, I've had better mics on Halo 3 on Xbox 360. What's wrong with you, bro? Absolute douchebag. You believe this? Chat!
Got enemies in earshot.
or when she achieved this speed. Every time someone brings up Barbara, the story changes ever so slightly. In over 40 years, I'm sure Barbara will be typing at 300 words per minute and hold the Guinness record for fastest typist ever in the history of the multiverse. So why did this all happen, and why did Barbara rise to prominence? Well, Barbara met the creator of the Dvorak keyboard layout in 1938, and they became friends. After becoming embedded in the Dvorak inner circle, Barbara was basically used as a marketing tool to demonstrate how amazing the Dvorak system is. After the inventor of the Dvorak layout died in 1975, the new rights holder, Philip Davis, wrote to Guinness and got her into the book, despite Barbara never having done any official test. They used this Guinness World Record holder prestige to leverage Barbara into TV appearances in order to advertise the Dvorak keyboard.
And somebody was explaining to me that the original typing system was laid out just arbitrarily.
That's right.
And the system you're talking about there was some thought into what letters you use more often than other letters.
That is correct. It was scientifically developed by Dr. August Dvorak way back in 1932.
I love this work.
The entire thing was just a marketing stint, trying to popularize the QWERTY keyboard alternative. And the fact that Barbara was a Guinness World Record holder was pushed heavily everywhere to make her seem legitimate.
Her name is Barbara Blackburn. She is the world's fastest typist. In fact, she is entered here in the Guinness Book of World Records. She attains a speed of 170 words per minute using the Dvorak simplified keyboard system.
And in every news article, Barbara peddles the same story, that she failed typing with the QWERTY keyboard, but after switching to Dvorak, became the fastest in the world. It's all one big media push to bring awareness to the brand. I have to admit, they pulled it off pretty well. But it's not hard to manipulate the public like this when the world record adjudicator is so pathetically useless and corrupt. This whole concept of getting a Guinness World Record with no evidence and then using that world record to advertise yourself or your product has been done over and over again. And it's incredible to me that some people still think having a Guinness World Record means something. So how fast was Barbara really? Unfortunately, we will never know. but it certainly wasn't 212 words per minute, as everyone claims. It's not unfathomable that she approached 200 words per minute, and I wouldn't entirely rule out the possibility that her actual claim of 196 words per minute is true, as these days, that kind of speed on a computer is relatively trivial. For example, the current fastest typist, Mythical Rocket, recently sustained a speed of 231 words per minute over an entire hour, which is absurd and tells you just how much further typing has come over the past 40 years. And what's interesting is that despite so many claims of the Dvorak keyboard being superior, Mythical Rocket set all of his records using the traditional QWERTY keyboard layout. Ultimately, though, I am forced to be skeptical about any of Barbara's claims, as there is simply no evidence to support any of them, and there are so many lies being told that everything becomes suspicious. This doesn't appear to be entirely Barbara's fault, however. I don't doubt that she probably embellished the truth and overstated her speed, but the real culprits here are Guinness for putting her in the book in the first place, and the people who spread false claims without ever doing their due diligence. Never trust what you read without fact-checking for yourself. People always make mistakes, or even worse, intentionally lie in order to create a false narrative. And before you know it, you're on David Letterman making a fool out of yourself because everyone blindly accepted the fact that you're the best in the world at something. I hope you enjoyed this incredibly random expose, and if you want to know more about typing history, I suggest picking up a copy of Sean Rona's book, Nerds Per Minute. A big thanks to the users of my Discord who helped me in my research. It was really fun working with you, and a big thanks to Mythical Rocket for speaking with me as well. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Stop buying bad CPU and GPU combos. Let's get you the best CPU and GPU combo in 2023. Hi, welcome back to PC Builder. I'm Jason. 2023 is a great time to build a PC, as PC parts prices have absolutely crashed, especially RAM, SSDs, CPUs, and yes, even GPUs. But I still see so many people missing out on the best CPU and GPU combo for gaming and productivity. Now the reason's simple. It's hard enough to understand the best CPU for gaming and the best GPU for gaming by themselves. Combining them together, it's even harder. So today, we'll cover everything that you need to know, and we'll give you specific recommendations at every budget level to get you the best CPU and GPU combo for gaming 2023. Remember, if you get value out of the video, please give it a like, because it really helps out the channel. And of course, subscribe and click that bell icon. That way you get notified when we release.
Bro, don't you want these weapons?
Let's jump into it. The first thing to understand is bottlenecking. Now, bottlenecking just means that one of our components is limiting our performance. And if we could upgrade that component to make it faster, then our overall system performance would increase. Now, the bottleneck that occurs most often for PC builds is the CPU versus the GPU. So if our CPU is too slow to keep up with our GPU, then increasing the speed of the CPU would give us more FPS. If our GPU is our bottleneck, then getting a faster GPU instead would increase our performance. Note that the CPU is more likely to bottleneck when we're pushing huge amounts of frames, and our GPU is likely to be the bottleneck when we turn up the resolution from 1080p to 1440p to 4K, including if the GPU does not have enough VRAM to run the latest AAA titles on release at high or ultra settings, as we've seen from recent games like Last of Us Part 1, Hogwarts Legacy, Forspoken, and others. But here's the thing that even experienced PC builders get wrong. No matter what, our system will always have a bottleneck. It's our job as PC builders to understand how to maximize our system performance, whether that's in gaming, streaming, video editing, or heavy multi-threaded workloads. Once we figure that out, we want to spend most of our budget on the component that's bottlenecking our performance. For gaming, we want to maximize our FPS, or frames per second. That means getting the fastest GPU we can afford while only spending enough on a CPU that will not bottleneck the graphics card. This depends on your budget, and the less you have to spend, the more important it is to get the balance right. Obviously, if you have an unlimited budget, you'll just get the best of everything and spend around $4,000 for the ultimate gaming system. But most of you out there have a set amount of money that you can spend, so choosing the best CPU and GPU combo will heavily impact your gaming performance. Remember that as we go up in CPU core count, we also need to add more cooling, and especially for Intel CPUs, we need to buy a better motherboard, which also costs more money along with the price differences between DDR4 and DDR5 RAM. So we'll take all of this into consideration. For example, say we want to build a gaming PC with a Ryzen 5600 CPU and a Radeon RX 6600 XT 8GB GPU, and we decide to increase our budget another $100. Where should we spend it? Now, we could upgrade the CPU to Ryzen 7600, which overall is quite a bit faster than the Ryzen 5600. But at this GPU performance level, it's only going to give us slightly more FPS because our GPU is the bottleneck, not the CPU. So we just spent our extra $100 on the Ryzen 7600, not to mention more on the DDR5 RAM as well, for about a 5% increase in FPS. Not great. Instead, if we spent that extra $100 to jump up to an RX 6700 XT 12GB GPU, and we keep a Ryzen 5600 CPU, we'll pick up about 25% more FPS, because we're spending our money smartly.
Up top, he's hit hard.
Our performance. We'll also jump up from 8GB.
He's reviving. He's reviving up top. There's another one coming to you.
All the latest AAA titles on release with ultra settings and not running into any VRAM issues. And remember that as we go up in resolution from 1080p to 1440p to 4K, that increases the load on the GPU and it decreases the load on the CPU. So 8GB of VRAM on our GPU to 12GB of VRAM, which ensures we can run all the latest AAA titles on release with ultra settings and not run into any VRAM issues. And remember that as we go up in resolution from 1080p to 1440p to 4K, that increases the load on the GPU and it decreases the load on the CPU. So it makes more sense to upgrade the GPU. When considering bottlenecks, there are two important areas to consider. The first is VRAM, the amount of video RAM on your GPU, as we've already discussed, and we go over in much more detail in our Best GPU for Gaming 2023 video, which we'll leave linked down in the video description. Now, while budget GPU shoppers, you're likely going to have to contend with 8GB of VRAM, I recommend moving up to at least 10 or 12GB GPUs if your budget will stretch that far. And I would prioritize this over a slightly faster GPU with only 8GB of VRAM. And I'm looking at you, RTX 4060 and 4060 Ti. The second thing to consider is GPU driver overhead. We've seen repeated testing that AMD GPUs require less CPU resources than NVIDIA GPUs. It seems to just come down to driver overhead. While the differences, they're not huge, they are noticeable with lesser CPUs. So we've taken that into account in our recommendations. Let's talk briefly about future-proofing, because this is an GPU and GPU combo mistakes. Some people still think you should future-proof your CPU by buying a faster one than you need right now. So that 2 to 5 years gets slightly more FPS of it. In my opinion, well, there are some decisions like need right now. So that in 2 to 5 years' time, when you do upgrade your GPU, you get slightly more FPS out of it. In my opinion, while there are some decisions like this to be made at the ultra budget level and the very high end, for most systems in between, this strategy would mean sacrificing an entire GPU tier's worth of performance right now. So for instance, getting an RX 6600 XT instead of a much faster RX 6700 XT. So the future-proofing strategy costs you FPS right now to maybe get slightly more FPS in 2 to 5 years' time. In the end, this is your call. Because after all, it's your money. But if you want to maximize FPS for your money spent, then focus on maximizing current performance. But what about production or creator workloads that need more CPU power? Well, for those use cases, we want more balance. But it depends heavily on the types of programs that we're using. Take video editing in Adobe Premiere, for example. Well, going up from 4 cores is nice. Premiere still tends to max out on how many CPU cores and threads it will use at once. So going overkill on your CPU at the expense of your GPU, which is still very much needed for video editing, might actually set your performance back. Meanwhile, other programs can use all the CPU resource you can throw at them, and they don't really use the GPU very much at all. That is why it's so important for. It seems to just come down to driver overhead. While the differences, they're not huge, they are noticeable with lesser CPUs. So we've taken that into account in our recommendations. Let's talk briefly about future-proofing, because this is an area I often see so many CPU and GPU combo mistakes. Some people still think that you should future-proof your CPU by buying a faster one than you need right now. So that in 2 to 5 years' time, when you do upgrade your GPU, you get slightly more FPS out of it. In my opinion, while there are some decisions like this... Be made at the ultra budget level and the very high end. For most systems in between, this strategy would mean sacrificing an entire GPU tier's worth of performance right now. So for instance, getting an RX 6600 XT instead of a much faster RX 6700 XT. So the future-proofing strategy costs you FPS right now to make. So for instance, getting things like this to be made at the ultra budget level and the very high end. For most systems in between, this strategy would mean sacrificing an entire GPU tier's worth of performance right now. So for instance, getting an RX 6600 XT instead of a much faster RX 6700 XT. So the future-proofing strategy costs you FPS right now to maybe get slightly more FPS in 2 to 5 years' time. In the end, this is your call, because after all, it's your money. But if you want to maximize FPS for your money spent, then focus on maximizing current performance. But what about production or creator workloads that need more CPU power? Well, for those use cases, we want more balance. But it depends heavily on the types of programs that we're using. Take video editing in Adobe Premiere, for example. Well, going up from 4 cores is nice. Premiere still tends to max out on how many CPU cores and threads it will use at once. So going overkill on your CPU at the expense of your GPU, which is still very much needed for video editing, might actually set your performance back. Meanwhile, other programs can use all the CPU resource you can throw at them, and they don't really use the GPU very much at all. That is why it's so important for professional users to understand their suite of software programs and the recommended system requirements, so that you can figure out the right CPU and GPU balance for your applications. Let's jump into our recommendations for best CPU and GPU combo for gaming in 2023, and we'll go through both AMD Ryzen as well as Intel CPU offerings. Note that we are expecting 14th Gen Intel CPUs to begin launching sometime in early fall of this year. We do a monthly update video for both CPU and GPU pricing, so I'll leave those linked down in the video description. And of course, all the CPU and GPUs that I'm going to talk about are linked there as well, so you can check current pricing. Starting off at the budget level, you can build a gaming PC right now for just under $500 US. Now at this level, you really want the cheapest CPU platform that just won't bottleneck our GPU. Right now, Intel's i3 1200F and the Ryzen 5500, they're both excellent options paired with the inexpensive motherboards. A $100 B660 for the i3 1200F, and an $80 B450 with BIOS flashback for the Ryzen 5500. They both come with very good included CPU coolers, and we're using both with a $50 kit of 2x8GB DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM, though you can get a $30 kit of 3200 CL16 if it helps you improve your GPU. The total cost of these platforms is between $220 and $239. For our GPU, we could go all the way down to a used RX 570 for about $55, or on the new market, a Radeon RX 6600 for $179, an RTX 3050 for $220, or an Intel Arc A750 GPU for about $220. Note the RTX 3050 is considerably slower than those other GPUs. And my advice is to avoid any GPU with less than 8GB of VRAM. Both the i3 1200F and Ryzen 5500, they're very capable gaming CPUs, and you can push them all the way to an RX 6700 XT or RTX 3060 Ti performance, possibly a little higher if you can get a good deal on a GPU, but don't have the money to upgrade the CPU. Here, I would prioritize getting to a recent GPU with more than 8GB of VRAM, if you can, and if you want to play the latest AAA titles on release at ultra settings. So the RX 6700 10GB non-XT version, the 6700 XT 12GB, RTX 3060 12GB, or the Arc A770 16GB. They're all viable options. The next CPU tier up I would look at is either the AMD Ryzen 5600 for $130 or the Intel i5 12400F, currently selling for $149. Now these CPUs have nearly identical performance, and with a GPU like the RX 6700 XT, we'll see about a 10 to 12% FPS increase over the previous tier of CPUs. I'll leave links to our build guides for both down in the video description, and in particular the i5 12400. It can be a little tricky, as some of the cheaper B660 motherboards, they don't run at the full rated frequency. So we do go through which ones to get. Currently, a board like the MSI Pro B660M-A or B660M Aorus Pro AX sell for right around $120. For the Ryzen 5600, virtually any B550 motherboard with a VRM heatsink absolutely fine. So something like the B550M DS3HAC, ASRock B550M Riptide, or the B550M Pro 4 with upgraded audio is great for about $100. We're using the same DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM kit for $50, and both CPUs come with a great included box cooler. This gives us an upgrade cost of between $59 and $99 over our previous tier of CPUs. For our GPU combo, I'd look at a minimum of an RX 6600, RTX 3050, or ARC A750 new GPUs. These CPUs scale pretty well, but they do hit a wall right around the RX 6950 XT or RTX 4070. And at that point, you'll definitely want to jump up to the next.
I don't have any fucking ammo.
Note that if you do need more cores for productivity, you can consider the Ryzen 5700X or Intel i5 13400, possibly even the 13500, but they don't give much more gaming performance. And there's much better options, as we'll go over next. Jumping up to our mid-range to high-end gaming CPU and GPU combos, we actually have quite a few options here. With current pricing, I feel that our best options are either the Ryzen 7600 and 7600X for about $215, or a DDR4 RAM-equipped Intel i5 13600K or 13600KF for about $290. We have build guides for both the Ryzen 7600 and i5 13600K, which cover things like the difference between the 7600 and 7600X, as well as the 13600K versus the 13600K.
He's so hurt up there, but there's another team coming in.
These CPUs will give us about
He's healing right up here.
FPS using an RX 6950 XT or RTX 4070 over the previous tier of CPUs. The Ryzen 7600 is the faster gaming CPU, with the i5 13600K with DDR4, the stronger in multi-core production work. For the Ryzen 7600, we're using a budget tower air cooler like the Deepcool AK400 for about $30, a budget B650 motherboard for about $140, and an $85 kit of 2x16GB, so 32GB total of DDR5 5600 CL32 RAM. For the i5 13600K, we're using a DDR4 Z690 motherboard with BIOS flashback for about $160. Z790 is fine as well, but they tend to be more expensive. A 2x8GB kit of DDR4 3600 CL16 for $50, and a mid-range air cooler like the Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE for $45. That makes our upgrade cost over the previous tier between $191 and $266. For a GPU,
there's still a guy over here.
Given how much we're spending on the CPU platform now, we want a minimum of an RX 6700 XT or RTX 3060 Ti, both right around the $300 US mark at the time of filming. We can take either of these CPUs all the way up to the RX 7900 XTX or the RTX 4090. And at that point, if we still have money left over in our budget, our only option for more performance will be to upgrade the CPU, because those are the fastest GPUs that are currently available. Given the fact that AMD's AM5 Ryzen 7000 platform will have future drop-in CPU upgrades, it's a lot harder to recommend the i5 13600K at current pricing. Right now, for about the same price as the i5 13600K platform, you can get a Ryzen 7700 instead if you need the extra CPU power for multi-threaded production work, while still retaining that future upgradability. I want to give a quick honorable mention to the Ryzen 5800X3D. At the time of filming the CPU, it's down to $290 at current pricing. Right now, for about the same price as the i5 13600K platform, you can get a Ryzen 7700 instead if you need extra CPU power for multi-threaded production work, while still retaining that future upgradability. I want to give a quick honorable mention to the Ryzen 5800X3D. At the time of filming the CPU, it's down to $290 US, and it's likely that price will keep on falling. So if you're currently on the AM4 platform with like a Ryzen 1000, 2000, or 3000 series CPU, heck, even a Ryzen 5600, 5800X, the Ryzen 5800X 3D will deliver similar performance to the Ryzen 7600 in gaming, often even beating it in really CPU-intensive titles. So if I had one of those older Ryzen CPUs, even if I had to upgrade my RAM kit to the 3600 CL16 one for $50, so $340 in total, that's potentially a very compelling upgrade. Now let's look at the current top tier of gaming CPUs in 2023. There are, of course, many options here, but I think the most compelling option from AMD is the Ryzen 7800X 3D. currently selling for $430. Check out our build guide for it, link in the video description. And for Intel, right now at least, it's the i7-13700K running extremely fast and still very expensive. DDR5 7200 CL34 RAM. At the ultra high end of GPUs like the RTX 4090, the Ryzen 7800X3D and i7-13700K can sometimes bring an uplift of up to 20% in some very CPU-intensive titles. Though at 1440p and at 4K in many games, we're entirely GPU bound, and we don't see much of an FPS increase at all. Overall, the Ryzen 7800X3D is about 8 to 10% faster than the i7-13700K, even when the i7 uses very fast DDR5 RAM. For the Ryzen 7800X3D build, we're using a mid-range to higher-end air cooler, like the Thermalright Assassin 120 for $45, the same $140 B650 motherboard like the ASRock B650M Pro 4 Wi-Fi, and an $85 kit of 2x16GB DDR5 5600 CL32 RAM. Though in our testing, we found that due to the huge amount of Vcache on the CPU, that RAM speed just didn't matter very much. And we got similar results with even cheaper DDR5 5200 CL40 RAM. For the i7-13700K, unfortunately DDR5 Z690 and Z790 motherboards run at least about $200 US, and the 2x16GB DDR5 7200 CL34 kit currently runs for $170. Those DDR5 RAM prices, they continue to drop. That brings our upgrade cost for the 7800X3D to $230 over the previous CPU tier, and for the i7-13700K, the upgrade cost is $340 more than the previous tier. For our GPU combos, for a minimum, I recommend the Radeon RX 7900 XT, currently selling for around $760, or the RTX 4070 Ti, selling for about the same price. Ideally, we want the fastest GPU possible, so RX 7900 XTX for AMD, currently selling for $950, and the currently $1,600 RTX 4090. Both CPU and GPU prices, as well as RAM and other component prices, they just continue to get cheaper in 2023, so remember to check out those links down in the video description for updated pricing. And remember that while we exclusively focused on FPS performance today, it's absolutely okay to spend money on other aspects of your PC build that bring you enjoyment. If you got value out of the video, please take a moment and give it a like. This makes a huge difference to the channel. And of course, subscribe and click that bell icon. That way you
I'm moving down this way. If you come with me, come with me. If you don't, you're on your own.
If you're picking the best GPU for gaming 2023, then check out this video right here.
I got you up. I can do no more.
AMD, NVIDIA, and Intel GPUs, including features like FSR versus DLSS versus XeSS, as well as questions like, does it matter if you buy from Gigabyte, ASUS, MSI, or someone else? And everything else that you need to know to get the best GPU for gaming in 2023. I'll catch you on the next one.
This month we saw the release of the RTX 4060 Ti 16GB version at $500. I'll tell you later why you shouldn't buy that, what you should buy instead of that price point. Although in general, in the $400 to $600 price point, it might make sense to wait. We have a lot of reason to believe that next week at Gamescom, we will be seeing AMD announce their RX 7800 XT and 7700 XT GPUs. That's not completely official, although Radeon Division has said that they are for sure announcing their next major product. They didn't say specifically that it would be these GPUs. Now, depending on how they choose to price these GPUs,
I could have gotten that guy up again. I
could
have crafted his banner or something.
Although we can hope. But again, for a lot of people, it would be worthwhile to at least wait and see. Now, I doubt these products will actually launch next week. We would expect to maybe hear announcements about them. Also, if we did hear something about FSR 3, which we've been waiting forever for, that could shake up some of the value proposition when considering buying an AMD versus NVIDIA GPU, but again, we'll have to wait.
Stop buying bad CPU and GPU combos. Let's get you the best CPU and GPU combo in 2023. Hi, welcome back to PC Builders. For GPU, we could go all the way
Not far from the ring, half a minute.
I have no light ammo. There's people here.
10 seconds. The ring's close and we're cutting it. Well, close.
Up top, this guy's hurt. I'm down. You can get me though. Well, maybe not. So sorry, I didn't know he was there. He's still up here. He's getting his buddy. No, he's putting health. He's putting it on. Phoenix kit. Phoenix kit in the corner right here. Pick me up. I mean,
Heaven says, F.
Nice try.
This month we saw the release of the RTX 4060 Ti 16GB version at $500. I'll tell you later.
Let's look at the Vectru V5.
Death finds a way.
Go on, try to stop me.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. AJ Shea, lead them the way.
Never saw me coming, did ya? It's cool. They never do.
You've all been marked for death. Have you said your goodbyes? Drop there.
By the time you...
My hypothesis is correct. I am unstoppable. There's an explosive hole there. Can anyone open it? I spotted a victim over there. Skin suits are here.
Get ready. Moving up.
Everyone dies. We should inspect that area. Not all of us are inside the ring. Not all of us are worthy of continuing either. You can't escape. First blood. And so it begins. The champion was Wade.
Extra supplies over here.
Target spotted here. I heard you. Enemy over there. Tossing thermite. Throwing arc star. Throwing frag. Firing arm. Someone's out there. Placing an independent variable. I see a target in the distance. The rewards in that care package could be a deciding variable. Subject spotted here. You can't escape death.
Making contact with enemy.
Attention.
Craft the subject.
New kill leader. Eyes out for. Taking fire. Broke their shield now.
Recharging shield.
Reload. Enemy down.
I'm done. Subject. Fire. Next
Wow.
Healing my wounds. Be my shield, skinbag. I'm healing.
Go on now, say hello. Calling in a lifeline package.
Saw my next hit right here. Getting shot. Someone's got a death wish. I'm down. Someone's gonna pay for that. Taking fire. Take a deep breath. They downed me.
Why do you guys just push to the next fight so quickly? Like, I'm all the way back here. What can I do? I'm gonna craft her somewhere else. You guys left me then? What pussies?
take Olympus by storm, and I'm just getting warm.
Why you always do that to me, dude? Always close. Fucking weird.
Championship is ours.
This gives me purpose.
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
Introducing your champion.
Taking orders for after the game, fellas. We talking what? 60 stakes?
Cool. I'm the jump master.
I'm the jump master. No pressure, me. I think we should move that
All the way down to a used RX 570 for about $55, or on the new market, a Radeon RX 6600 for $179, an RTX 3050 for $220, or an Intel Arc A750 GPU for about $220. Note the RTX 3050 is considerably slower than those other GPUs, and my advice is to avoid any GPU with less than 8GB of VRAM. Both the i3 1200F and Ryzen 5500, they're very capable gaming CPUs, and you can push them all the way to an RX 6700 XT or RTX 3060 Ti performance, possibly a little higher if you can get a good deal on a GPU, but don't have the money to upgrade the CPU. Here, I would prioritize getting to a recent GPU with more than 8GB of VRAM if you can, and if you want to play the latest AAA titles on release at Ultra settings. So the RX 6700 10GB non-XT version, the 6700 XT 12GB, RTX 3060 12GB, or the Arc A770 16GB, they're all viable options. The next CPU tier up I would look at is the RTX 3060 12, and if possibly a little higher if you can get a good deal on a GPU, but don't have the money to upgrade the CPU. Here, I would prioritize getting to a recent GPU with more than 8GB of VRAM, if you can, and if you want to play the latest AAA titles on release at Ultra settings. So the RX 6700 10GB non-XT version, the 6700 XT 12GB, RTX 3060 12GB, or the Arc A770 16GB, they're all viable options. The next CPU tier up I would look at is either the AMD Ryzen 5600 for $130 or the Intel i5 12400F, currently selling for $149. Now these CPUs have nearly identical performance, and with a GPU like the RX 6 i5, the next, so RX, and my 3600 DL16 RAM, though you can get a $30 can where you or B6 for the i2 1200F, and an $80 B450 with S. Now at this level, we really want the cheapest CPU platform that just won't bottleneck our GPU. Right now, Intel's i3 1200F and the Ryzen 5500, they're both excellent options paired with the inexpensive motherboards. A $100 B660 for the i3 1200F and an $80 B450 with BIOS flashback for the Ryzen 5500. They both come with very good included CPU coolers, and we're using both with a $50 kit of 2x8GB DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM, though you can get a $30 kit of 3200 CL16 if it helps you improve your GPU. The total cost of these platforms is between $220 and $239. For a GPU, we could go all the way down to a used RX 570 for about $55, or on the new market, a Radeon RX 6600 for $179, an RTX 3050 for $220, or an Intel Arc A750 GPU for about $220. Note the RTX 3050 is considerably slower than those other GPUs, and my advice is to avoid any GPU with less than 8GB of VRAM. Both the i3 1200F and Ryzen 5500, they're very capable gaming CPUs, and you can push them all the way to an RX 6700 XT or RTX 3060 Ti performance, possibly a little higher if you can get a good deal on a GPU, but don't have the money to upgrade the CPU. Here, I would prioritize getting to a recent GPU with more than 8 GB of VRAM if you can, and if you want to play the latest AAA titles on release at ultra settings. So the RX 6700 10GB non-XT version, the 6700 XT 12GB, RTX 3060 12GB, or the ARC A770 16GB. They're all viable options. The next CPU tier up I would look at is either the AMD Ryzen 5600 for $130 or the Intel i5-12400F, currently selling for $149. Now these CPUs have nearly identical performance, and with a GPU like the RX 6700 XT, we'll see about a 10 to 12% FPS increase over the previous tier of CPUs. I'll leave links to our build guides for both down in the video description, and in particular the i5-12400. It can be a little tricky, as some of the cheaper B660 motherboards, they don't run it at the full rated frequency, so we do go through which ones to get. Currently, a board like the MSI Pro B660M-A or B660M Aorus Pro AX sell for right around $120. For the Ryzen 5600, virtually any B550 motherboard with a VRM heatsink, absolutely fine. So something like the B550M DS3HAC, ASRock B550M Riptide, or the B550M Pro 4 with upgraded audio is great for about $100. We're using the same DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM kit for $50, and both CPUs come with a great included box cooler. This gives us an upgrade cost of between $59 and $99 over our previous tier of CPUs. For our GPU combo, or the B550 motherboard with a VRM heatsink, absolutely fine. So something like the B550M DS3HAC, ASRock B550M Riptide, or the B550M Pro 4 with upgraded audio is great for about $100. We're using the same DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM kit for $50, and both CPUs come with a great included box cooler. This gives us an upgrade cost. Is great for about So something like the B550M DS3HAC, ASRock B550M Riptide, or the B550M Pro 4 with upgraded audio is great for about $100. We're using the same DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM kit for $50, and both CPUs come with a great or the B550M Pro 4 with upgraded audio is great for about $100. We're using the same DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM kit for $50, and both CPUs come with a great included box cooler. This gives us an is great for about $100. We're using the same DDR4 3600 CL16 RAM kit for $50, and both CPUs come with a great included box cooler. This gives us an upgrade cost of between $59 and $99 over our previous tier of CPUs. For our GPU combo, I'd look at a minimum of an RX 6600, RTX 3050, or ARC A750 new GPUs. These CPUs scale pretty well, but they do hit a wall right around the RX 6950 XT or RTX 4070. And at that point, you'll definitely want to jump up to the next tier of CPU performance. Note that if you do need more cores for productivity, you can consider the Ryzen 5700X or Intel i5-13400, possibly even the 13500, but they don't give much more gaming performance. And there's much better options, as we'll go over next. Jumping up to our mid-range to high-end gaming CPU and GPU combos, we actually have quite a few options here. With current pricing, I feel that our best options are either the Ryzen 7600 and 7600X for about $215, or a DDR4 RAM-equipped Intel i5-13600K or 13600KF for about $290. We have build guides for both the Ryzen 7600 and i5-13600K, which cover things like the difference between the 7600 and 7600X, as well as the 13600K versus the 13600KF, so check them out for more details. These CPUs will give us about 25% more FPS using an RX 6950 XT or RTX 4070 over the previous tier of CPUs. The Ryzen 7600 is the faster gaming CPU with the i5-13, but they don't give much more gaming performance. And for our GPU combo, I'd look at a minimum of an RX 6600, RTX 3050, or ARC A750 new GPUs. These CPUs scale pretty well, but they do hit a wall right around the RX 6950 XT or RTX 4070. And at that point, you'll definitely want to jump up to the next tier. do need more boost for productivity, you can consider the Ryzen 5700X or Intel i5 13400, possibly even the 13500, but they don't give much more gaming performance. And there's much better options as we'll go over next. Jumping up to our mid-range to high-end gaming CPU and GPU combos, we actually have quite a few options. Pricing, I feel that our best options either the Ryzen 7600 and 7600X for about $215 or a DDR4 RAM-equipped Intel i5 13600K or 13600KF for about $290. We have build guides for both the Ryzen 7600 and i5 13600K, which cover things like the difference between the 7600 and 7600X, as well as the 13600K versus the 13600KF, so check them out for more details. These CPUs will give us about 25% more FPS using an RX 6950 XT or RTX 4070 over the previous tier of CPUs. The Ryzen 7600 is the faster gaming CPU with the i5 13600K with DDR4, the stronger and
watching a video. What are you doing?
7600, we're using a budget-powered air cooler like the Deepcool AK400.
I don't know why everyone tries to run through this game so fast. Like, stay to the edge. Let's win. How about we win instead of doing whatever you're doing?
Of DDR5 5600 CL32 RAM. For the i5 13600K, we're using a DDR4 Z690 motherboard with BIOS flashback for about $160.
I don't understand why you need to go
Z790 is fine as well,
yep,
but they tend to be more expensive.
Yep, exactly.
A 2x8GB kit of DDR4 3600 CL16 for $50, and a mid-range air cooler like the Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE for $45. That makes our upgrade cost over the previous tier between $190
just like your mom.
$166.
I did find stuff. I just keep looking for other stuff, bro. Yeah, but you went off there and left me. So how team me of that? Come on now, bro. Come on. You guys left me, and you blame me.
And at that point, if we still have money left over in our budget, our only option for more performance will be to upgrade the CPU, because those are the fastest CPUs that are currently available.
You left me behind. You saw where I was. You saw where I was.
It's a lot harder to recommend the i5 13600K at current pricing. Right now, for about the same price as the i5 13600K platform, you can get a Ryzen 7700 instead if you need the extra CPU power for multi-threaded production work, while still retaining that future upgradability. I want to give a quick honorable mention to the Ryzen 5800.
I have an R45.
At the time of filming the CPU, it's down to $290 US, and it's likely that price will keep on falling. So if you're currently on the AM4 platform with like a Ryzen 1000, 2000, or 3000 series CPU, heck, even a Ryzen 5600, 5800X, the Ryzen 5800X 3D will deliver similar performance to the Ryzen 7600 in gaming, often even beating it in really CPU-intensive titles. So if I had one of those older Ryzen CPUs, even if I had to upgrade my RAM kit to the 3600 CL16 one for $50, so $340 in total, that's potentially a very compelling upgrade. Now let's look at the current top tier of gaming CPUs in 2023. There are of course many options here, but I think the most compelling option from AMD is the Ryzen 7800X 3D, currently selling for $430. Check out our build guide for it, linked in the video description. And for Intel, right now at least, it's the i7 13700K running extremely fast and still very expensive DDR5 7200 CL34 RAM. At the ultra high end of GPUs like RTX 4090, the Ryzen 7800X 3D and i7 13700K can sometimes bring an uplift of up to 20% in some very CPU-intensive titles. Though at 1440p and 4K in many games, we're entirely GPU bound, and we don't see much of an FPS increase at all. Overall, the Ryzen 7800X 3D is about 8 to 10% faster than the i7 13700K, even when an i7 uses very fast DDR5 RAM. For the Ryzen 7800X 3D build, we're using a mid-range to higher-end air cooler, like the Thermalright Assassin 120 for $45, the same $140 B650 motherboard like the ASRock B650M Pro 4 Wi-Fi, and an $85 kit of 2x16GB DDR5 5600 CL32 RAM. Though in our testing, we found that due to the huge amount of V-cache on the CPU, that RAM speed just didn't matter very much. And we got similar results with even cheaper DDR5 5200 CL40 RAM. For the i7 13700K, unfortunately DDR5 Z690 and Z790 motherboards run at least about $200 US, and the 2x16GB DDR5 7200 CL34 kit currently runs for $170. Though DDR5 RAM prices, they continue to drop. That brings our upgrade cost for the 7800X3D to $230 over the previous CPU tier, and for the i7 13700K, the upgrade cost is $340 more than the previous tier. For our GPU combos, for a minimum, I recommend the Radeon RX 7900 XT, currently selling for around $760, or the RTX 4070 Ti, selling for about the same price. Ideally, we want the fastest GPU possible, so RX 7900 XTX for AMD, currently selling for $950, and the currently $1,600 RTX 4090. Both CPU and GPU prices, as well as RAM and other component prices, they just continue to get cheaper in 2023, so remember to check out those links down in the video description for updated pricing. And remember that while we exclusively focused on FPS performance today, it's absolutely okay to spend money on other aspects of your PC build that bring you enjoyment. If you got value out of the video, please take a moment and give it a like. This makes a huge difference to the channel. And of course, subscribe, click that bell icon. That way you get notified when we release cool content. If you're looking for a deep dive into picking the best GPU for gaming 2023, then check out this video right here, where we go through all the differences between AMD, NVIDIA, and Intel GPUs, including features like FSR versus DLSS versus XeSS, as well as questions like, does it matter if you buy from Gigabyte, ASUS, MSI, or someone else? And everything else that you need to know to get the best GPU for gaming in 2023. I'll catch you on the next one.
This month we saw the release of the RTX 4060 Ti 16GB version at $500. I'll tell you later why you shouldn't buy that, what you should buy instead of that price point. Although in general, in the probably $400 to $600 price point, it might make sense.
No, come back.
Reason to believe that next week.
Oh, never mind.
Gamescom,
I can use my bot. I'm just waiting for my bot to come back.
XT and 7700 XT GPUs. That's not completely official, although Radeon Division has said that they are for sure announcing their next major product. They didn't say specifically that it would be these GPUs. Now, depending on how they price these GPUs, they may not end up shaking up that market segment at all, although we can hope. But again, for a lot of people, it would be worthwhile to at least wait and see. Now, I doubt these products will actually launch next week. We would expect to maybe hear announcements about them. Also, if we did hear something about FSR 3, which we've been waiting forever for, that could shake up some of the value proposition when considering buying an AMD versus NVIDIA GPU, but again, we'll have to wait and see on that. Also this month, AMD is offering a Starfield bundle, sometimes the Standard Edition and sometimes the Starfield Premium Edition, with various CPUs and GPUs, but basically any of the 6,000 or 7,000 GPUs, at least starting with the RX 6600, so not the 6500 or 6400 cards, will at least get you some version of Starfield in the deal as long as you're buying it from an eligible retailer, which you would want to check in about. Now, NVIDIA also has a bundle deal going on right now. It looks like an Overwatch 2 Invasion bundle deal with their RTX 40 series GPUs. Personally, that sounds like the less compelling option, but if you're somebody who does play Overwatch 2 a lot, it's possible you'll find some value in these bundled goodies along the way. And in general, to pay for your GPU upgrade, you should sell your old hardware to pay for your upgrade. A lot of people leave money on the table, which gets them getting a card less performant than what they could have by selling their previous hardware. Now, today's sponsor, Jawa.gg, gives you some really excellent options for doing this. One option is to list the card for sale yourself. You manage the listing, you pick the price, you create the listing, a gamer buys your graphics card, you ship out the card within 3 business days, you get paid 2 days after the buyer receives the GPU. However, what's really interesting about Jawa is that they offer a hassle-free option with no need to wait for a buyer or manage the listing yourself at all. You sell the GPU directly to Jawa by telling them your GPU model and condition. They offer you a price immediately. You ship your GPU to Jawa. They receive it, inspect it, and pay you within 1 business day. It's as simple as clicking get an offer, and this link will be included in the video description and a pinned comment. Now, let's jump into which GPUs actually make sense to buy at different price points. First of all, I'm focusing on the new market. If you want to look at used options, Jawa is another great, also great to check to buy used GPUs. However, I'll be focusing on new listings, and right now we have seen some movement on a lot of GPUs. However, it hasn't always been for the better. For example, the RX 6600 from AMD, which does come with that Starfield bundle, has been my recommended GPU under $200 for a while now. You've been frequently able to find it for about $180. However, today, if I had to buy one new, the lowest I'm seeing is $205. That makes it a little bit less compelling, and the Intel Arc A750 has moved down to $200 again. So this is putting Intel into its most easy to recommend position I've seen it in a long time with their A750. If you wanted to buy something from NVIDIA in this price point, you can't get anything from the 40 series. The RTX 3050 comes down to about $230, but honestly the RX 6600 and the Arc A750 are frequently going to outperform the RTX 3050 in this price class. Now this is pretty interesting. Intel, however, though, I'm not going to give it a hands-down recommendation, just due to the fact that while its software support has gotten significantly better, since they're a newer player to the discrete graphics card market, a lot of their support for older games that released a long time before Intel produced these graphics cards, the support is sometimes hit or miss on them working correctly or performing well. However, this has gotten significantly better since launch. So I'm going to give a split recommendation between the Arc A750 for some people who want to probably get more performance than the RX 6600 in a lot of cases, but sometimes have to deal with some headaches. And I'll give the RX 6600 my recommendation for anybody who finds value in the Starfield bundle and or just wants most likely a smoother sailing experience. The Arc A750 also has an AV1 encoder, which can be useful for streaming to platforms like YouTube. I don't believe Twitch supports it at this point in time, whereas the RX 6600 still has encoding available, just not the newer AV1 encoding. Now, if we go past this price point, things get really muddy on what to recommend. Honestly, the next thing I would probably want to jump up to has usually been the 6700 XT from AMD, which is frequently around $320, and I've even seen it go as low as $300 new on Prime Day from Amazon, but it's currently back up around $330, which makes it a little less exciting than it has been in the past. But again, if you do find some value in the Starfield bundle, that could bring a little more punch to the argument there. The main reason why I say maybe jump up to the 6700 XT if you can get it is the 12 gigabytes of VRAM. I've recently tested how limiting 8 gigabytes of VRAM is in the latest AAA single-player games, and at the highest graphics settings, it definitely does cause some limitations, and VRAM usage in games always goes up over time, not down on average, so having that 8 gigabytes of VRAM is certainly nice. So my next card I would really want to step up to would be the 6700 XT, although I wish it was back to being priced more in that $300 to $320 range. So it's kind of a little sad to see it creeping up. And again, we could start to see supply dwindle on these as AMD moves to launching its replacement. The 6700 XT, what does it compete against in this price point? There's cards like the RTX.
I'm sorry, did I do worse than you?
From NVIDIA, if you want to move to NVIDIA in this price point. The 4060 launched at $300. You can find some models as low as $290 right now. It's an 8 gigabyte card. It does have some reasons to consider it over the 6700 XT, although the raw performance lead is absolutely in the 6700 XT's favor, and the 6700 XT has 50% more VRAM. The 4060 can take some leads in very heavy ray tracing workloads, but in lighter ray tracing workloads or with ray tracing off, it's generally tied or taking even sometimes a fairly significant loss. It's also great to check is actually to Java by telling them for the better. While now, you've been free, and the Intel recommend position I've seen the RTX 3050. For older has gotten segments than the RX 6600 in a lot of cases, but sometimes have to deal with some headaches. And I'll give the RX 6600 my recommendation for anybody streaming to platforms like YouTube. Now, if we go past this price point, things get really muddy on what to recommend. Honestly, the next thing I would probably want to jump up to has usually been the 6700 XT from AMD, which is frequently around $320, and I've even seen it go as low as $300 new on Prime Day from Amazon, but it's currently back up around $330, which makes it a little less exciting than it has been in the past. But again, if you do find some value in the Starfield bundle, that could bring a little more punch to the argument there. The main reason why I say maybe jump up to the 6700 XT if you can get it is the 12 gigabytes of VRAM. I've recently tested how limiting 8 gigabytes of VRAM is in the latest AAA single-player games, and at the highest graphics settings, it definitely does cause some limitations, and VRAM usage in games always goes up over time, not down on average. So having that 8 gigabytes of VRAM is certainly nice. So my next card I would really want to step up to would be the 6700 XT, although I wish it was back to being priced more in that $300 to $320 range. So it's kind of a little sad to see it creeping up. And again, we could start to see supply dwindle on these as AMD moves to launching its replacement. The 6700 XT, now, what does it compete against in this price point? There's cards like the RTX 4060 from NVIDIA, if you want to move to NVIDIA in this price point. The 4060 launched at $300. You can find some models as low as $290 right now. It's an 8 gigabyte card. It does have some reasons to consider it over the 6700 XT, although the raw performance lead is absolutely in the 6700 XT's favor, and the 6700 XT has 50% more VRAM. The 4060 can take some leads in very heavy ray tracing workloads, but in lighter ray tracing workloads or with ray tracing off, it's generally tied or taking even a sometimes fairly significant loss. But the 4060 does draw a lot less energy consumption, so if you're in a smaller case, have a smaller power supply, things like that could, or live somewhere where energy consumption is super high, there are some things going for it there. Also, if you think about NVIDIA versus AMD in general, the big standout differences are for gaming performance is ray tracing, but again, if the AMD card, think about it like this, AMD cards can do ray tracing, they just lose a higher percentage of their baseline performance when it's enabled, and the heavier duty ray tracing titles,
They're both hurt over here, I hit both of them.
The NVIDIA cards also take a hit to performance,
and you guys dropped me here.
Less of their overall performance that they're losing by enabling those features. But if the AMD card starts out far enough ahead, then maybe it still comes out ahead.
Just pick me up, you're good. You're gonna pick me up, pick me. I'm leaving here, just so you know. Once I get up, I'm gone.
AMD's FSR 2.
Oh, what? I'm not Lifeline? What the fuck?
But DLSS 2 does look better.
This is stupid. I don't even want to play this game anymore.
Cards from NVIDIA also have access to frame generation. Frame generation inserts generated frames in between two real frames, which does add some latency to the gameplay. So rather than usually when you get more frame rate, higher frame rate in a game, it increases the responsiveness. Frame generation doesn't do that, but it does smooth out the image on a high refresh rate monitor. But you're going to want a high enough base frame rate for it to look good and feel good to use. You would only want to use it in single-player games due to the responsiveness, factor. And only certain games support it. So it's certainly a value-added feature, but not going to apply to every game. It also does use some VRAM, and I have seen in my testing that sometimes you could be at settings where you're really close to 8 gigabytes of VRAM usage already. You enable frame generation, and then it can add a few more stutters to the frame time graph, that kind of thing. So again, this would have been really nice to get more than 8 gigabytes of VRAM on the 4060. That said, if you do want to go with the NVIDIA feature set, that would be a place to go. And while my video focuses on gaming performance, there are also certain productivity workloads and applications that are programmed with NVIDIA's CUDA cores in mind. And you might get, but you'll want to research your productivity workflow separately from your gaming performance. Look at specific apps and work that you use in your workflow to see what would work better here. Also in this price range, we would see the Arc A770 from Intel. However, if you're going to go with an Intel GPU, the A770 is not much faster than the A750. And then it can add a few more stutters to the frame time graph, that kind of thing. So again, this would have been really nice to get more than 8 gigabytes of VRAM on the 4060. That being said, if you do want to go with the NVIDIA feature set, that would be a place to go. And while my video focuses on gaming performance, there are also certain productivity workloads that are and applications that are programmed with NVIDIA's CUDA cores in mind. And you might get, but you'll want to research your productivity workflow separately from your gaming performance. Look at specific apps and work that you use in your workflow to see what would work better here. Also in this price range, we would see the ARC A770 from Intel. However, if you're going to go with an Intel, it would be a place to go. And while my video focuses on gaming, use some VRAM. I have seen in my testing that sometimes you could be at settings where you're really close to 8 gigabytes of VRAM usage already. You enable frame generation, and then it can add a few more stutters to the frame time graph, that kind of thing. So again, this would have been really nice to get more than 8 gigabytes of VRAM on the 4060. That being said, if you do want to go with the NVIDIA feature set, that would be a place to go. And while my video focuses on gaming performance, there are also certain productivity workloads that are and applications that are programmed with NVIDIA's CUDA cores in mind, and you might get, but you'll want to research your productivity workflow separately from your gaming performance. Look at the specific apps and work that you use in your workflow to see what would work better here. Also in this price range, we would see the ARC A770 from Intel. However, if you're going to go with an Intel GPU, the A770 is not much faster than the A750, but it costs a lot more money. Despite having 16 gigabytes of VRAM, that's not enough reason to justify the $100 price premium to go from the A750 8 gigabyte to the A770 16 gigabyte. And I don't think the A770 16 gigabyte at $300 is very competitive up against the 6700 XT, which is just a little bit more money from AMD, or even the 4060 from NVIDIA. So I don't think the A770 makes sense here. Now, if you have to buy something in between the $200 and $300 mark, there's a lot of options. AMD's RX 7600 does get you fairly close to the rasterized, or in other words, non-ray trace performance of the RTX 4060, and at these lower, price points and performance tiers, I think that using ray tracing is often something that you actually turn off anyway. A lot of times it makes more sense to turn down graphic settings to increase performance rather than to crank all of the features like ray tracing at this price point in order to get, in other words, it makes sense to boost performance by turning things down rather than crank all the visual settings, in which case the RX 7600 at $255 on the cheapest models can get you a lot of the performance that a 4060 would. One of the problems with it is that the previous generation 6650 XT from AMD is currently available as low as $235 right now, and is only slightly behind the 7600 in performance. The 7600 has the AV1 encoder from the newer generation, but other than that, it does not offer a lot of newer features than the 6650
no,
XT.
you didn't.
So if you had to buy something between $200 and $300, I'd probably say the 6650 XT at $235 makes the most sense. Anyway, so if we go past the RX 6700 XT, though, things start to get a little bit difficult to recommend. The next GPU from NVIDIA is the 4060 Ti, which launched at $400. The good news is there are some models available right now new for as low as $300.
Come back to me, come back to me, come back to me, come back to me.
But it is still an 8 gigabyte card, and that is a lot of money to pay for an 8 gigabyte card. Again, I have demonstrated in my testing showing the 4060 Ti 8 gigabyte versus the 16 gigabyte model that you absolutely are leaving performance
Let's
on
get
the
out of
table
here.
in situations where you do actually have the GPU power to run those graphic settings and resolutions by being limited to the 8 gigabytes, and that just kind of feels bad. And the 6700 XT, can get you close to this performance when you're not ray tracing.
Broke one guy in front of me.
Less money. So again, that makes the 4060 Ti 8 gigabyte a bit of a hard sell. But there's not a lot directly competing at it at exactly this $380 price point where I'm seeing the lowest models. From AMD, if you're willing to go up to $430, they do have the 6800 non-XT version, which is a 16 gigabyte graphics card and has more raw performance than the 4060 Ti 8 gigabyte. Doubles the VRAM, so you won't have those issues. Although it will draw more power than the 4060 Ti, and doesn't have the newer AV1 encoding, doesn't have the DLSS, that type of thing, but does have more raw performance and a lot more VRAM. And honestly, at the $430 price point, again, it's kind of just on its own thing right here. This is where also I'm hoping, but not necessarily expecting, AMD to kind of shake up this price point soon with their 7800 XT and 7700 XT, hopefully. Now, if you are going to go up to the $500 price point, I can finally definitively give you this is the GPU you should buy at this price point. The 6800 XT from AMD is as low as $510 right now. At $510, it costs about the same as the competing 4060 Ti 16 gigabyte version, and the 16 gigabyte 4060 Ti, while it finally has enough VRAM, is now just completely overpriced at the $500 price point. If this version of the card was more in that $400 or less or $380 price point, I think we'd actually have something. But at the $500 price point, you're seeing the 4060 Ti 16GB up against the 6800 XT, and the 6800 XT is significantly faster in most situations, often even including ray tracing situations. So despite the some of the NVIDIA feature set advantage, even enabling something like DLSS quality isn't necessarily going to get it to pass the performance of the 6800 XT running the game natively without the upscaling image quality compromises. Now, if we go past this point, we can go up to the $600 price point, where once again, I'm going to give a bit of a split recommendation. The RTX 4070 is the first GPU from NVIDIA's 40 series where I feel like its specs at least make sense. This GPU gives you 12 gigabytes of VRAM, and while it would be nice to have more, in current games, 12 gigabytes is enough at 1080p and 1440p. The only question is, will it continue to be enough for as many years as you will hang on to this GPU? That's a bit more of the question mark, but at least right now, 12 gigabytes of VRAM does get the job done. And the 4070 is strong enough to perform extremely well at both 1080p and 1440p, and especially at 1440p, DLSS quality upscaling looks quite good, and again, you would also get access to the frame generation feature, and the card is very energy efficient, has the AV1 encoding. I just would have liked to see this GPU priced at $500. It's going to give you about the same non-ray trace performance as the 6800 XT, which costs $510 right now, versus $590 on the 4070. So if you can't push to the $600 mark, the 6800 XT gets you very similar performance and a bit more VRAM with less features and more energy consumption, right, and less ray tracing performance for a bit less money. The RTX 4070 is a direct price competitor against the 6950 XT, which has been up as high as $630 recently, but is now, I'm seeing available again right now for $590. So exactly the same price as the RTX 4070. When these cost exactly the same, I give a split recommendation, and I'm going to ask you which of these sounds better to you. The 6950 XT is going to give you more raw performance when you're not using ray tracing, and in lighter ray tracing workloads might even be about the same performance. In heavier ray tracing workloads, the 4070 can pull ahead. Also, the 4070 does have DLSS an upscaling advantage, which I think at 1440p resolution can make a lot of sense to use. I think realistically a lot of people would be using that. And then again, you do have the situational feature of frame generation, which in certain single-player games, when you're getting high enough base frame rate, which the 4070 is often able to do, can be a good way to smooth out the image on a high refresh rate monitor. But one of the biggest distinctions here is think about your case and your power supply. The RTX 4070 is generally going to be smaller and draw a lot less energy, which means putting out a lot less heat into your case, and it won't need as big of a power supply. The 6950 XT is generally very large. The cheapest model here, the $590 option, is 340 millimeters long. It draws a lot of power, so you would need a compatible power supply. And again, it doesn't have the newer features, an AV1 encoding and all of that. But in terms of just raw performance, if you have the space and the power supply to support it, I do see that some people would choose the 6950 XT here. Some people would go for the lower energy consumption and better feature package on the 4070. I'll give a split recommendation here. I don't love either of these. I really wish the 4070 would come down to about $500 and make it a lot easier to recommend. The next price point that we jump up to here on the NVIDIA side of things would be the 4070 Ti. Now, this is a massive price jump. The cheapest models now are available at $790. That is a $200 price jump over the RTX 4070. And you still only get the 12 gigabytes of VRAM. Now, I've said that 12 gigabytes of VRAM is pretty much okay at 1440p right now, but a lot of games are right on that borderline. And the 4070 Ti at $800, you might even be considering a 4K monitor. And there are some situations where at 4K resolution, we are seeing current games going past 12 gigabytes. And again, just spending $800 for a 12 gigabyte card at a time when we're already seeing games pushing right up to that and past it feels pretty bad. So our competition against the 4070 Ti is the 7900 XT from AMD. The cheapest models of these right now are available at $760, and this is a 20 gigabyte graphics card and gives you more raw, non-ray traced performance than the 4070 Ti does, albeit at a bit higher energy consumption. And again, without some of the it does have the 81 encoding because we're on the newer generation now, but it doesn't have it has FSR2 upscaling, which looks good, but not as good as DLSS. It doesn't currently have frame generation. Again, hopefully we hear from AMD about their FSR3 competitor. This is going to be another split recommendation for me. When the 7900 XT first launched at $900, it was a laughably bad value, and nobody should have considered it. Luckily, that's forced its price down, so now, at actually a bit of a price discount, but about the same price realistically, $760 versus $790, pretty close at that high of a price range. Versus the 4070 Ti, I would say that at 4K resolution, I would give a nod to the 7900 XT for its extra VRAM and a bit more raw performance. Whereas at 1440p, I'll give more of a split recommendation because I'm less bothered by the 12 gigabytes of VRAM on the 4070 Ti at 1440p resolution. Also, AMD's upscaling tech FSR, I think the higher the resolution is, the less the visual quality kind of falls back noticeably compared to DLSS. FSR2 quality at 4K resolution generally looks very good. At the lower resolutions, especially at 1080p, I have more trouble recommending it. But so here I'll give a split recommendation. 4K, I'd probably nod to the 7900 XT, and 1440p, a bit more split. I could see people going either way if you wanted the NVIDIA feature set and weren't too worried about the 12 gigabytes of VRAM and a bit less raw performance. The 4070 Ti is strong enough at 1440p that using ray tracing is a very realistic option, especially if you kick on DLSS quality and maybe even frame generation. Whereas at 4K resolution, I think you start to have to use upscaling really aggressively, which leads to use ray tracing, which is going to lose you a bit of the image quality that you kind of started out with anyway. Now, past this point, the next GPU up is the 7900 XTX. The extra X at the end does get you a noticeably more performance, but also now costs $920. At $920, price point-wise, there is no direct competitor to the 7900 XTX. Performance-wise, the next direct competitor is the RTX 4080. But the RTX 4080 does cost $1,100 currently. That is $100 below where it started out at $1,200. Now, if I was given the chance to choose between these two GPUs at exactly the same price, I would choose the RTX 4080. Granted, it only has 16 gigabytes of VRAM versus the 24 gigabytes on the 7900 XTX, but I do feel good about 16 gigabytes of VRAM right now and for the next few years. So I'm not too concerned about that myself. Also, again, you get noticeably better energy efficiency and a better feature set, and their raw performance is about the same. You might get a slight bit better non-ray trace performance on the 7900 XTX, but it's not too big of a lead. And then once you do enable ray tracing, the 4080 does come out ahead. So I do think the 4080 is worth more money than the 7900 XTX. The question is it worth a $200 price gap? So in other words, the RTX 4080 is going to get my $1,100 recommendation, and the 7900 XTX is going to get my $900 recommendation. And they do not currently, at least in price, directly compete with each other. So they'll get separate recommendations in those price tiers without direct competitors. That leaves us with the RTX 4090, which still costs around $1,600, but it is still by far the most capable 4K GPU. And if you want to do high refresh rate ray tracing at 1440p without a lot of upscaling required, it's also going to be the best choice there, and definitely means that you're paying a lot more money, but you're definitely getting a lot more performance for that. This does definitely outperform both the 7900 XTX and the RTX 4080. but you're paying out the nose, so you know, don't go into debt to get this thing. But if $1,600 doesn't make you sweat or anything, you're definitely getting something for the money going with the RTX 4090. Alright, hopefully you guys found this breakdown of the differences between the different GPU brands and all of that, you know, and different recommendations at each price point useful. It's kind of a bit of a summary. If you have an unlimited budget, get yourself a 4090. Best GPU at $1,100 was the 4080. Best GPU at $900 was the 7900 XTX. The $800 price point was a bit more of a split recommendation between the 7900 XT and the 4070 Ti, with, you know, if you're going to 4K resolution, me giving you a bit more of a nod to the 7900 XT model. And at 1440p, a little more okay with the split recommendation. Maybe people would be more drawn to the feature set on the 4070 Ti. $600 price point was a split between recommendation between the 6950 XT and the RTX 4070. They cost the same. But again, the 6950 XT is going to be a lot bigger, draw a lot more power if it's not going to fit in your case or your power supply. The 4070 might make the most sense. Also, if you're more drawn toward the feature set than the raw performance, again, the 4070 isn't a terrible decision over it. So split my recommendation based on which of those you're more drawn to. And then at the $500 price point, I give you solid recommendation with the RX 6800 XT. It's miles better than the 4060 Ti 16GB. And then down below that, things got really messy. I think the standouts were the 6700 XT because it gets you 12 gigabytes of VRAM and a lot of performance at one of the lower cost points for that. With the Intel Arc A770 being the only other high VRAM GPU down at the $300 price point, but not giving you enough, you know, performance to go along with it. And then down at the $200 price point, split recommendation between the probably more consistently performant RX 6600 from AMD and the you know, a little more risky on the software side of things, but pretty interesting at the price point Intel Arc A750. And then if you had to buy something between the $200 and $300 range, there's a lot of possible options, but the $235 6650 XT seem to stand out for me there. Hopefully this was useful, and hopefully we will find out more about the potential 7800 XT and 7700 XT from AMD soon. Maybe even some FSR 3 updates. Is that too much to ask for? Definitely stay tuned to the channel. I do one of these recommendations based on the latest performance and the latest pricing updates every single month. And if you're more interested in the head-to-head comparisons I've shown here, those are all clips from dedicated videos where I go to much more detail between all of these GPUs. Huge thank you to channel members and today's sponsor, Jawa.gg. Again, sell your old hardware there to help fund your upgrade and take a look at their used options if all this new stuff is just out of your price range. I hope all of you have a nice day.
That is really pretty animation. I like that.
Archery, gymnastics, soccer, and fitness. But only one country is going to walk away with this $250,000 gold medal. Are you ready for the first event? You have 30 seconds to get across these 3 hurdles that get bigger and bigger before this giant wall closes you out. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What if someone dies in that?
This is insanity. The wall is closing fast. Hurry.
This is very humbling. I'm failing this right away. It would be so hard to do if you're short. He would have just said, fuck all the short people. That doesn't necessarily mean they're bad at sports. They're just shorter.
One step closer to that ball now.
I really thought it was gonna. Wouldn't that have been entertaining?
made it in the first game, and 97 are moving on. Good. Remember, you're representing your country. Let's reveal the next event. The next event might be the craziest set we've ever built. Welcome to Gymnastics. Send the contestants up! Each round includes 10 countries, and only the first 5 people to make the platform move on. I don't care if it's the 5 from over here. I don't care.
We're kind of short. We probably lost already.
5, 4. Give a few go. Go. Oh, they got some speed. There you flying through the court.
Wait, climb back up. Dude, this is insane. I kind of want to do this. Like, fall looks a little bit fun. We fall in that big pit. You better make it. Yeah. Oh my god, Marco didn't make it.
And the beauty of this challenge is
They should have put me there.
No, I'm not going first. You want to sit? I'm telling you, I'm gonna make you go down. It's a competition. Okay, great. Good luck. Come on.
The girls are fighting.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, you wanted to go first, huh? It's a dog-eat-dog world. I hate this. Somebody else hate this. I feel terrible. The thing is that material is so hard to pull up on. It's like soft plastic. I think Philippines is in there though. You guys need to stop doing that jump grab shit. It's bad. It never works. Bad strat. Learn from your opponents. Oh my god. He stepped on the air. This poor man fighting for his life. Billionaire Mr. Beast just... Carl with me. That's crazy.
Don't fall down there. Hey, that's a good advice. Let's start.
He's gone. Yeah. I feel like this is a lot of force strength, actually, and balance. Reaching too for the water.
We launched another 50 people during gymnastics, and we're down to our last 47 countries. And wonder, in this challenge, each contestant gets a vote.
Because you eliminated all of us with your heightest first challenge, okay? Neutral.
An arrow. And if they can hit this target from this platform, they move on. And to make this interesting, I'm gonna have you all.
Oh, the shorties! Oh, literally, and the shorties.
Country of your choice.
That first game,
the target gets pushed back. And
Yeah, I'm rooting for her because Marco's out.
I don't like them. Germany, you have a history of trying to conquer everything.
While votes were cast for countries from all over.
That looks familiar.
The history of trying to conquer everything.
While
Just
votes
kidding,
were
yeah.
cast for countries from all over, what countries stood out to the rest?
Who are you voting for? Indonesia?
I think Indonesia is the threat.
Really?
Yeah, because he won the first one.
Started to see a theme. You want wrong?
They hate to see us winning.
Indonesia.
Did you draw
What?
a country?
I do.
Why did that look like Among Us to me?
The first is Bob. Come on up.
That was a really nice shot.
Maybe 3.
Yeah. 3 votes.
3?
Wow, you got 3. How'd you know?
I go to the gym, I'm fit, and I'm not a jump. Is this your first time with the bow and arrow?
That was not very promising. Whoa! 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 Go on! Go on!
Oh! Sure.
Any last words? I love you too. Monaco, you got 6 votes. Oh la la. Brooke got great hair. Thank you, sir. Those great hair translated into great shots.
Let's find out. I'm so proud.
Are you nervous?
That's
No,
cute.
not at all. If I lost, that's what I'll be super upset. Robin Hood is here!
Do me a favor. Feel free to miss.
You'll just lose like $250,000.
Anything you want to say?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Maybe next time.
For my Pacific people.
I love the country prop.
Azerbaijan. Come on up. Lead.
He said, "Bleh." Look at the face. Don't you just hear, "Bleh."
Azerbaijan. Come on up. Believe in yourself.
Oh, what the?
Do you want a piece of bar before you shoot it? Is there a decent flavor?
Actually, that's my favorite. That's a good chocolate.
Oh, I didn't know it's tradition.
Far, but it's not too far. I feel like I got it.
That's part of the song and dance that thing.
Still remaining, and the bow is literally
Very cool. Very prideful.
That was so close.
Oh, she was repping South.
Back as far as she goes.
You were the first person to finish the first round. One of the fastest to finish the second round. You should have saw this coming. Yeah, I know.
This is the farthest shot of the day by far. What do you think of it?
That is so far.
Wish me luck. Wish me luck. No!
That was really close, though.
I'm so sorry. I tried my best. I promise.
I think he did so well.
And with that last elimination, we are down to only 16 countries.
Yeah.
Fantastic! Come on in. Come on in. Congratulations for making it this far. And before we do the next event, I have an offer. Give each of them a briefcase with 10 grand. Hit it.
Is he gonna make them fight for it?
10 grand.
Oh,
Throw it in the pit and compete in the next event.
I'm outie. Please tell me someone does. No, tell me some.
Here's the thing. Half of you are about to get eliminated. This is your only chance to walk away with 10 grand.
That's a lot of money, but I'm pretty
Take
confident I'll
it.
win this. I can't hit the win.
You've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
Today's a good day to cheat death.
This is your champion.
I'm the jump master. Follow me.
I'm Jumpmaster. Better follow me if you want to die last. Stay out of my way.
It's go time! They're shooting at me? We're already in the ring. First fatality. Let the games begin. Healing. Charging up my shields. I'm good. Yo, cracked an enemy shield. Cracked a bad dude's shield. Reloading. Down that one. Taking fire. Down another. I'm out of light ammo.
Whole squad's taking a dirt nap. Reloading. We're in the ring, which means they're coming to us.
Get shot at. Must go faster. Jump pad out. Charging on my shields.
Get up before I kill you myself. Care package out there.
Down.
Come here, sport. Sit down on my lap here. We're gonna talk about something fun. We're gonna call out some losers today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be real with you. I'm getting older, okay? And as I get older, my gaming time kind of reduces because, you know, other things pop up in your life. But I'm still a gamer. I'll always be a video gamer, okay? I'll always love playing a video game. And recently I've been putting hours in Baldur's Gate 3, okay? But I'm a little bit excited for some stuff that's coming out, you know? I'm excited to play Cyberpunk 2077 with all the features brought in. I'm excited for some Spider-Man 2. And dare I say, I'm a little excited for an Xbox game, Starfield. Now, when I say excitement, I mean my expectations are lower than anything. Okay, they're cratered to the ground. Because there's one thing that I've learned over the years: never pre-order, never get excited. Because sometimes your expectations will ruin good things. So anyway, what I like about this gaming generation is how pathetic it is, okay? This PS5, Xbox Series X generation. I've already talked about it a million times, but, you know, it has no oomph to it, okay? Back when the PS1 dropped, it was pretty sweet. PS2, graphics be getting a lot better. The games are getting bigger.
Are we playing duos?
Stories are being told. PS3, oh my god.
Is this duos? Why is there a duo next to us?
And well detailed. PS4 comes in, okay, alright, we're kind of hitting the field there. Ooh, Red Dead 2 is really nice. PS5 hits and it's like, alright, cool, now it's just PS4 with, like, you know, slightly sharper visuals, you know, hopefully you get 60 frames from time to time. Same trajectory for the Xbox. Now, if it's one thing I've learned about the internet is, when it comes to video game consoles, there will be peace in the Middle East. There will be, like, world peace before console jihadists chill out, you know? Now, I find it hilariously pathetic that out of all these mega corporations like Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, there are cocksuckers who actually defend these systems online for free.
I'll get you swag, don't
Meaning
wait.
that they operate as like public relations departments, okay? Like, you talk shit about an Xbox or a PlayStation, there will be like 10, 15, like, no-name usernames just come out of the woodwork defending this PlayStation like you literally slapped their mother, okay? Like you dishonored their family. Alright? Because that's all I guess some people have.
Let's get out of
here. I find it hilarious that these people get paid $0, by the way, okay? There's not a paycheck, no fucking stock options, alright? You don't even get a crypto suit egg out of it, okay? And they're defending it. They're in it. They're in it to win it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I never understood the console wars ever, even as a younger person. You know, when I only had one system at the time. When I was a young kid, like, you know, in the PS3 era, when I was younger, very much younger than I am now. All right, we're talking. I had to do some shoveling. I had to do some hobby. I had to do some slave work to be able to afford a system, another system, right? The competing system. And obviously, as an adult, you know, you save like 20, 30 bucks at a time, all right? You put it away, put it into the rainy day jar, and you can eventually afford the gaming systems as they come out. Now, when it comes to that, it pretty much like enables you to experience all of the good that every game has to offer, or every system has to offer, right? You know, you don't have to sit over there and like, you know, sit aside. You don't have to be Squidward looking outside the fucking window every time like an exclusive comes out. You can partake in everybody's exclusives, okay? You know, you can join the Xbox people and drive cars in Forza. You can join the PlayStation people and swing through New York. You can join the Nintendo people and sit in the corner playing Pikmin 3, okay? All of these options are valid. So it always baffles me when there's like a contingent of console warriors on the internet getting mad.
What are you doing, buddy?
Now, the reason I'm making this video is I'm sure you all saw the gaming discourse yesterday. Pretty hilarious discourse. Now, Starfield has been getting a lot of flack, okay? It's been catching strays. And I don't want to sound like the Starfield Defense Force, but this is...
Where'd you go, buddy?
It's been a while since anybody's been excited for an Xbox release, okay? Halo Infinite, get out of here. That took the wind out of
okay?
everyone's sails. We ain't getting the Gears of War game in a while.
Are you gonna
so
get me
that
invited
Forza
to this
Horizon,
or what?
Whatever. New cars every year. Bam! Amazing.
Okay, Bucko.
But Starfield is genuinely a brand new IP
What?
that's made from Bethesda.
Okay, Bucko? Is you call me just Bucko now? What?
Since some of your favorites haven't even met, okay? Like, Daggerfall, love that shit. Break the
I
games
just
in
asked
30
if you were
minutes,
gonna
alright?
get me
I'm already
invited to
owning
Phase.
mansions, yachts, boats, everything by exploiting the game's stupid dungeons 40 minutes in. Amazing. Oblivion, you know how long it took me to play the main story in Oblivion? Could never finished it. Never finished Oblivion. You know what I
Dogcon's been around longer
everything
than
else
Phase
but the main
has.
story. The Fallout 3, loved it, okay? Enjoyed that shit. Made DC my home. And anytime a Bethesda game comes out, they're not like, I wouldn't say that they're the most, like, you know, they don't shoot gaming standards to the stratosphere, but I usually have fun. I make a character. As soon as I'm in the open world, I say, okay, forget the main story, go do all the side content.
Nice.
I've seen the 44 minutes of Starfield gameplay, and I'll tell you what excites me a little bit. Being a pirate, being a smuggler. I want to run an intergalactic crack ring, okay? I want to sell crack in space. That's what I'm excited about. If I can't run a fucking scuba deck in space, all right, and sell crack, then I'm not buying, okay? You know, the best gaming experience of my life was finding out there was a literal crack den in Oblivion. Have you played Oblivion? There's an actual crack den in the game. I'm not kidding with you. Go to the city of Breville in Oblivion. There is a fucking scuba. They made a crack den in a video game with crack heads. That's how crazy Todd Howard's team is, alright? It's insane. But that's kind of what I'm excited about in Starfield. I know it's not much, but I have really small aspirations when it comes to gaming, okay? That's what I want to do. And there's been some discourse. One discerning industry veteran posted a main menu screenshot of the game, right? And it looked a little bare. I mean, it showed the word Starfield, you know, a little moon, you know, if you will, like a planet, and then it had a couple options. New game, load game, options, the credits, and that's it. Settings, options.
That wasn't
and that was it. Now, immediately there was a bit of discourse like, hey, you know, menu screens this simple can be indicative of lazy game development, or I guess a banger. Now, it made me really think to myself, motherfucker, how much have I spent in a main menu of a video game? It's really going to settings, turning on subtitles, turning off motion blur, and hitting new game, all of which is done within 30 fucking seconds. Hell, the best game, one of the best games ever made, Final Fantasy VII, has the most pedantically bare main menu screen imaginable, and it's still a great title. And it's gotten to the point where, like, instead of talking about the game's gameplay, the story, you know, things that matter, motherfucker gamers are arguing over a menu screen, okay? Something they won't even see for more than 30 seconds. In some cases, their entire life. And this is where gaming discourse has gotten, you know? It's either that or arguing over the most minute technical details in a video game, right? Like, we're getting to a point where, like, console gamers are arguing about frame rates and resolutions. Guys, if you cared about 4K, 120 frames per second, go buy a PC. Join the 4090 club where they still have to wait for their games to stutter. I'm part of it, okay? Every time I load up a PC game, it's like Sylvester the Pussycat jumped in. Suffering succotash. Game stutters like a bitch. Alright? Every system's got its problems. But what I'm talking about necessarily in this game, or in this case, is the gaming discourse has jumped from anything tangible to the most meaningless of discussions. You know, it's to a point where, like, you will literally find Xbox lovers and Sony lovers. They have names for each other, okay? Xbox lovers are Xbox, Sony's are Sony ponies. I don't know what the hell that's about. I guess maybe there must be, like, a breakout contingency of bronies in the Sony community that I hadn't known about. But anyways, you know, these people are arguing about the most minute Metacritic scores. You know, when Final Fantasy 15 was dropping, or not 15, 16, and a couple other games on the Xbox, they were arguing about, like, Metacritic scores. My Sony game scored 89. Your Xbox game scored 88. My game blew yours out of the water. And I'm
Why
sitting
did
there
you
like, dumbass.
me here?
They're both rated really well.
You are the
Back in the
worst.
day, that's like saying, oh yeah, Grand Theft Auto 4 is just, it got rated slightly higher than Bioshock. Clearly, Bioshock is a trepid piece of crap. They're both great games. Buy them both. Enjoy them. Buy one now. Buy the other one. And then you get to the point where motherfuckers are arguing, getting excited about the downfall of a video game. Like, I hope Starfield, like, I'm reading stuff like, I hope Starfield is trash. I hope Spider-Man is trash. Why would you hope a video game is trash? This one never got me, okay? Like, even if it's not in your system, why do you want a piece of media to be trash? Like, wouldn't you want everything to be good so that you have more media to consume? Good media to consume? Never in my motherfucking life sat on the sofa thinking, oh god, I hope Legend of Zelda sucks. I hope Mario sucks. Oh, I pray on Pokemon's downfall every day. You think I get excited talking about a bad game? I mean, yeah, it's fun to laugh at things, but it's also depressing as shit. Recently, I was playing San Andreas Definitive Edition, okay? That piece of crap. And you know what depressed me? That it was a bad game. Why would you ever hope something is bad? Don't you want everything to be good? Because even if you don't own something, chances are down the road you could be playing it. 10 years from now, you could be playing Starfield if you're not playing it now. Would you still want it to be bad? Same for Xbox people who wish the downfall of, like, you know, Spider-Man or whatever Sony exclusive comes out, like Horizon or God of War. I may not be the biggest God of War fan in the world, but I'm glad the games are at least great. They're amazing. They blow the rocks off of people. Ladies and gentlemen, I think if it's one thing that we as a community should consistently call out and make fun of, I mean really make fun of, are the stupid console jihadists in our communities. I really do believe so. If you're somebody that wakes up every day, you know, putting on the Sony, like, war paint, if you put on the Xbox ballistic vest, you know, if you put on the PC Gamer Pride, like, fucking, like vest, like, you fucking, you know, you got the bandolier on, you got the magazines ready to go, alright, you got everything on. You're doing it wrong, my brother, okay? It is what it is. These are video game consoles, not causes to live and die for. Alright, saddest shit that I've ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. God damn. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I've got a couple alien videos to edit, and I got some good news on regards to the monkey hate situation, so get excited for that one.
Hello, Internet. Today I have this 20A info repair that came in with the complaint of artifacts, but not why you think. So stick around to find out exactly why this 20A is different from the rest. So the owner said artifacts. I'll go straight into the windows and look at the artifacts with my own eyes. Immediately, what makes this card different is that it has Samsung memory. So we don't have an issue with early Micron, as many of you have suspected. With just a few seconds of tumbling donut, we have a crash. Instead of formwork, I'll give this card a little less load using Valley. Card is not crashing, but it does show glowing artifacts. Let's give this a little bit more load with Superposition. Superposition looks even worse. We learned absolutely nothing. What if we lower the core voltage using Afterburner? It looks like dropping a few millivolts makes artifacts go away instantly. Superposition, on the other hand, is a little bit more hungry, so let's drop a few more millivolts and see if that helps. Yep, superposition is now very clean. With that done, the fix for this card is as simple as undervolting the core. But is that a fix or a band-aid? We don't do band-aids here, we do fixes. So let's fix the card. Just happen to have one core laying around. So let's put it on and see if it works.
Check it. Got some materials for us.
Port is replaced. It outputs an image. So let's finish up with the assembly and see if it works as it should. At first, everything seemed to be fine. Fire up the afterburner, reset the voltage, and run a full-blown stress test, which, as you can see, performs as good as it can get. And with that said, this card is now fixed. And if you learned anything from this video, please hit me with a like, comment, and subscribe for more repairs. Goodbye.
Chinese property developer Evergrande has sought bankruptcy protection in the U.S. Protection from creditors at a U.S. bankruptcy court in Manhattan.
The company, which was once China's top property development,
As it works on a multi-billion-dollar deal with creditors.
have been struggling with more than $300 billion in liabilities since 2021.
China's second largest property developer, Evergrande, has just filed for bankruptcy. The developer has sought protection under Chapter 15 of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code, which shields non-U.S. companies that are undergoing restructuring from creditors that hope to sue them or tie up assets in the United States. While the step is seen as procedural, it indicates that the company is nearing the end of its restructuring process after more than 1.5 years of negotiations with creditors. Many see this as the end of the Evergrande saga that began in 2021. But in reality, this is just the beginning of the collapse of China's property sector and China's
What's up, Nizjig?
that was all built on a house of cards that is close to crumbling under its own weight. In this
What
video,
does Niz
let's go
mean?
over why Evergrande finally filed for bankruptcy. What does this mean for China's
What is
already
Niz?
fragile economy, and how will the CCP handle this mess? First and foremost, please be sure to hit the like button below. Every time I have made a video about the CCP's mistakes, videos are heavily downvoted by the 50-cent army. So your likes help counter their dislikes and keep the video alive in the algorithm. Now let's start from the beginning. Don't
Why
worry,
did
I
you
will
call
keep it
yourself
brief.
a girl?
Here in Uncle Sam's America, it's considered an important part of the American dream to own a home. But slowly it's getting less popular among newer generations
Is that
to
what
do
you
so
were like
because
when you
of
were 5?
affordability issues. China, on the other hand, is different.
You were
The importance
gender
of owning a house
confused?
has only gone up in the past couple decades. Real estate is one of the asset classes that the public trusts more
You
than
were
anything
the
else.
Q?
And real estate
Were you the
ownership has a
Q?
very important cultural significance to the Chinese people. Families use real estate as a way to plan for their retirement. Guys with real estate are considered attractive choices for
That's
marriage.
you?
And the
The
amount
Q?
of real estate you own is
You went
directly
back and
related to
forth
your
between
social
being a
status
boy
in
and a
society.
girl?
Considering all this, you can see why real estate prices have continued rising over there.
I
There's
don't
a high
understand
demand
why
for
it
real
says
estate
chick.
because of all these factors. And coupled with incredible price rises in the past, you can see why everyone wants to buy houses. Kind of reminds me of the 2008 U.S. housing market, where everyone wants to buy real estate because real estate prices only go up. The rush to buy houses was so huge that the developers were selling out complexes before even breaking ground for construction. However, even after construction finished, apartments just sat there empty because they had owners but no inhabitants. Demand was high because everyone wants to buy their second or third home to get rich on the real estate boom. So supply increased drastically to match the demand, but a lot of these homes were just sitting empty, as owners were only buying these places in hopes of price appreciation. Because other asset vectors weren't as accessible and developed, real estate was the only thing people invested in. Based on one data set, Chinese families had around 70% of their wealth in real estate. Yes, you heard that right, 70%. Evergrande took full advantage of this boom in China's real estate market and became one of the largest developers in the country. At one point in 2018, they were actually the biggest real estate company in Asia. When people look at something that big, they just assume it's all legitimate. Oftentimes, though, that's just not the case. I hope you guys learned that lesson after the 2008 crisis. If one had looked under the hood, they would have realized that some of the practices happening at Evergrande were far from appropriate. Now, due to the sheer scale of the company, a lot of practices were quite complicated. But here's my attempt at simplifying this. Remember earlier how
Google.
FOMO into real estate was so
Set an alarm for 6:30 a.m.
before construction even began? Usually, a company like Evergrande would lease a piece of land from the local government. Then they would turn around and sell the houses that are supposed to be built there and receive full payment for the houses before even breaking ground. Companies would never have any issue selling out as the demand for real estate was so high. People were more than happy to take out mortgages and buy houses just in hopes of owning real estate someday in the future. Now, the big problem that starts here is that companies like Evergrande wouldn't usually use the money from the sale to start construction. No, they would use that money as down payment to buy even more land, so they can sell even more apartments for the future. Now, this is already a huge problem. This should not have been allowed in the first place. Any unbiased person could look at this system and figure out that this is not gonna last. This is exactly the job of the CCP. But the CCP was too busy bragging about the inflating GDP growth that China was experiencing through these questionable practices. The worst part is that Evergrande wasn't the only one pulling these shady tricks. Almost every real estate company in China was operating this way. The whole sector was over-leveraged to the teeth. Just like a Ponzi scheme, the only way to continue forever is if you continue growing forever. But you can't keep growing if people lose trust in Evergrande's ability to stay solvent. And I'm sure you guessed it by now, that's exactly what happens. Once the company misses one payment, chaos ensues. Early 2021, one of the Evergrande subsidiary companies failed to make payment on its loans, and people started looking deeper into its financials. This is when the house of cards started crumbling, and the news about contagions spread across the world. When the news got out that Evergrande could default on $300 billion worth of loans, panic spread through the economy. People also realized that this problem isn't limited to Evergrande. The whole real estate sector is over-leveraged, and it's starting to crumble. Chinese developers owed around $5.3 trillion in debt. When the CCP realized just how big the problem was, they decided to step in to soften the blow back in 2021. Ever since then, Evergrande and other real estate developers have been chugging along slowly with the help of the CCP. And by slowly, I mean snail's pace. Construction of buildings sold in 2019 is still not done. All the funds from new sales are basically going towards paying off companies' liabilities instead of actually finishing off projects. This is just one example of unfinished projects that had to be demolished because of problems from the delay in construction. As the new funds into the company dried up, more and more construction stopped. Then as Evergrande ran out of funds to pay its liabilities, it filed for Chapter 15 bankruptcy last Thursday, which is a way for foreign companies to use U.S. bankruptcy laws to restructure debt. The process will take time, as Evergrande has roughly $19 billion in offshore debts. This doesn't bode well for China's economy that is already struggling. After a brief surge in activity earlier this year, China's economic engines have been sputtering. Consumer prices last month fell for the first time in more than 2 years. Youth unemployment has been rising so fast, Chinese authorities simply did not release the July data. Retail sales, export demand, and factory production are all down. A string of Chinese property developers have defaulted on their offshore debt obligations since Evergrande ran into trouble, leaving unfinished homes and unpaid suppliers, shattering consumer confidence in the world's second largest economy. Property investment, sales, and new construction starts have been contracting for over a year. The property crisis has also fanned worries about contagion risks to the financial system, which could have a destabilizing impact on an economy already weakened by tepid domestic and foreign demand, faltering factory activity, and rising unemployment. A major Chinese asset manager has missed repayment obligations on some investment products and warned of a liquidity crisis, while Country Garden, the country's #1 private developer, has become the latest to flag a stifling cash crunch. These events have already led many analysts to lower their forecast of China's economic growth this year. The CCP is aiming for 5% growth, but based on experts' estimates, it doesn't seem that China's economy will hit this target. That's it for this video, but lastly, I do want to go over a recent hot take that I've seen in the comments recently. Someone said it's nearly impossible to be successful on YouTube as an average person. I personally think it couldn't be further from the truth. Let me explain. To be successful on YouTube, you don't need to be knowledgeable about YouTube. You need to be knowledgeable about the subject matter you want to cover. If you are someone who is passionate and knowledgeable about a topic, then you already have what it takes to create a successful channel. If this is you, and you ever wanted to create a YouTube channel, then I have a free 5 days email guide for you that will help you get started on YouTube. Just scan the QR code on the screen or go to the link in the description. The guide will be sent directly to your email, and you can get started on your journey as a YouTuber talking about what you love.
Because I know all live here to be the most extreme.
That is a really pretty animation. I like that.
Archery, gymnastics, soccer, and fitness. But only one country is going to walk away with this $250,000 gold medal. Are you ready for the first event?
Terrible.
And if they can hit this target from this platform, they move on. And to make this interesting, I'm gonna have you all.
Oh, the shotties! Wow, literally, and the shotties.
Country of your choice.
That first
game, the target gets pushed back.
Yeah, I'm rooting for her because Morocco's out.
I don't like that.
Germany, you have a history of trying to conquer everything. Well, votes were cast for countries from all over.
Oh, that's familiar.
The history of trying to conquer everything. Well,
Just kidding,
votes were
yeah.
cast for countries from all over. What country stood out from the rest?
Who are you voting for? Indonesia?
I think Indonesia's to the side.
Really?
Yeah, because he won the first one.
Started to see a theme.
They hate to see us win.
Indonesia. Did you draw a country? Nah.
Why does that look like Among Us to me?
Alright, up first is Guam. Come on up.
That was a really nice shot.
Maybe 3. Yeah. 3 votes. 3? Wow, you got 3. How'd you know?
I go to the gym, I'm fit, and I like go.
This is your first time with the bow and arrow? That was not very promising. Guam! 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 Oh! Short. Any last words? I love you too. Monaco, you got 6 votes. Oh la la.
Bro's got great hair.
Thank you, sir. That's great hair translated to great shot.
Let's find out.
I'm nervous.
That's
No. If I lost this one, I'd be super upset.
Oh.
The squad's left.
Something hold his hair.
Do me a favor. Feel free to miss. You'll just lose like $250,000. Anything you want to say? Good opportunity. Maybe next time.
I love the country prop.
Got him. Believe.
Hostile over there.
Replicator on its way down.
He said, bleh. Look at the face. Don't you just hear, bleh.
Believe in yourself.
Oh, what the?
Do you want a piece of bar before you shoot it? No, these types flavor.
Actually, that's my favorite.
Where's a good chocolate?
didn't know it's tradition.
Far, but it's not too far. I feel like I got it.
That's part of the dance that thing.
And the bow is literally
Very cool. Very prideful.
That was so close.
Oh, she was rapping sound.
Come back as far as she goes.
You're the first person to finish the first round. One of the fastest to finish the second round. You should have saw this coming.
Yeah, I know. This is the farthest shot of the day by far. What do you think of it?
That is so far.
Wish me luck. Wish me luck.
No!
That was really close though.
I'm so sorry, dude. I found my best. I promise.
I think he did so well.
And with that last elimination, we are down to only 16 countries. Fantastic! Come on in. Come on in. Congratulations for making it this far. And before we do the next event, I have an offer. Give each of them a briefcase of 10 grand. And
Are they gonna make them fight for it?
go to the pit and compete in the next event.
I'm outie. Please tell me someone does. No, tell me some.
Here's the thing. You are about to get eliminated. This is your only chance to walk away with 10 grand. That's a lot of money, but I'm pretty confident I'll win this. I can win.
I'm not with everybody.
Looks like somebody that's gonna settle, bro.
I'll take it.
You want to take it?
Yeah.
One person took it.
Honestly, good for you. Go off, Fiji water.
We let the top finishers from